hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Great gifting starts at the Garden Restaurant. Dine-in or online orders, festive flavors, fresh baked treats, and hot cocoa daily. Open late during the holidays. Visit thegardenslc.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
I make sure that he knows that he will be where he deserves to be, and that is at the top tier of college football coaches when it comes to compensation every year. I view his contract, although a multi-year contract, as a living, breathing document that we will revise every year as need be to make sure he's where he deserves to be. He knows he has that commitment from me and, more importantly, from the university.
That's Notre Dame AD Pete Bavacqua on Marcus Freeman's worth. How many tops was that? Did you count the top tier?
I don't know, but until Monday, I had no idea who Pete Bavacqua is. Now he's being quoted every day.
He doesn't.
I had no idea who the AD was at Notre Dame.
He doesn't like the playoff. He doesn't like the ACC, and he's going to make sure Marcus Freeman is on the top tier.
And keeping him away from NFL teams.
Well, yeah, but
if that's possible,
if he wants to go, he'll go.
Right.
So
I mean, you can give him all the money, but if he wants the challenge of the NFL, you have to be in the NFL to get it, obviously. So.
Oh, you do?
Yep, that's it right there.
Huh.
I know.
I'll be gall darned.
Colts are signing 44-year-old Phillip Rivers to their practice squad. They've had 3 different quarterbacks get hurt. He hasn't played in the NFL since 2020. He's 44. I saw the former Colt Jeff Saturday say, Phillip, you're 44. Drop back and get rid of it. Don't get hit and don't try to run. Get rid of it. We'll see if he gets in. Practice squad now. Police have arrested a 20-year-old Bronx man and charged him with attempted murder, assault, and criminal possession of a weapon in connection with the shooting of Jets player Chris Boyd. 29-year-old was shot in the abdomen November 16th at 2 a.m. during a dispute outside a popular Manhattan restaurant. Bullet lodged in his lung. He was released from the hospital and surprised the Jets last Wednesday with a visit to the team facility. Nothing good happens after midnight, PK? 2 a.m.?
2 a.m.
Yeah. Found the 20-year-old.
Well, if you're hungry at 2 a.m., what are you going to do? And Colonel Sanders ain't open. I mean, you got to go somewhere, so you're going to pop at the restaurant.
Colonel Sanders ain't open. DJ PK.
Hashtag college football.
And Nittany Nation, I'm going to say this. Man, I'm going to demand a similar standard of excellence that the last great Iowa State coach that came here. And that last great Iowa State coach is Cale Sanderson.
Matt Campbell and what he expects at Penn State. Well, they expect a national title, so have the high standards.
I expect a pin.
Win it all.
Cale Sanderson, one of our own.
Wasatch High.
Wrestling dude.
He is a
He's like 147-0, and that was just as a freshman.
He is a wrestling dude.
Yeah.
Sounds like it ought to be a song. University of Utah announcing a plan to help the athletic department generate new revenue streams. That came up, that broke during our show yesterday. First of its kind partnership with a private equity firm that could generate $500 million in capital. I wonder how much of this is around the arena. I mean, the arena and a potential move to the Big Ten, don't those seem like the two big revenue generators that are out there for the University of Utah?
Oh, what have you been on the internet hearing fans say they're going to go to the Big Ten?
Well, I mean, that's been out there for years. But, yeah, it seems to me like the arena could be a big deal.
What do they want to go to the Big Ten for?
The move prompted responses from Utah and U.S. More money.
Rutgers got more money. How's it working for them?
Great. The move prompted responses from Utah and the United States legislature indicating they want to look into tax-exempt status of such an entity and why they weren't consulted on the move.
Who wants to worry about that?
The Utah legislature and the U.S., the United States legislature. Congress.
We had a senator from Washington weigh in.
United States legislature?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Congress.
Congress?
House, Senate.
Senate?
Yep.
Oh, man, I feel like I'm in a government class. I just want to talk about ball.
Welcome to civics.
Bob Chesney wants to talk about ball. The new UCLA coach wants Bruins to be the premier program in the state. Zero doubt about it. We don't need to be the other school in this town. We need to be the school in this town. Ooh, coming for SC.
Them's fighting words. I mean, but you can say whatever you want. Are you going to be able to do it? What's going to be different? You know, they've gotten into the pattern like the Sun Devils got into in 1987 when, you know, they had Frank Kush forever. Then they had Darryl Rogers, and then he took the Lions job when Lavelle Edwards didn't want it. And then they went with John Cooper. I believe he was coaching at Tulsa. He was there for 3 years, got them their only Rose Bowl. And then ever since then, literally every single coach has been fired.
And that's what UCLA is doing now.
Right. It's like everybody since Terry Donahue.
Yep. 25 years removed from their last conference title.
Has been fired.
Yeah.
And so that's a pitiful circle, or whatever you want to call it, to be involved in. Can he be different? I don't care who it is. When I see something that's been this way, that's why I always got into it with the ASU guys at Pac-12 Media. Well, what makes you different? I promise you, I was a Sun Devil before you ever thought of taking this job, and I'm going to be a Sun Devil long after you're gone.
Right. And so far, you've been right every time.
And they would get mad at me when I would say it, because they.
Well, you were telling them they were going to fail. I can see why that went over poorly.
No, I was asking them what makes you different. I wasn't telling them they were going to fail.
Okay.
What makes you different? That's a legitimate question. And they would think Mark Brand, a guy who'd been there forever as a sports information, I mean, many decades, he would say, oh, he's one of our own, right? And he'd point to him, so he'd sit down, he's thinking, oh, I'm going to get softballs.
What makes you different?
Right. How is that not a legitimate question?
It is. His probably tone is everything.
Well, so what?
What makes you different?
I'm a fan.
What makes you different?
I'm speaking from the fan's perspective.
Yeah. And it turned out nothing made him different.
Yeah.
Which is a terrible answer, and it would be the truth, and they maybe felt it a little bit, and that irritated him.
Well, tough.
Okay.
They're getting paid millions to do this.
Yes, and to be different.
This is high-risk, high-reward business. Why are you different? Why is Bob Chesney different?
If you're getting paid millions, you're getting paid millions to be different.
Yeah.
Fill the stadium.
Right.
And nobody did fill the stadium for decades, so they tore part of it down and built a smaller one.
So what are you going to do about it? You know, how you can say all this, great, but what are you going to do? You say whatever you want. And rah, sis kumbah, be true to your school. But how are you going to be different?
Take that devil question and recycle it to Bob Chesney. I mean, you're going to be different.
Well, I don't get to do Pac-12 teams anymore.
No, it's
except for the
Big
4.
Ten for him.
Yeah.
Actually,
when they go to the Big Ten, Utah, I'll get a chance.
Yeah, there you go. ASU quarterback Sam Levitt confirmed he's entering the transfer portal. Kenny Dillingham, the coach. Whatever his future holds, I wish him nothing but the best. I absolutely want to see him succeed. So, onward.
Yeah, it's money.
Yeah.
He has an opportunity that Devils don't. They don't have big donors.
They don't have that kind of cash.
No. I mean, they just They've got a lot of people who've contributed, but they're just average fans and some business owners who are, they're wealthy by society standards, but not by booster standards.
People kicking in 10,000, 25,000, 50,000 is great, but if you got to pay a quarterback $2 or $3 million,
I mean, they have a guy, well-known booster. He gave him $1 million. That's great. I mean, anybody give me $1 million, I'd just start bawling and drop to my knees.
But you think his price tag has now gone to $5, $6, or $7 million?
That's what I've been told.
I know. So $1 million's not going to go very far.
And he's a transfer, so was he really one of you to begin with?
Headed for his third school.
Yeah. Well, wish him luck, and away you go. I don't begrudge the guy.
Let's see if it's in the Big 12. That is what I am most curious about.
Well, it's Tech, Miami, LSU, is what I heard.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Jazz have a few days off here. Most of the league does. The decks have been cleared for the NBA Cup quarterfinals.
Yeah, I look forward to this every year.
You really don't. Orlando beat Miami, and New York beat Toronto. Eastern quarters yesterday. And in the West, 2 quarterfinals today. The Thunder, 23-1, seemingly unstoppable, will play the Phoenix Suns, 5:30 Prime Video. Spurs and Lakers at 8 o'clock. It is the top teams in the West. They're missing a couple of the top teams in the East.
Of course, it's the Cup.
A couple of the top teams in the West.
Who's playing?
The Suns are playing the Thunder.
So these are the quarterfinal games?
Yes, and then the Lakers and Spurs. And the Thunder and Lakers are the top 2 teams in the West right now. Lakers are tied with Denver. Denver didn't make it to the quarters. They're out.
Oh, man. Come playoff time, guys, we didn't win the Cup. Oh, we're going to show them. Who won a Cup last year?
No idea. I think Milwaukee lost it, didn't they? Who beat them?
I know the Lakers won it 2 years ago.
Does it have to be East versus West?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's why they set up the quarters, the 2 Eastern yesterday, so that the winners can play with the same amount of rest in the semis.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And the same thing in the West today. So it'll be East versus West.
Last year, no, the Bucks actually won it last year.
Oh, they did win it.
They beat the Thunder.
There it is.
Oh, see? The Thunder got so motivated, and you guys scoffed and laughed at me, and they got so motivated, they won this thing.
Yeah,
crazy.
Another 23-1.
Yeah. Holy freak.
Chris Paul says he's at peace with everything following his stunning removal from the Clippers. He's been helping his family out while he waits his next move.
Good for him.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Foster looking to penetrate. Down the lane he goes. Double pumps off the glass. No. Godfrey the offensive board.
Timeout.
Out front they give it to Porter. Open 3. Got it.
4 threes in the first half for Porter.
A 21-0 run by Clemson over the last 6:19 of this game.
Kibonsa gets a high screen from Rob. Frees up for AJ. Oh, and dunk! Oh, wow, with the right hand! 62-56, Kibonsa hammers home. With 1.3 to go. It's got to be quick. Boskovic into Rob. Shoots from 3. Yes! And scores it! Rob Wright the third! Just won it for BYU! Game-winning 3! It got off! And the Cougs win it! 67-64! Wow!
Oh.
BYU down by 21 at the half, thanks to a 21-0 run to close the half.
Oh, yeah.
Down by 22 after giving up a free throw to open the second half, and they come storming back and win the game.
Man, you guys, while you were handing out trophies to high school kids, you missed a whale of a game.
Yes, we did.
I mean, it was, for a Tuesday night in December, I was irritated, I was frustrated, I was amazed, I was stunned, I was excited, all in one singular game. It was as entertaining as could possibly be. And then BYU robbed Clemson. Yeah, Rob Wright robbed Clemson. Yeah. Man, that was incredible. I've seen Kibonsa play 3 times in person. I've seen 7 full games, by far his best game, taken over in the Garden. Bob Hurley Sr. was there. Common was there. Common was sitting right there courtside. Common. Yeah, and DeBonsa, he's uncommon. So you had common and you had uncommon all in the same night at the same place. That was just scintillating.
28 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, had the ball in his hands most of the night, only had 3 turnovers.
My wife was watching
Excellent
it with
game.
me because it was on early and her shows don't come on till later. You know, it started at 4:30. So she sat down and watched it, and she likes college hoop better than the NBA except for the playoffs. So he's coming down. I said, oh, he's dunking this. And the best dunk BYU's ever had.
Flying down the lane and
And you
hammered him.
could see, as I'm watching it, I could see, okay, there's a lane there, and he's not stopping. And sure enough, he does. And this team is, it's a cliche, but man, they were a completely different team in the second half. The intensity, you could just feel the intensity, which was nothing in the first half. And then they turn it on defensively. They're getting the ball, they're getting hands on deflections and so forth. And then I thought they overcame KY a little bit. He takes Keita out because he doesn't have free throw ability usually, but they had fouls to give and they don't foul. And Keita's sitting on the bench, and the kid gets down low, makes the shot. And unfortunately, that Rob Wright saved him. Great play, though. I got to give KY credit. Great play, have him up at the half court, and so then he's available to have all of his motion going forward. And just nails that shot. Oh, my freaking goodness. And then this Walling kid here from Corner Canyon, why the crap is he not on BYU? And as I did some searching, and I was told they didn't recruit him.
Were you talking about Welling?
Did I say Walling?
You said Walleen and then Welling.
No, I combined it. They should have both of them.
Well,
no, but I meant the Corner Canyon
They had
kid.
Walleen for a minute, but yeah.
I don't know that Kevin did. But
well, he's got some size.
Yeah,
and
they
he can
need
shoot
size.
it, and he can shoot it a little bit.
They need size desperate. I've been seeing this kid
need,
play since he's like 15 years old.
Yeah,
my wife had him in school.
They need depth because beyond DeBonsa, Keita, and Rob Wright III, it was a struggle. Saunders obviously has his games. This didn't happen to be one of them. He's
no,
2
but
of
then I
11
like
shooting the
Davis,
ball.
man. He's 0 for 6.
I know.
And he hits a big 3. Got the stones to take it and make it. Oh, my goodness gracious. That was a fun game.
Kennard Davis Jr., 5 points. We'll remember 3 of them. Yep, there you go. And the bench combined for 2 points all night long.
I know. Offensive rebounding and their bench. That's what's going to get them beat in the NCAA tournament.
It's
and
clear.
They could have a struggle in the Big 12 because Big 12's got a lot of horses. Big 12 has NBA size.
Yeah, beyond the big 3, Saunders included in this group. Saunders and everybody else, 5 of 24 shooting the ball. You need a little something to keep the defense honest.
Yeah, I'm not worried so much about the offense because that's just.
You worried about foul trouble?
Well, Keita, if he gets foul trouble, shooting will come and go, and so Saunders can go 7 of 12 from 3, so I can live with that.
But to your point about offensive
rebounding,
8 rebounds from everybody beyond the big 3, and Saunders had 4 of them. The rest of the roster isn't giving him much.
Bench scoring, bench production, and rebounding.
And a factor in this is that I think KY's pretty much decided the bench isn't going to give me much, so he's limiting their playing time now, so that's a factor in the decreased production is these guys aren't playing much. One guy off the bench in double figures in minutes.
I don't think that AJ came here to be a down low guy. I mean, he told him, he said, hey, man, you're going to have to pay me an extra $1 million if you want me to rebound.
You know, Charles Barkley. Right?
Yeah.
I get $1 million to score. I get $1 million to rebound. If you want me to defend, you need to pay me another $1 million.
Which is chump change for that kid, but he's going to have to because he's so long, and he looked great. He looked great. It was a really fun game.
He led him in everything. Most points, most boards, most assists.
And he's unassuming, too. It's
he's
like
super
he's
unassuming.
not looking to look at me kind of guy. He doesn't do any of that. And he is just and again, they did the same thing with Billis, the 94 feet. And they asked him, again, why BYU? I mean, we're over it. Why BYU? I guess this is the national story still to a degree.
Yeah.
Why BYU? And he said, well, Kevin Young's. And basically, Kevin Durant said, go play for this guy. Ready, break.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
DJ PK.
#NHL.
The elephant in the room is our execution. We need to make more plays and better play. We need to connect on our execution, and there's too many fumbles tonight. There's too many play who should have connect at the NHL level where we fumble the puck, so that cut your momentum as well. So that's a matter of focus, and that's something we can get much better at.
The Utah Mammoth hosts the Florida Panthers, two-time defending Stanley Cup champions, at the Delta Center tonight. Puck drops at 7 o'clock. Pregame starts at 6 o'clock on the KSL Sports Zone with Hockey Night in Utah. Big game for a team that has been struggling on the road, came home and lost to the Kings. Now they're trying to get on track against the two-time defending champs. DJ PK, there are the headlines. That's what's trending. It's brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, we're going to talk with Riley Jensen at 8 o'clock. College football, our weekly visit with him. Dick Gabriel, Big Blue Insider and host, Kentucky Wildcats sideline reporter, will join us at 8:30 because Kentucky has also made this move into private equity. There are a handful of schools that have.
They haven't really done private equity. They've created
Are
a
they all
separate
doing it
entity,
different?
though.
Has he got something for them? We'll talk with him coming up. To win tickets Wednesday, we'll give away tickets to see Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater next August.
That's what I like about you.
Free tickets coming up in the 8
keep
o'clock
me
hour.
warm at night.
DJ PK, when we come back, it's the question of the day, and it's Hot Takes or Toast. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash northbound I-15 at 3300 south. Only the right lane and shoulder currently blocked, but still seeing backups all the way to 75th south as a result of that accident. Also have a crash. You're headed into Davis County on northbound I-15 or 600 north. That is on the right shoulder currently. There's some delays in that area as well. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule your professional snow service with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPave Utah at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this.
There's another conversation to be had about the 12-team playoff, how BYU was treated by that committee this time around, which is very, very discouraging and disappointing because BYU did not get the respect that they deserved. They were underranked the entire process, which put them behind the 8 ball unfairly. When you take their resume and you match it up with Miami and Notre Dame and even Alabama, you can make a case for BYU needing to be ahead of those teams. They said BYU wasn't in before going into this week. Well, why not? You should have punished them after the Big 12 championship game. And why did BYU get punished for playing the Big 12 championship game and Alabama didn't? Alabama's sitting right now with 3 losses. One of those losses with double-digit loss to a 5-7 team, and they replayed the team that they beat that everyone's hanging their hat on with that game and that win over Georgia, and they got absolutely boat raced on the same Saturday that BYU did. Why are they getting excused? They didn't even move.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
From holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now, during their Sizzle All the Way sale, you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. I was lucky enough to receive Omaha Steaks as a gift, and it was everything I had hoped for. Items were individually packaged so I could cook for the entire family. Or if I was the only one home, I would treat myself with a delicious steak, sides, and even dessert. I loved those nights by myself. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. It's holiday magic made easy. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide during their Sizzle All the Way sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, code SKY.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Question of the morning. What do you think of Utah's $500 million deal with an equity firm? A lot of raised eyebrows here, PK. Brent, sounds like professional AAA football to me.
Okay, but how is that any different? What's been going on? Ed Orgeron said the difference now is we walk in the front door with cash rather than the back door.
There's a guy who's worked.
I have been saying this for years.
There's a guy who's worked at some big-time football programs.
He has, yeah. Obviously, he was at SC and then
LSU.
And LSU, we know of that. And I always used to hear guys on radio, well, the players aren't getting anything. You're not a beat writer. You really don't know what's going on until you're a beat writer. At least in my day, when you could have access to practice and players. I don't know how it is now because I'm not a beat writer. But in my time, it was almost like daily you were fed information because they saw you every day. And they saw you on trips. They saw you in hotel lobbies. And you had so much more access.
That's when it really happened.
Than you ever, I don't know, maybe it's different today. And so you'd see things. And guys who I respected, I knew were paying guys. But it was understood. And pretty much everybody looked the other way. And so I don't understand how it's different. Now the difference is, Ed said, you're going in the front door. You're not going in the back door.
There it is. Chuck says, brilliance or desperation? Smells like the latter to me.
The latter, what's the latter?
Desperation.
Well, they're doing it because they have to, so I guess if that's your definition of desperation.
Todd says, if it enables them to stop being subsidized by my tax dollars, I'm all for it.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Mixing publicly subsidized institution with private funding will be interesting to watch.
It will be. Absolutely, man. And I don't know enough about finances. Obviously, I'm a day-to-day guy, and I do well for myself. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I've done far greater than my parents ever even dreamed of. For that matter, my two sisters. And my sister has her doctorate and was a principal, so that ought to give you an idea of how well I'm doing. So I'm very grateful for that. But at the same time, I'm freaking clueless on money. The old lady handles every single cent. She can be embezzling everything I make, and I wouldn't have any idea, literally, right? My friends, we were going to go to Hawaii last year, and they said, we want you to come, we want you to come. I said, we can't afford it. He looked at me and said, how would you know? And he was right. So I come from a position of complete ignorance. So what I did yesterday was talk to some people who have some background in finance because I don't know a darn thing. I'm so ignorant. And they did have, I don't know if it was raised eyebrows, but they had questions a la Chris Hill yesterday. He sat right with us when this thing broke, and he has questions. And he knows about how to run an athletic department. He did it for 30-plus years.
The devil is in the details. What does that contract say? And there will be requests for all of these deals.
People keep saying PE. I always thought of physical education. I didn't think
private equity.
I had no idea that's what it was until yesterday. And they say that, and I do have some experience with private equity, not firsthand, but through other projects in the sports world that I've seen happen. One down in St. George has opened my eyes a lot here in the last 3 or 4 years because I've had opportunities to talk to several people. And the investors want money back. That's the whole purpose. And how many of these people are going to be Ute fans because they're opening up Ute fans an opportunity to invest, and they will have the charge of still having the emotional connection, but these other folks, there should be at least some who don't. They just want the money back. You go win the whole thing. Who cares? But they want their money back and a return on that investment, obviously. So how is it going to be? I can remember one time I was sitting in a meeting and the guy's talking about, ROI. I had no idea what ROI meant.
Return on investment?
I literally had no clue.
Yeah.
I had to ask somebody off to the side because I knew I'd be embarrassing myself. Yeah. And this isn't that long ago. To give you an idea of what I have when it comes to finances, I grew up with you go to work and you put your paycheck in the bank and you pay your bills and hopefully you got enough to cover it.
In the simplest terms, there used to be places people went for money. You went to the government, you went to a bank and got a loan. Now, with private equity, there are people who have so much money, they're looking to invest it somewhere. They've got to put it somewhere. So you go to private equity, and in the simplest terms, hey, I got a project. You give me this, you'll make this much back.
Right.
And that's why when I look at the U, I think, well, okay, what is that project? Because the department, day to day, with the way the arms race is going, isn't throwing off extra money. They barely have enough money to keep going with the business. So what could they do that was new? And that's why I told you in the last segment. To me, it's the basketball arena.
You told me in the last segment?
Yes.
All right.
The basketball arena or get them into a new conference that pays a lot more money. I don't see where else they'd be getting a pile of money all of a sudden. And these people can put some money in, but they're going to expect money back.
Yeah, but these people are not putting money in with the intent to help them get into the Big Ten.
Not because they emotionally want to get into the Big Ten, only if it makes it a bigger payday.
It could be the whack, whatever. If they get more money, and we'll see how this plays out. And then you guys are talking about tax stuff. Like, oh my gosh, that's so far out of my league. And they're not going to be. You're going to be. There's a big thing. I do know there's a big thing in Arizona that the state institutions aren't fond of Grand Canyon because Grand Canyon is a for-profit.
Right.
And you hear their advertisements all over the place. And, so they look down upon that, and there's a chasm between the two from what I understand. And I know people in the education field down in Arizona, obviously. And so that there's a thing there. Well, here it's not, so how's that going to play out? The PE stuff has opened my mind and my eyes a lot more in recent years, and that's largely been through golf. Have an opportunity now to play golf with some people who that's what they do, and that's so far out of my league. But to see how they think and operate, I've had some opportunities to hang with people, and that's what they're looking for, is to cash back. That's the whole purpose of what they're doing, and they don't make any bones about it, and I guess nor should they, because that's what they're doing. That's the business that they're in.
That's the deal when you walk into the room and ask them for money.
Well, if they want to participate, I mean, they're not asking them to volunteer. It's a business proposition that they're proposing. For what can get you in. And, I don't make any of that kind of money to be able to do that. I'm fine in my own little environment, but beyond that. And that's why they've got, and I've been fascinated by it. I mean, I don't run in those circles, but I've been exposed to those circles, how they do several things. They've got all these things going on here as I've been basically not the notoriety, because notoriety is a negative, but the
publicity.
Publicity is the word, because they know my job. My job is a public job, and so people talk to me in that way, and been able to be on the golf course and talk to them. I sat in a golf cart with a guy at Alpine Country Club, and just listened to him talk about all these things for 4.5 hours. And I was thinking, oh, my gosh, man, if my parents would have seen me now.
Big shot, talking to big shots,
yeah.
big piles of money.
Yeah, it's not, none of the money's coming my way, but listening to them talk about their investments and their advisement of other folks who literally make millions of dollars in the coaching world, what are they doing with their money and how does it work? And I know people in town who are, have made a lot of money, and what do they do with that money? And then they get with these people and they do, and this guy was telling me blah, 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 and it's like 20 different things. And so what are they going to expect in return? And essentially, what does it mean for the NIL? Because you can have a new arena.
But what does it mean for NIL? Because if you don't pay the players.
Devils are losing Levitt because they can pay him, but then they don't have a team.
Right.
And so he's going to go get his cash, but they need the cash that they would pay him to outfit a team. You got 100 guys that you need. You at least need 50 guys you can count on in a given season. Right. And so they have to allocate that money and spread it around, and they think, okay, we may not have as good a quarterback, but we'll have a better defense, whatever. And so you can put in whatever, and you can go to the Big Ten, but not everybody in the Big Ten is winning. Purdue sucks in football, and they've sucked for a good while now, right? So they're getting all that money, but whoop-de-freaking-do. What does it mean?
3 teams are in the playoff, 15 are watching.
And it's not about just watching. You can have a really good season. The Utes had a really good season this year. They're watching. But they're still a really good football program, and they had a really good football team this year, and I have no doubt in my mind if this playoff was expanded to, say, 14, 16, 24, and the Utes got in, at least in the beginning, the first couple games, I would expect them to win. So they have a really good program.
I don't think it would have gotten in a 16-team tournament.
Well, whatever.
But, 24.
So totally hypothetical.
Yeah.
That whether they got in or not isn't the point. The point is that they have a really good football program.
Yeah. But to your point about the Big Ten, would you say that maybe like 6 teams in the Big 12 could say they had a really good season? There's a lot of teams taking their lumps.
Oh, when you're playing each other, that's going to have to how it's going to be.
Yeah. When you're playing some of each other, you're playing about half the league. USC, Michigan, Iowa might be happy with their seasons, but there's a lot of gnash in the teeth at a lot of schools. Wisconsin's bummed. Michigan
I don't know why
State's
you're
bummed.
focused on the Big Ten all of a sudden.
Well, you just brought it up about them going.
I know
to the Big
because
Ten.
you brought it up. I didn't bring it up, but it's not on my mind. They're going to the Big Ten.
People of the U have talked about it, and you've heard it too. That at the end of the decade.
But we're not at the end of the decade.
No,
They've
we're
got
not.
5 years to go where they're looking to have really good football teams. And hopefully for them, really good basketball teams. And they've got a really good stadium. But that really good stadium didn't help them last year. So the facilities are nice and all. But what does it boil down to the money that you can go buy players a la Texas Tech? They went and bought players.
Well, the president and the athletic director can't talk about it yet until it's approved, which they've got a meeting coming up here. And after that, it'll be interesting to see how you're deploying this money and how is it going to make the athletic department better. And how's it going to make the teams win more?
What do you mean? Why can't they talk about it?
I don't think they can talk about it until it's approved.
Says who?
Says them.
Well, then they don't want to talk about it. I mean,
Yeah.
is it some federal law? Is ICE going to come into town if they talk about it? I mean, what are we talking
I
about
think it's
here?
more about how things work on campus. The regents decide. And then you can talk about it.
Well, he held a press conference about it
Yeah,
yesterday.
they talked about it. I mean, I talked to the president. He's a very affable man.
He is affable.
And he's talking just, I think, the last home game, talking about how expensive it is to run a program.
Are people going to keep? How are people going to keep giving this kind of money? And his answer: they're not. I think that's more a nationwide thing he was talking about than one specific. But it's just like
we've been talking about that.
Yeah, and he obviously talks to other presidents.
For sure. Oh yeah, dozens of them.
Right.
So, how is this going to help? Joe Fan, and I'm Joe Fan. That's all I am. Never played the game. Never had hat on hat. And I speak to the fans. I'm you that somehow got lucky to get this. And they want to have a winning football program. So how does this translate to them winning football games? That's all that matters. Because if you got all the money in the world and you're Purdue, who cares? And all you want to do is talk about basketball.
That is all they want to talk about at Purdue.
Right.
Football's depressing. Indiana used to be right in the cellar right next to them, and now Indiana's at the top.
And now Indiana, they want to talk about football.
And Purdue's ready to talk about basketball.
Yeah. And you go to any Kansas, like Arizona. Arizona, they have to be a men's basketball fan. Even if they hate the game or not interested that much, they have to be.
That's where the winning is.
Because that's what gives them the glory. Yeah. So how are you going to win? What does this mean for you to get, for Scally to get players to win? Because we're going forward here. And I'm not breaking any news, but obviously he's going forward. He's going to be the guy. And what does this mean?
Aaron says, speaking of fans, and you a man of the fans, Aaron, Utah ticket prices about to, and he's got the red graph emoji going up.
Wouldn't that happen either way, though?
It's been happening, and I assume it will continue to happen, yes.
Because it costs a lot, and it's not going back. It's just a question of whether you have said, and you being the individual, what is your line? When do you say that's it, that's enough, this has gone too far? If I'm going to do this, I might as well just go to the Broncos, to the Packers, to the whomever.
Well, I've got a dear friend whose family's had tickets up there since the 70s that said next year's their last year. They're done. It's hit a limit they can't afford.
So everybody has that. And then for the average fan, because they announced these sellouts of 52,000, whatever they seat up there. But obviously, there's way more people watching. And not necessarily when, but if do you get turned off by the direction that college sports is now publicly going? You just didn't know about it before, but now you know about it. You don't necessarily know from A to Z, but you understand the concept. And is that going to slow your interest? And
Tony, this is the slow end of college sports as we once knew it. Chris says it feels like we are selling out.
Selling out.
Brian, we still have to perform on the field.
Right, that's what the fans care about.
And Dave, I think I'm done with college sports. Peter, I don't like it.
Okay, but
up until now, as the money, it seems like a similar system or the same system, but as the money gets bigger to go to games, the stories I'm hearing from fans, and you're probably hearing them in your neighborhood too, well, I don't go to all 6 games. I sell a couple of them. I don't really want to go. I can get a lot for them, and so I can still afford them. Other people I've heard are splitting them, and I know people who have given them up who say, now I watch on TV, and if I want to go to a game, I go to the secondhand market and I pay for one game.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's way more interest than just going to the game.
Yeah, people are adjusting, slowly but surely one way or another as the price goes up.
Sure, but
and other people are just paying it.
What does that mean?
Well, I think it means at the end of the K-State game, one end of the field is packed. It's not as expensive, the north end. And then the south end, which is the one they redid and was more expensive, was mostly empty at the end of the game. And it was a great game, crazy game.
You're focused on the 50,000. If you only got 50,000 fans, you ain't got nothing.
That's true, but those 50,000 are paying a lot of the freight. At home, I think people are still sitting at home watching. I mean, when you talk to people,
I don't know.
Do you have people you have plenty of Ute and Cougar fans in your circle? Are there people who used to talk about the games who don't talk about the games anymore?
Some. They talk about them because they know that's what I do.
But they no longer watch them.
They're not going to talk to me about the stock market because that's not what I do.
Yep.
Well, they don't. Their life doesn't revolve around it the way it used to. But they still have a modicum of interest.
It does bring up the question, what is your breaking point with college sports? We got people reacting to that. We'll get to it next. Riley at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays remain for drivers northbound I-15 where there's a crash at 3300 South where the right lane and shoulder are blocked currently, causing backups all the way to 75th South, and delays don't ease until you get past that accident. Also have a City Street crash in Provo, westbound Center Street at 900 West, causing a bit of a backup for drivers trying to get over to I-15 this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I believe that he had all but taken the Penn State job.
By all accounts, that is exactly the case. The meeting had been called for him to tell the team that he was not going to be their head coach anymore.
He was going.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that, and I 100% believe that BYU stepped in with a last-second package, so to speak, and an influence campaign that got him to change his mind to stay. The why, of course, is really interesting.
BYU is safer. He already has a good working machine at BYU that should continue on and is lined up to continue to be very competitive, including talent that they have expected to come in the next few years. And now on top of it, there is a renewed investment into him, into his coaching staff, and then into the program itself in the form of what's rumored $10 to $15 million a year in NIL.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real, homemade comfort food that the whole family will love, without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to utahmammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's utahmammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Their sound shaped music for generations to come. Toto with Christopher Cross and the Romantics. Friday, August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. On sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The drums echoing tonight.
Band of the day today. Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics. Because we have a Win Tickets Wednesday and tickets to give away to a concert involving Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics. It's all brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
Never want to let you go. No, you make me feel all right. Yeah.
Sing it, PK. Old school. You belting out tunes. Got the question up on Facebook. What's your breaking point with college sports?
I've had it.
Mark says it's pretty much happened for the most part. Sounds like the door's still open for Mark a little bit, though.
You know, and I think the door should be open because I think that people should come around my way of thinking.
It's a game. It's fun. Go hang out, watch the game, have fun, and then leave, and it's over.
Yeah.
There it is.
And
Get on
take
with
good
your life.
times. So if you're a Ute fan this year, you had a lot of good times. You kicked the crap out of people, and you had the one game where it was unbelievable with K-State. It was just shocking, and you won that game. That should have been a good time. You know, and obviously your BYU and Utah State, what did they only lose one home game? And they had a couple heartbreakers, though, that they arguably should have won. And BYU, you're not going to get into the playoff, obviously, but then you have a lot of good times. I mean, I think that's what it's about. And then just let it go.
Don says I'm halfway out the door, but the local storylines were so good this year, I couldn't look away. I'm basically done, though. I maybe care about a third as much as I used to.
But just, I think, care in the right way.
The storylines were good, so you care.
It's fun. It's supposed to be fun. I had a great time sitting on the couch watching BYU beat Clemson last night. I really did. Do I care who wins? No. I mean, I want to see the local team. The Jazz don't look like they're going to be a story, and in a couple of weeks we'll be done with football. And we're going to have at least, say, just arguably only a half of January, but we're going to have February, March, April, blah, blah, blah. And so it doesn't look like the Utes are going to do anything this year. Alex needs time to get that thing going. So let's have the Cougars and Aggies maybe, and certainly the Cougars on a higher stage. So I'm going to root for them to win. Then we got something to talk about. But aside from that, just watching the young kids play the game was fun. From 4:30 to 7 o'clock. I had a great time.
In the elevator, watching the 2-point conversion go the other way. Utah-Kansas State game. The outrageous game. We were in the elevator for that.
Okay.
It was hilarious. What am I doing in an elevator watching the play of the season?
Well, we got to go down to the field.
It was time to go down to the field.
Yeah.
And little did we know.
That's fun. So I would encourage people to go along those ways because we're all looking for stuff to do with friends and family, right? I mean, you can take the trip around the world. That's fun. But those things don't happen. You need to have day-to-day entertainment, right? Little things. And that's what this thing is about. You know, the TCU game didn't turn out the way the Utes wanted, but I went and tailgated with some friends, and then we walked over to across the street where they had all the commotion going on with the Big Noon spiel. That was fun.
You mean Texas Tech? You said TCU. I was struggling there for a second.
I did mean
Texas Tech.
The Big Noon came that day. That was a lot of fun. That's where I think people should go with this rather than just get out. How do you get out of something that's been with you for a long time?
Mark says I'll probably never attend another BYU men's basketball game because of the cost, but I love watching it on TV. I'm hanging on to football until I get too decrepit or the cost gets beyond me. Kalani and the assistant coaches and players leaving for Penn State, that would have killed my sports fandom. BYU is my only current sports fandom.
All right. Okay.
Mark's let go of some stuff.
Okay. Oh, I don't know what he's had though. He didn't say what he's
not explain. No. All right, DJ and PK, we got to take a break. When we come back, Riley Jensen, college football expert and mental performance coach, joins us next. Dick Gabriel, Big Blue Insider host and Kentucky Wildcats sideline reporter. Kentucky is also going down the private equity path. What does it look like for them? What might it look like at the U? We'll talk with him about that at 8:30. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. We're giving away the concert tickets in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers join us today to share how you can make this season unforgettable with meaningful gifts for everyone on your list.
You know, when you unwrap a J. Brooks gift box, you instantly know there's something special inside. And we're proud to help clients shop local and find pieces that feel personal and just for them. This year we brought in never-before-seen pieces, perfect timing just for the holidays. From engagement rings in the JBJ collection and anniversary bands to fashion jewelry for men and women, we have something for every style.
That sounds great. Nothing beats supporting your family jeweler and giving a gift that truly shines.
Absolutely, and you can personalize every piece, whether we have a handwritten engraving or a birthstone detail to create that gift that really feels unique.
Have yourself a J. Brooks Christmas with jewelry that'll take the breath away. Visit their Murray and Lehigh showrooms or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather.
When the cold weather hits, you shouldn't let it hit you.
Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Right now is the perfect time to upgrade to high-efficiency, beautifully built windows to keep your home cozy all winter long. And for a limited time, when you replace 10 windows or more, you're going to get a massive $2,500 off. Plus, yes, it does get better. Advanced Windows is offering great financing options to make your upgrade easier than ever. Low payments, flexible plans, no stress, and every window comes backed by our lifetime warranty, so you can enjoy comfort, savings, and peace of mind for years to come. Don't wait for the cold to creep in. Replace it right now and save big.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the two-time defending Stanley Cup champions. The Florida Panthers are in town. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah Jazz return to action Friday in Memphis. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
At Salt Lake Behavioral Health, we understand that seeing a psychiatrist in Utah may take up to a year for an appointment. Attending our full or half-day trauma, mental health, or addiction group treatment ensures seeing a psychiatrist within days. If you or a loved one need mental health treatment right now, please don't wait. Call today, 801-264-6000, to begin your journey towards healing and wellness. Let us help you find the path to a healthier life at Salt Lake Behavioral Health, 801-264-6000.
Make your holidays magical at The Roof. Enjoy holiday lights and festive flavors with the all-new a la carte menu, entrees, and delectable desserts. Downtown at The Roof. Visit theroofslc.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, and we're joined by Riley Jensen, college football expert and mental performance coach. Riley, good morning.
Good morning, my guys.
You having a post-football letdown, or you're all fired up for bowl games and playoffs?
A little bit of a letdown. The bowl games, to me, have definitely taken a little bit of a hit. But I am looking forward to the playoffs. I think the playoffs will be really fun to watch.
It's really amazing to me to watch BYU's offense look so good on that first possession and go 90 yards in, I don't know how many, was it 10, 12, 14 plays, and then really couldn't do anything the rest of the game, and it looked creative, and it looked like, okay, man, they got a shot to make this competitive, and then it didn't happen. How do you explain that?
Well, first of all, every first drive is scripted, so it's probably the plays that you've run the most. But the one thing that Texas Tech is really good at that I don't think people are talking about, yes, they're really good on the defensive line. Yes, they're really good on the offensive line, but their coaching is good. They make good adjustments. They adjust to the different things that are going on. And then I think the other thing is LJ was more healthy. I thought they were going to – I kind of thought the same thing as you, so I'm thinking out loud a little bit like what happened. But I also think that in the progression of Bear Bachmeier, he's going to have to learn – he's been so effective in running the football when things haven't gone or haven't looked the way that he wants them to look downfield. And Texas Tech, in both games that they played, they completely took that away from him. So it's no different than a basketball player when one portion of your game is off or one portion of your game is taken away. You got to really figure out how to contribute to your team when your shot's off, for example. So can you rebound? Can you play defense? Can you make sure that you're hitting the open guy, on offense in basketball? And I think that's what Bear's going to have. That's going to be the next level thing, is that he can turn a regular play into a backyard play, but there are times where they're going to take that away from you, and then what? And I think that's the next progression for him. I'm not saying that he played a terrible season or that he didn't play good. There's so much to be hopeful for, but against the really good teams, they're going to try and take away something from you. And are you able to pivot and be able to use the rest of your game to be able to win games for your team? Because he can't just be a game manager if you're going to play, against the best of the best. He's going to have to be able to win games for this team. And I think he has it in him. I think that his progression is right on track, if not ahead of where I thought it could be or should be as a big-time quarterback. But it just takes time. And every game that he gets is going to be an opportunity to see a different defense, to see a different reaction to his talent, to the talent of the team that's around him, and then get just a little bit better each year, each game, each week.
I thought the first drive they were able to block Texas Tech a little bit, and after that, I thought they couldn't. And I thought some of the turnovers, especially the fumble on the play where the quarterback's got his back to the line of scrimmage, it was like a jailbreak. Three defenders beat their blockers and were in the backfield almost instantly. How much of all of this can be summed up to you can't block Texas Tech, and that's why they beat BYU twice and Utah once, and those schools didn't really lose to anybody else. They dominated everybody else in the Big 12, but they just couldn't block Texas Tech.
No, he couldn't. I mean, I really think football comes down, as much as I love the quarterback position, as much as I love watching the beauty and the art of skill positions. I mean, you ask any football coach, you give them truth serum, and it's all about the offensive and defensive lines. And there's some cobwebs on the offensive line as well. I mean, there were some things that happened where you could almost see the offensive line for BYU just go, oh man, like they were just like, oh man, this is happening again. And you could see them lose some confidence. Like that first drive was a real confidence builder. So I was with PK where I was like, ooh, okay. So they made some adjustments and they came off the ball and they were ready to go. And then, some of the adjustments from Texas Tech just had the offensive line for BYU on their heels. And then I think on the other side of the ball too, the defensive line just wasn't able to put the pressure on the ball and to do the things that a normal BYU defense has been able to do in Texas. I'm with Kalani. I don't see a lot of flaws in Texas Tech. Like, I think they have a real opportunity to do something in this playoff. And if they do, that bodes well. That bodes well for the Big 12. That bodes really well for the Big 12.
Now we're in a transfer season, and we see kids come and go, some 2 and 3 times. And you were a player, and it's impossible to provide an accurate answer, but it's more a surmise of what you might have thought you would do in the situation. And I'll propose a situation to you to where you're in a good situation, right? You're playing well, team's winning. Maybe not winning all, but you're winning half or more of your games, and you like where you're at. But somebody can give you double or even triple the money. What do you think you would do?
So this is a tough one, and this has a little bit to do with my history. I transferred before it was cool, and certainly way before there was any sort of money that would be involved. Here's what I think young kids are forgetting. And this is also where the money could actually make teams that aren't very good a little bit better. Is, you're now a professional athlete, and let's just say that you're playing. Let's just say you're a quarterback at Idaho State, and you started your freshman and your sophomore year, and you threw for 3,000 yards, right? And your team is competing in the FCS championships, and they're playing really well. Well, and you get offered to go play at Washington, right? Like, that's an easy choice, I think. You're not talking about that scenario, but you're talking about You're talking about a Utah State quarterback that's competing for a Mountain West Conference championship, and then somebody comes knocking on the door and doubles or triples what you're making. I think the temptation's there, especially depending on the amount of money. I was looking through the list of the top 25 paid athletes in college football. There wasn't one that was under $1.6 million.
Right.
That's really, really good money to get you started in life. I think it'd be really, really hard to turn that down, especially but not every player's getting offered that, So it's hard for me to it's hard for me to tell a kid not to take the money, but I will tell you that happiness doesn't exist on the other side just because you're getting paid. If you go to an average team and they're paying you a lot, like football's not very fun on loss weeks. I can tell you that as a guy who's experienced 10-1 in a season and a guy who's experienced 3-8 in a season. It's not very fun when you're 3-8. I don't care who you are. It's not very fun. And so if you're getting paid a lot of money but you're 3-8, and that's not true happiness. And you're not going to play as good as you can play when you're on a 3-8 team as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm looking at Sam Levitt and Sorsby, two guys in the Big 12 that played on teams that won games, right? Just this year. Obviously, Levitt had the big season last year as far as the team winning games. But both those guys have an opportunity to get way more money. But they're in good situations. But the money's going to be better someplace else. I'm just wondering, what do? You chase the money. I would never criticize somebody for chasing the money because that's exactly what it is. It's money, and that provides you with opportunities that money doesn't provide you with. And then you wonder, 10, 15 years later, should I have stayed with my guys, but I took the money? It's a dilemma for these young fellows that they find themselves in. A good dilemma, but nevertheless, it's a dilemma.
Well, I think it's hard because, you have Daniels who for Sam Levitt, it's almost the exact same scenario, right? It's LSU that's probably going to poach and probably pay him between $4 and $5 million. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a lot of money. My thought is, though, with Sam Levitt is you're going to go pro anyway. So what are you chasing? I mean, not just last year you were in the playoffs and you had an opportunity to take your team. So I don't know. I don't know that that's an easy decision because I think he was on that list, the top 25 players. I think he was one of the lower ones at like 1.6. But he's probably going to get offered around $5 million to play. He's talking about 5 times as much as you make.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, any of us would take that.
Right.
Any of us would take that right now. Yeah. I don't know exactly what your contracts are. I know what mine is, and I think 5 times more than what I'm making. I'm like, honey, I think we're moving.
I think the easy math on $5 million, Riley, is if he lost half of it in taxes and spent $500,000, I don't know, bought a house and had a very small mortgage or whatever, he'd have $2 million to invest, which means that's probably $80,000. Assuming 4%, that's $80,000 a year for the rest of his life. Invested. That he doesn't have to go to work and earn. He earned whatever he does. Yeah. He's got to stay busy. Whatever he does the rest of his life is on top of this steady stream of $80,000 a year.
Right.
Well,
that's
like an annuity.
Really, yeah, exactly. It's an annuity. And so that's really hard to walk away from. You still tell someone, hey, I don't want to leave ASU, but I can buy a house and get $80,000 a year for the rest of my life.
And NFL's not off the table. It's not like he still doesn't have the opportunities.
Yeah, it's a question mark for him. It could go either way.
Right, but I'm just saying, it's not like because he goes to LSU, like he's not gonna have the opportunities that he has at Arizona State. So it's hard to turn down. It is. The truth is we're talking about the outliers. The 2 players that you're talking about are outliers.
Yeah.
I just saw a tweet this morning from a college coach that said only 40% of the players who went into the portal got picked up and were even offered a scholarship, let alone money, right? So it's easy to get lost looking at the outliers. The truth is transferring is not always what it's cracked up to be, and it never has been. The water's, the grass is greener where you water it. And I think that's still true, even with the money that's going on.
Grass is greener
where you water it.
So I was like my mother said, don't bleep where you eat. And so you're talking about the grass is greener where you water it. I kind of look at it differently.
I kind of like your mom's quote's pretty good too. I like that one.
Yeah, my mother's vocabulary and DJ's mother's vocabulary was quite different.
I think my mother's vocabulary and my kids' mother's vocabulary is also quite a bit different. I think that has to do with back east. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, you need some of that, man. Can't all be roses and sunshine all day long.
I don't think. Listen, my mom. I actually have this theory that moms are what makes little boys tough, because dads are always going to get on their kids, right? But it's moms that make your kids tough. My mom was actually tough on me in a lot of ways. She just didn't use curse words. My wife does both.
I don't see how you live without doing both, actually.
I know, because you're from back east.
I am.
Dude, I talked to you for like 5 minutes. I'm like, golly, there's a lot of similarities here. These people.
I don't know what it is. I don't know why it is. I know what it is. I don't know why it is.
I love it. I mean, obviously, I married into it. So.
Yeah. You're one of us now by relations, by marriage. Yeah, so that's good enough. You understand.
I know. And it's funny because you'll see a coach yell at my son, and it doesn't even. It's like it's not as bad as what mom would say. I mean, my wife teases my son so bad after a bad game. It's like a joke. It's like, oh really? We 2 for 8 from the free throw line. That's who we are. That's what we are as a family. That's what we do. And I'm like, dude, easy.
The mental health performance coach. I would not be recommending.
I know. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know if this is the right approach, but I mean, you do you. I'll do my stuff on the other side.
Riley, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you again next week, and there'll be a bowl game looming at that point.
I'm pumped about it. It's going to be fun to watch BYU play against Georgia Tech. It's going to be fun to watch Utah against. Yeah, I mean, all the teams in the state of Utah in a bowl game. It's fun. It's really fun.
Thanks, Riley.
Take care.
When we come back, Dick Gabriel, Big Blue Insider, host and Kentucky Wildcats sideline reporter. They've formed an LLC. The business side of college sports is changing. We'll talk with him next. And it's a Win Tickets Wednesday. We got tickets coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Here's a crash northbound I-15 near 1300 South. Also seeing slow-moving traffic through that area due to an earlier crash. Slow and go from the South Interchange over to South Salt Lake. If you're coming out of Davis County, it's looking congested. You come from North Salt Lake, headed in towards downtown right now as well. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, strap it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale. Over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
From holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now, during their Sizzle All the Way sale, you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. I was lucky enough to receive Omaha Steaks as a gift, and it was everything I had hoped for. Items were individually packaged so I could cook for the entire family. Or if I was the only one home, I would treat myself with a delicious steak, sides, and even dessert. I loved those nights by myself. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. It's holiday magic made easy. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide during their Sizzle All the Way sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, code SKY.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12-801-575-ZONE and win a pair of tickets to watch Toto with Christopher Cross and the Romantics at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 21st. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Start dialing. Start dialing. Good luck.
And better get on the line.
Oh, man. You are something.
A piece of work, as they say.
Yes. The Romantics are from Detroit. Oh, tying into your Michigan roots. Well, your wife's Michigan roots anyway. You married into them. Yeah. They're family now. You and your wife have been married for a while. Looks like it's going to last.
You never know. But
you never know.
She may wake up.
You get past 20, 30 years.
Oh, yeah, and it wasn't until my mother-in-law died that I actually realized how deep her roots were there. As she told me, because her mother's brother still lives there, he's driving us around. Oh, this is where we spent summers. What?
Why didn't I know that?
I mean, I knew my mother-in-law lived there and grew up there, and I knew that obviously her parents...
But summers seem significant. Yeah. Not like a week. Not like the one time we went on a trip here.
Right.
Summers.
Well, a good portion of the summer. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And she's over there tearing up. Well, you never even told me that.
DJ PK, and we're joined now by Dick Gabriel, Big Blue Insider host and Kentucky Wildcats sideline reporter. Dick, good morning.
Some people call me DG, so
DG.
I fit right in.
DJ, PK. All right,
morning.
DG.
You guys, you're up early, man.
Yep. Yeah, we are. That's fact. So the University of Utah announced this private equity deal for $500 million. And we found out Kentucky has done an LLC. Maybe they haven't done the same thing. Maybe they are tiptoeing towards that. We don't know much about this high finance stuff. Explain it to us like we're five, and is it working, and how is it helping? How does it matter to the average sports fan?
I'm a fellow 5-year-old. But what you just need to understand, like all of us do, is it's about revenue streams. College athletic departments have run out of I shouldn't say that. They're looking for creative new revenue streams because, let's face it, what they've gotten in the past, the majority of it has been broadcast revenue.
Yeah.
TV rights, local and national and regional. The SEC network has enriched all these SEC schools. The Big Ten makes even more. I'm not sure what it's like on your side of the country, but it's top heavy over here. But they need more. They're always going to need more. And then every AD, at least in the power schools, Division I, they got stuck with this $20.5 million price tag. You're supposed to spend X amount of dollars on these athletes. Now, where's that going to come from? Well, some schools are going to chop sports. They just have to. They haven't done that over here yet. But, look at a school like Ohio State's got 36. Kentucky funds more sports teams than any school in the Southeastern Conference, believe it or not. Amazingly, one of them is not equine. Here we are in the middle of horse country, and they don't have an equine program, but it's too expensive. That's what they have to look at now. So they're just looking for newer ways to make money. Now they're selling alcohol in stadiums. So they came up here with what's called the Champions Blue LLC that the Board of Trustees here has approved. It's a limited liability kind of holding company deal like you guys have over there. You're about to. And it's essentially been a success here in that it's similar to how Kentucky UK in recent years acquired two major community hospitals, one in Ashland, Kentucky, and Eastern Kentucky, one in Moorhead, Kentucky, similar area. And they are similarly structured within similarly structured holding companies that do report to the university and its board of trustees. So they had a roadmap that enabled them to see that this can work. Why couldn't it work in athletics? So that's kind of the Sesame Street version of it, and really that's my level of understanding. I just know that having talked to the athletic director here and others, man, they're running out of ways to make money. They don't want to. They're going to have to. They don't want to raise ticket prices. They cannot renegotiate very often TV and radio. What else can they do, right?
How much of that transfers down to the forms of NIL? We at least hear with Mark Pope, we follow him because he coached here, obviously, that the basketball team is well compensated. Now, I know they're having their struggles, but that's beside the point. I'm just wondering how much of all this stuff that's been going on ends up in the pockets of the players.
It goes through that $20.5 million. That's right. Now the rest, in terms of the guidelines, has to come from outside entities, from donors, from companies, things like that. That's some of the structure that Mitch Barnhart, the AD here, has been keeping an eye on. You cannot, and they move quickly to shut this down. You can't give a kid a high-paying job. You're going to pay $100,000 to make sure the lights at the football stadium aren't on tonight. That sort of stuff. That's old school graft.
Yeah.
So they did away with bogus jobs, or they've tried to do away with bogus jobs. You can be paid for a job, but it's got to be what Joe Bag of Donuts gets paid, not just a college athlete. So to answer your question directly, it goes into that big pool, the $20.5 million, but a lot of the NIL money comes from outside the university. It has to by rule.
So these people coming in in the case of you here, these private equity people, they're going to want money back. And, of course, coaches need money. There's travel expenses. You got the whole staff to pay for. Now you're paying players, too. So now there's going to be another mouth to feed, essentially. And where's that money going to come from? And I'm wondering how much of it comes from facilities. At the U, they could build a new basketball arena. The old one's been there since, I think, 1969. It doesn't have luxury suites and bunker suites and all kinds of high-end stuff. Maybe there's a lot of money to be made there. Have there been not an investment in facilities like practice facilities and that kind of stuff, which are expensive but don't generate revenue? Have they done stuff with, like, football stadiums, with Rupp Arena? Have they done anything there? Is there anything you could tell us about how that's worked?
Yes, that's a great question because University of Kentucky is a tenant in the building where it plays. Rupp Arena does not belong to the university. It belongs to the city of Lexington, to the downtown Lexington Corporation, basically. Kentucky rents the building. And there have been years where back when concerts were much bigger than they are now, they had to work in and around concert scheduling. The first event in Rupp Arena in 1976 was not a Kentucky basketball game, my friends. It was a Lawrence Welk concert.
Of course.
It's better now. Yeah.
The Maestro.
And they filled the house. But there aren't as many events like that now. But on the other side of campus, they renovated the Kentucky football stadium several years ago. They reduced the seating capacity, which, as I understand it, is not unusual now, so they could put in more suites. So to answer your question, that's a good question. Yeah, they're making more money, or at least trying to make more money off, of course, ticket sales, but the suite sales at football. Now, you've got to have a winning program, obviously, and they just fired their football coach, who had become the winningest coach of all time at Kentucky, 8 straight bowl games. And I will tell you this, and I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but the Kentucky football coach was a victim of his own success. I never thought I'd hear myself say that, but he was. So back-to-back losing seasons, he's out. And now people who were saying, I'm not pouring another dollar into that program. I mean rank-and-file fans, not just boosters, because they're playing crappy football. Well, now they're excited again because they just hired Oregon's offensive coordinator. So the combination of ticket sales, suite sales, alcohol sales, now they've got a plan on the boards for expanding that area around there. Maybe put up a hotel, in a concert area, things like that. But now they're going to have to borrow money from the state to do that. They did renovate Rupp Arena a few years ago, but it was the city that did that. Kentucky does not have a great deal with Rupp Arena. The city gets the parking money. The city gets, I don't know how much of a cut Kentucky gets from concessions and things like that, but it's not a real super deal. And there was a point where Kentucky looked at building an on-campus basketball facility and thumbing its nose at Rupp Arena, but they realized in order to build it to the standards that they want, in other words, seating capacity and everything you need and having it up to code, it would have cost between $750 million and $1 billion to put it on campus. So not feasible. So they got the deal they got.
We see Texas Tech with this Cody Campbell just infusing all sorts of money into their program, and look at them go, right? And we've seen other programs. I'm wondering, from a general standpoint and also from a specific standpoint with what Kentucky's got going on, is that going to be the requirement for success? Is that you must have not just one, not two, and we've seen it with BYU here with their basketball team and what they're doing, obviously. I mean, just the amount of improvements. Mark Pope, I don't think would recognize the program if he came back, and he's barely even gone 2 years, not even 2 years yet. I mean, you just look at the number of bodies because they all wear the same clothes behind the bench. And I was joking last night with Mark Pope's predecessor, Dave Rose, about the number of people on the staff now. And, it's largely they've got these big-time boosters. There was an ESPN story that one booster said relative to the basketball team, you will not outbid us, or we will not be outbid, something along those lines. So is it going to come down to, and what does Kentucky have available as far as those types of big-money guys?
Not as much as schools located in the West Texas oil country. And I worked in Texas for a couple of years, so I know what's what over there. And that's an incredible story at Texas Tech with a guy and his partner who started buying up oil leases and or land leases and struck oil. You almost have to do that. But the problem in the state of Kentucky is, while it may be in terms of tradition basketball rich, it's not a rich state. And there is one man in particular who is a billionaire, and his name is Joe Kraft, and a couple of buildings are named after him. He is an incredibly generous person. He just, donated homes to 10 different families in eastern Kentucky that were wiped out by a recent flood. He and his wife do a lot of charity work, but they're huge Kentucky fans. And, in fact, his wife made it a point of standing in the coach's box on the sidelines with the Kentucky football coaching staff this season. Usually she's up in the suites for much of the game and, maybe on the sideline for the first part of the game. She stood in the coach's box as a show of solidarity with Mark Stoops. Didn't stand right next to him, but so anyhow, they were big Kentucky fans. But as he put it to one of my colleagues, I'm the only one in terms of the billionaires, and I don't know how many there are in Kentucky, but he's the guy for UK. They've got more than one benefactor, but he's the richest, he's the biggest name. And he's only going to donate so much. So they got to develop some new relationships. But you're right on. I mean, every school that looks to try to outbid people. Here's the problem, though, is now you've got a basketball program that's struggling for whatever reason, and immediately people assume nationwide, and that's just here in Kentucky, that all these kids care about is their money. And I don't necessarily believe that, but it certainly cushions the blow, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, as long as we're talking about the struggles, and a lot of people here know Mark Pope because he was at Utah Valley before he was at BYU, so he's got some, he spent some time here to be sure. Kentucky's 6-4. This is just my cursory look, but I see 6 money games at home that they won, that they were supposed to, that they paid to win, and I see 4 ranked opponents in power leagues, all recognizable names, including in-state rival Louisville, and I see losses. So I'm thinking massive amounts of dissension. Is this something they're capable of turning around, or this team is what it is?
Not just losses, butt kickings. That's what's bothered people. I don't think there's dissension. I think there's confusion. And I think the biggest reason is the fact that their point guard, the guy I don't know what they paid, but they brought in Jalen Lowe, who was an excellent point guard at Pittsburgh, not a great shooter, but a great playmaker. He carried that team last year, hurt his shoulder in the offseason, then hurt it again in the inter-squad game, and now he's going to be day-to-day for the rest of the year. It's just a matter with that labrum injury of how much he can take. He played last night, but came in, midway through the second half. Against Gonzaga, it was a nightmare, a disaster, because their shots weren't falling. They weren't getting good shots, and they let go of the rope. And they looked awful to the point where DeMarcus Cousins tweeted that they had no heart. Dan Issel went on the radio. He used to have a radio show in Louisville, and he checked in from his home. I think he still lives in Denver, and said his team is hard to watch. Well, it is, because there's no cohesion offensively, because they've got Denzel Aberdeen, who played at Florida last year, is not really a point guard trying to run the point. And, Mark's got to shoulder a lot of the blame because he built this roster, and on paper it looked great until you realize there's no backup true point guard. And they ran into that problem last year, and they have that problem again this year. So he's going to deal with this, I think, for the rest of the year. He hadn't forgotten how to coach. He did a great job last year. But it's the mix right now that isn't working because they don't have anybody who can get them into their offense. So now when the shots aren't falling, they look awful.
Mark here, to some folks, was perceived as a lot of hype, and how much substance was there behind it. And depending on who you are, I can give you a lot of people who love the guy, and I can give you some people who think he's a big old phony. How is he received there as a person?
Well, of course, this being Kentucky with the Big Blue Nation, you've already got fans who are saying, this guy needs to go, But I wish you may have seen video of the news conference, which was really a pep rally, the day he was introduced as the head coach.
Oh, yeah, we saw
And there were a lot of people back then. Oh, yeah. And as you know, there were probably a lot of people who still are skeptical about Pope. Is this the right guy for the job? But Calipari had just left. He had lost touch with the fans, just seemed really distant, seemed that he wasn't more interested in putting kids in the NBA. That wasn't the case. But he talked it up a lot because that's how he was able to recruit top-level players, talking up the NBA all the time. And it worked. Now, he lost too many games he shouldn't have lost, so they needed a break from each other, the school and Calipari. So when Mark Pope came on, quote-unquote, one of our own, said the fans, national champion, he pushed every button in that introductory news conference without prompting from the university. I was thinking, man, they've really prepped him well for this. We later found out he didn't talk to anybody. He did it all on his own. He's a smart guy, you know that. Mm-hmm. Look, he's a good coach. He is. He's. I think I've known Mark since he was a player here. I produced a documentary about the 1996 team. I did a 1-hour special just with Mark after the championship game. So I've known him for a while. He is who he is. Now, what he showed last night during their win over NC Central, which is not a great team, and they destroyed them, but his backup center, loafed down the floor during a fast break. Pope yanked him, benched him for the rest of the game, visibly upset. Didn't reach Pitino levels.
Go sit down.
But yes, go sit down, exactly. That is something that fans had not seen yet from Mark Pope. That might be a breakthrough moment.
Well, DG, we appreciate the time and the perspective. Thanks for joining us.
Anytime, fellas. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Dick Gabriel, Big Blue insider, host, and Kentucky Wildcats sideline reporter. So money is short. You do what you can, but does that close the gap? Does that answer all the problems? Especially when it seems like everything's accelerating.
I don't think the gap will ever be closed. Whatever you are, that's what you are. And then if you close the gap, those that are over there on the other side that you're closing the gap will just widen it again. It'll be a constant uphill battle.
If this turns out to be a home run deal for the Utes,
I hope it is.
Then Ohio State's going to go hit a $750 million home run deal. They'll do it even bigger.
Yeah.
There's no reeling them in.
And then you wonder, is BYU and Tech, are they the new teams, new kids on the block? They've decided we've got this available. And so those people, but they're few, can close the gap. But look at the gap between BYU and Texas Tech this year, and we'll see what it is in basketball when we get to it here next month and over January and February.
No shortage of good teams in the Big 12 again.
Yeah.
The tests are coming. But it's different this year. BYU's tested themselves a half dozen times. Whereas last year, I think there were 1 or 2 tests.
Well,
and it didn't give them a full read.
Kevin didn't have the schedule.
Right. Yeah.
And he changed that this year.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5. We'll have more on that game coming up. What a wild game last night at Madison Square Garden. Stay with us. That's on the way right here on The Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this.
There's another conversation to be had about the 12-team playoff, how BYU was treated by that committee this time around, which is very, very discouraging and disappointing because BYU did not get the respect that they deserved. They were underranked the entire process, which put them behind the 8 ball unfairly. When you take their resume and you match it up with Miami and Notre Dame and even Alabama, you can make a case for BYU needing to be ahead of those teams. They said BYU wasn't in before going into this week. Well, why not? You should have punished them after the Big 12 championship game. And why did BYU get punished for playing the Big 12 championship game and Alabama didn't? Alabama's sitting right now with 3 losses. One of those losses was double-digit loss to a 5-7 team, and they replayed the team that they beat that everyone's hanging their hat on with that game and that win over Georgia, and they got absolutely boat raced on the same Saturday that BYU did. Why are they getting excused? They didn't even move.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh my gosh, people, do you realize 2 weeks from today is Christmas Eve? Yeah, that's how fast it's coming. Coming fast and furious, that's for sure. And really, that's just a metaphor for life. It will come fast and furious. And are you prepared as you work really hard in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and into your 60s for most of us, that you're going to be able to retire and live the kind of life that you want? Oh, wow. That brings a headache if you don't know what to do or you're not sure. That's why I'm telling you, get with Trajan Wealth. If you don't have a plan, Trajan Wealth can help you create one. If you already have one, well, let them take a look at it. Give a second opinion. You know, I'm going to read a testimonial. I've got firsthand experience, but I'll give you somebody else. Quote, I used to wonder, do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something? Then I met with Trajan Wealth. Now I have answers and a real plan. They're not just advisors, they're fiduciaries. And they treated me like family. I'm a client today because they earned my trust. Take the stress off your shoulders. Call Trajan Wealth and get your plan started. As far as those fiduciaries, yeah, I can speak to that firsthand experience, and they have earned my trust too. Give them an opportunity to earn your trust. Phone number to call to set up a meeting is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. Places to meet, Draper and in Farmington, north and south, got you covered, as does the website. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mr. Mac, Utah County High School Players of the Week, honoring the top boys and girls prep basketball players. This week, Maddie Andrews from Lehigh High School and Jax Clark from American Fork High. Andrews powered the Pioneers to a 4-0 record as she averaged 15 points per game as they beat Timview, Pineview, Crimson Cliffs, and Skyview. Clark helped the Cavemen go 3-0 last week as he averaged 15 points per game and wins over Highland, Mountain Vista from Colorado, and Rock Canyon from Colorado. The Utah County Player of the Week Award, proudly presented by Mr. Mac. No one buys, no one sells, no one cares the way they do. Absolutely no one.
No, I mean, literally, no one. No. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
BYU beats Clemson 67-64. The shot at the buzzer, the thriller, that's the highlight. ESPN top 10 plays. Greg Wrubell tweeting out there were 3 or 4 plays in there. Kate had a couple awesome dunks. Obviously, DeBonce had an awesome dunk and had the game-winning shot. But PK, going back to the guy who learned you quite a bit of college basketball, Rick Majerus, I think he would have been intrigued by the fact that BYU, after giving up 43 points in the first half, which is not good enough, not acceptable. The defensive intensity was really different. And Clemson, with 43 points at halftime, had 50 points with 8 minutes to go in the game. Those first 12 minutes out of the locker room, giving out 7 points, that's how the Cougars erased that deficit and got back in the game.
Well, I think at halftime, KY pulled out his phone and said, guys, get around here. And he just showed him that 12-second clip of Will Hardy.
Nice.
I can't say these things.
Will speaks for all of us.
I'll get in trouble. I can't use that kind of language. But here's the point. And Will articulated the point very succinctly in his short time. Will didn't give you a whole lot of words. But the message was very powerful.
Crystal clear.
Yes.
Are you clear? Crystal.
And I think that was what was needed, and they turned it on in the second half in a manner that, wow, that was super impressive. I'm not sure how good Clemson is, but for that first half, they were really good. And BYU just looked soft on the defensive rebounding end of it. They had to show more toughness. They had to show more intensity, and they showed it. And you could feel it right off the bat before the first media timeout. They have the timeout. The media timeouts are every 4 minutes. And so 16, 12, 8, blah, blah, blah. And before they even got to the first media timeout, it's like, oh, they can do this. This is legit. The way they're playing and the deficit combined with the time left remaining in the game, I'm not surprised. I was surprised in the first few minutes how quickly they changed it, but they did. And then thinking, they're going to get this. They're going to win this. They at least have a good chance to win. You never know. And sure enough, they got it done. And Rob Wright, and I also thought, man, they must have paid Rob Wright a boatload of money because he was playing at Baylor, which is a prominent basketball institution in and of itself and doesn't need to take a backseat to BYU by any stretch. And I know they love him up, and KY's got NBA connections, but cash is king at the end. And so he's coming over here, and he missed that free throw, which allowed them to front end of a 1-on-1, allowed Clemson to make the tying 2-pointer. But then to hit that 3-pointer was just incredible. It was a phenomenal game. And, I listened to the post game to see what KY had to say. And I think last year, he thought maybe he didn't think it, but we expected, this guy, he's a genius, man. He coached in the NBA. And he realized by the time he got to January that, man, he's still learning. This team has so much to learn. There's a lot of new guys, a few holdovers, but not that many, a lot of new dudes. And he's talking about how this game can galvanize. I think he learned from last year that they got to have experiences in order to experience things that are ahead. And last night was a phenomenal experience that galvanized them. I believe that's the word he used. I listened to the postgame, as I say. So now he's got this opportunity. They've got a reference point in terms of we can do this, and we know what to do. And I think that's big.
I think to the point about Clemson, I think Clemson's pretty good. Now teams are still getting better. So they beat West Virginia by 3 and Georgia by 3. They lost to Georgetown by 5 and Alabama by 6.
There's no question they're pretty good, but to what level is pretty good?
And that's going to change. It's a moving scale. Right. You're not necessarily in February or March going to be who you are in
They got 2 Utah
December.
Kids in their starting lineup.
They do.
Yeah.
Which goes
they get
back
firesides. They got more LDS missionaries than BYU does. This is shocking.
Which goes back to the question, when will the Cougars' lack of depth catch up with them? 3 guys
Hopefully
really
for
carried
them
the
in
load.
April.
Saunders didn't have a good game. He's a 4th guy, but you get past those 4, and how much are you going to get? And where are the...
I think Saunders is not the 4th guy. If Saunders
he's
is
one of the 4.
Really good.
He's one of the 4. He was the 4th guy last night, but I get your point. He's one of the 4 who can really impact a game.
Yeah, shots didn't go in for him.
And where are what Dave Rose famously told you, and this really stuck with you, and then it stuck with me as you repeat it over and over, where are the program guys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dave Rose sitting in the 2nd row last night. I said, dude, man, where'd you get those seats?
Membership has its privileges. He's still part of the basketball program.
He knows people.
He does know people. Exactly. They've signed a couple of kids from Timpview. I think one will probably go on a mission and one probably won't. I'm
guessing. I got to help them this year.
Right. So in the long run, though, do they find those program guys, and do they find guys that maybe they should have gotten now with the transfer portal, bring people home? How many Utah kids are spread wherever all over the country?
Well, I think they missed the boat on not going after Welling.
Yeah.
And I was told during the game, I said, what up with this? He's a Corner Canyon kid, so my wife had him in school. So I've known the kid, not known personally, but I've known of him for years.
Right.
And when Caba goes out, gosh, they're in a world of hurt, and they got to hope that he stays healthy and stays out of foul trouble because he's a beast, and they need him desperately. And they don't have they got a lot of athletes, but, Majerus was the king of this. I'll just have you position I need you to. Here's what you need to do. If you do this, your role. And Dave Rose did that. And the problem is that the world has changed just in the time Dave was coaching. And even Dave, I can remember sitting in Dave's office at the new facility, not the Marriott Center, and he was lamenting all the transfers because he was the one who dropped the phenomenal line to me. Kids, as they're leaving half court, or leaving the court to go in the locker room, they look up and their dads give them their latest Ken Palm individual rating as they're walking off the court.
Great. That'll help. Said every coach ever.
And they all want to be the man, and so some kids don't want to be programmed guys, but they're part of a team, and they're valuable parts of a team. And I don't know who's it going to be. Their weaknesses clearly is their bench and their defensive rebounding. Right. They're going to have to address that, but I don't know how they're going to address it. It's up to KY and his 42-member staff to develop
figure
bench
that out.
guys.
Right.
You got to have them. You can't just play everybody 36, 37 minutes.
Or you can. They will in the biggest games. They can't in every game.
Understood.
Yeah, they will in the biggest
But
games.
you'll have more bigger games because your bench is weaker.
All right, DJ and PK. Tonight, PK, there's hockey to watch, 7 o'clock. You got that Corner Canyon game on ESPN or ESPN2, the mythical National High School Championship.
Oh, it's not mythical. It's real.
He's going to be here head to toe tomorrow if they win this thing.
The two BYU recruits are at Timpview. Timpview's number 1 in 5A. They're playing the number 1 team in 4A tonight. Dixie, KSLSports.com.
So now you two have transitioned from all soccer to all preps.
Well, you can't be all of multiple things.
My God, I know, but somehow you are. That's my point.
Well, there's only so many hours in the day.
It was all soccer. Now it's all preps with the two of yous.
We're in the off season, PK.
Suck.
So
In the
Utah-
off season, what? Like soccer, we're in there 4 weeks?
Yep.
All Utah, all BYU. Oh, soccer free agency's opening. Yeah, it's on.
We got to play the hits, guys.
That's why we're talking BYU. That was the biggest game of the night right there. And when we come back, that point about transferring, about program guys, about playing time versus money, you have a stat. I love me a stat. This is where everything intersects, PK. And it all comes together. And coaches are selling what they've got to sell. And this coach sold a stat, and it is super meaningful if you're a high school kid trying to figure out what to do in college. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yep, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Food for the workplace. It's a beautiful thing. It brings teams together, keeps them happy and productive. It's a great way to woo clients or celebrate wins. But if you're the one ordering all that food, it can be a lot. That's why there's Easy Cater, the easiest and most rewarding way to order food for work, with a huge variety of restaurants for any group size, plus tools to meet dietary needs and stay on budget. And with Easy Cater, you earn rewards points when you order, good for order discounts or even gift cards. For you. Go on, you've earned it. Order now at easycater.com.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Cozy up at the garden with winter flavors. Nothing says warm like buttery Lionhouse rolls and seasonal soups or fresh baked treats from cinnamon rolls, cookies, and daily hot cocoa. Make your season merry at the garden. Open late during the holidays. Visit thegardenslc.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the best blankets and gifts ever and save 50% this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at MinkyCouture.com or visit any of their 6 locations. All right, PK. We were just talking about BYU. Dave Rose talking about program guys back in the day. Clearly, BYU needs some depth. I mean, the bench has certainly been shortened up here. They've lost guys to injury, so that's part of it, but that's part of also every season, so you try to plan for it. And one thing you can do is recruit the high school kids. Another thing you can do is hit the transfer portal, bring guys home, find the best guys. In this part of the country, the Mountain West is trying to find the best guys in the Big Sky. The Big 12 guys are trying to find the best guys in the Mountain West. Jay Hill will jump and take Big Sky guys into the Big 12.
Well, I think BYU will take Big Sky guys. They took one. The one kid off the bench is from Idaho.
Right. And obviously Utah did really well with some transfers from New Mexico. So they got to fight back. What does a Big Sky coach say about all this transferring that's going on in college football as we get to college football transfer season? It won't be long before Yock's calling out in the middle of a segment, "We got another one."
Oh, it's been happening for a week already.
Well, but they're talking about making the commitment.
Sure, yeah, that'll start
They can
happening.
enter. You can put your name
That's
out
part
there.
of, that's
anytime
part
you
of
want.
this story.
Yeah.
It's a process. It doesn't happen in a moment.
Right. So, and that starts officially the January 2nd or something. But Brian Wright, he coaches at NAU, and he's a football coach there, and they've had a lot of success. He's just finished his second year, and they went to the playoff this past season for the first time since 2017. So he knows what he's doing there in Flagstaff, right? And I followed them. I went there for a couple years. They were like my first love in college. And so he says that the Big Sky, and obviously they would want to put this study out there because they lose kids, right? He said that of all the Big Sky players who have left to transfer to move up, whatever level that might be.
Right.
But it's BS, but obviously
Big
there's
Sky is
levels.
recognized as a very good league in FCS. It's got 3 of the 8 teams in the quarterfinals.
Oh, yeah.
So,
They're always good. Big Sky football. Yeah.
Always good, yeah.
And he said that they did a study. So all the Big Sky football players, he doesn't name dates, but it's got to be recent here, who've left, only 14% have played either more or the same snaps as they did at their previous school. And his quote is, a lot of guys are leaving and losing out and missing out on opportunities. And I think it's a shame, and we've got to get a handle on this. Now, obviously, he has a vested interest because he's losing guys.
Yep. Who he needs to win
Yeah.
to compete against these really good teams. Montana's and Montana State are back in the quarterfinals again.
Right. In
Eastern,
a state where, like those states, if you want to stay in state,
they're the big dogs in state. Yeah.
Well, here and to our state to the south, Arizona, obviously you're not. They've got higher levels, and there's only a finite amount of players, even if the list is growing, that you can, and certainly their level of being able to recruit, their list is probably smaller than the bigger schools. So his point, and it needs to be taken into consideration that ultimately you want to play.
Yes.
And so if you don't, that kind of stinks for where you are on the totem pole. But yet we see a Scattaboo, Big Sky player. He moves up. Oh my gosh, does he move up?
He moves up and he dominates. And so when the kids are moving, they don't think they're going to be one of the 86% that plays the same or less. They think they're going to be Cam.
And he's the ultimate example, right? And now he's a cult figure. He's hurt, but he was a cult figure in the NFL with the Giants.
He's walking again. Somebody put out video of him walking into the Giants practice facility.
Yeah.
No crutches. He's walking.
And that's, but
he's out for the season.
He hit it big. And they had a kid, speaking of the Sun Devils, he ran for over 1,000 yards last year with Army. His name is Udo, right? This year, 56 carries, 240 yards.
I'm hearing Bronco Mendenhall. He came on every week during the regular season, and he talked about this a couple times. He used Miles Davis, the former BYU running back who went to Utah State, as the example that you're going to play more, you'll get more film. If your goal is to go to the NFL, you need to be on the field. And Davis ended up with 126 carries for 725 yards. So he can show his almost 6 yards per carry. He can show his 8 touchdowns, and he's got film of however many runs and blocking and picking up blitzes.
I don't think he's an
and whatever
NFL
else.
guy.
It's the dream. You got what you got.
But just the experience that you already have, it's there.
You get to play. You got to play.
Yeah.
He would not have gotten 126 carries if he was still at BYU.
No, he would have gotten some, but he wouldn't have been the guy. Okay, but that's the flip side, moving so-called down a level. There's so many issues in college football that you hear coaches say and administrators, we've got to get a handle on it. But will they ever get a handle on it? I don't think they will.
Will it keep evolving?
The individual has to get a handle on it. But the institution, I don't think will get a handle on it.
Or the industry.
Oh, same thing.
Okay, the industry.
That's what I mean.
So an institute. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Institution of college football.
I thought institution one school.
Not individual.
Like a coach and his staff might get their arms around it and say, "This is our plan. This is how we'll handle it," and get pretty good at handling it.
No, I'm talking about the institution of college football.
Okay.
I don't think they'll get a handle on it because there are no boundaries. And I think if you view it as a problem, it's debatable. But the issue is that we went from perceived nothing to everything in the fastest amount of time.
So maybe they can get their arms around some of it. But it's always going to be chaotic.
I don't think they can. I think individually they can, but not the game. Because it's why the 2027 baseball season MLB is not going to happen on time. because they want the cap. And these guys aren't giving it up over here, so it's not going to work. And the Dodgers can sign Edwin Diaz yesterday, who saved 38 of 41.
And they're the world champs, so they don't have a lot of flaws. But if they have one,
that was one.
It's the closer.
Yeah, right. And check.
Well, that guy ought to be pretty good.
Right off the bat, the freaking winter meeting started Monday, and by Tuesday, they've solved the problem. On paper, anyway. We'll see how he does. And I don't see where we're going to go back. We're not going to rein in the freedom that we've given or that they've given.
Will the players become employees? And will there be a collective bargaining agreement? Will there be 2-year agreements? So you're not just 1 year at a school. I mean, that still would enable a player to go to 3 schools.
No.
That will not happen.
Because a coach can leave anytime.
I've wondered about this. We got to bring this up with Chris Hill next time he's in. Can they start constructing contracts so that of the coach's pay, a lot of it is you have to be there on a certain date to collect it? We see that in pro sports. I just wonder if it could happen here too.
Well, they do have the buyouts if you're here by this date and retain here by they already have those, and you can receive bonuses and all that type of stuff. But the system is set up to where you're not going to have a coach
waiting very long, much longer than Lane Kiffin waited.
Majerus knew he was gone. Everybody knew it.
Yeah.
And I had coaches in the conference tell me this. Oh, he stopped recruiting.
Recruited the wrong kid. There was a big kid who on size you thought was good enough, but then another coach told you he's just not good enough.
There was a guy at Wyoming. I'm sitting in a gym in the summer watching a tournament. And we know
this
each
is what
other.
the coach is telling you?
Yeah.
Oh, you're at the tournament with
No, I'm
guy.
at the tournament.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I'm sitting there.
Okay.
Underneath the basket, behind the bleachers, and we're sitting there.
And he can't hold the truth in.
And he knows me.
Yeah.
He knows I've been around.
Yeah.
And we got to kill time while we're watching him play. And, yeah, he's telling me they recruited a kid out of Wyoming. Every so often, there's a D1 basketball player out of Wyoming. Not every year, every so often. And he recruited him. And the coach, what? What are you doing? Because he had to answer, why is he going? Why?
How come this Wyoming kid is in Wyoming? How come he's going to Utah?
Yeah. And he told me, he says, the kid can't play. He's probably a fine kid, but he's not.
He's not a D1 basketball
right.
player. Yeah.
And then he says he finds out, big man is planning to leave, and he stopped recruiting. There was another kid, Jason Smith, who played in the NBA. And
he went to CSU, right?
Yeah, and he wanted to come here. They didn't recruit him. So there's no way, and magically, Majerus leaves in the middle of that season.
Mm-hmm.
Draw your conclusions.
He knew.
Yeah, and Chris Hill knew.
Everybody knew. And he just didn't want to,
Yeah. Well,
Kerry Rupp finished, I think.
The point I'm making is you're not going to keep a coach who doesn't want to be there because all he's going to do is sabotage your program. And then
even if he's there for the money, he can sabotage
moved on, and they got
program,
Giacoletti, and away they went. So you cannot legislate them staying there. And if you can't legislate the coach staying there, why would you legislate the player staying there? There'll be too much outrage. So it's going to have to be up to the individuals to look at their situations and say, I'm at Eastern Washington, and I've got a good thing going.
Do I want to go?
Do I want to go?
I've got a 1-in-7 shot of improving
we've seen Cooper Kupp.
He was in the Big Sky.
Where was he?
He had the talent. He was at Eastern Washington.
Which is what I just said.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up. So we know
they
Sacramento
were good this year, but they've had really good programs.
Scotty.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp was Eastern Washington. He goes and plays big time in the NFL. Right?
Straight from the Big Sky.
Yeah. So back then, would he have left? Because that was before the rules changed.
Before the rules changed. He would have certainly had offers. He would have been tempted.
Right.
But who knows what he would have done.
We don't, but they're starting to throw money. I would think he would have gone. I don't know
would
that.
guess. Right. I would guess he would have gone. That somebody would have figured out.
You then get to play at a higher level, and you get cash. Andy Toulson told us about his son at UVU. Their level, they won the WAC. They were really good this past season. Well, okay, he's going to get more money, and he's going to test himself in the Big 12. BYU doesn't really have a spot for him. He goes to Dixon's program at TCU. Now he gets an opportunity to get more money. He'll get better exposure that can set him up for a European deal, more so, blah, blah, blah. I haven't looked yet. I've watched him play a couple of times. He's been out on the floor. Is he receiving less playing time, fewer shots? That's a balancing act for these kids. And some make it, and the NAU coach is saying, what would that be? 86%
It's basically
when they leave are receiving less opportunity.
That would be 6 out of 7, basically. And 1 out of 7 kids, Cooper Kupp, you're on the way. Cam Scatterbo, you're on the way to the big time.
Yeah. Right. Scatterbo
Those aren't
left.
great odds, but if you believe in yourself, you go do it anyway.
Scatterbo left at a time he could be immediately eligible. Cooper Kupp stayed at a time where you'd had to sit out. Doesn't make any sense to sit out.
Tanner Toulson has played 9 games, which is what they've played. He's averaging 17 and a half minutes and about 7 points and 2 boards.
And what was he doing at UVU at that same time? I mean, you can click on the kid and
I
it'll
will.
show you.
I'm clicking right now. He played 34 games, 28 minutes one year, 29 minutes another, playing 32, 34 games. So he was a full-time guy at UVU, and now he's 18 minutes isn't nothing.
Guy.
He's a rotation guy, yeah. He's in the rotation, no starts. Shooting 36% down from 45 last year.
Because he's probably not getting the opportunities to get in the rhythm and the groove.
He gets 6 shots a game instead of 10.
He's not a worse shooter this year.
Yeah.
Although maybe the shots, I don't know. I don't know who they've played.
Well, I mean, it goes back to
we'll see more.
how many.
We'll see more in the conference.
Get to the
season.
conference and then see, what the quality opposition is.
Right.
How big and fast they are.
Basically universal.
How quickly the shooting windows close.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Everything you missed in this show. Next, stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crash at 1300 South is being cleared. We're still seeing slow and go traffic from the South Interchange over to 13th South right now. I-215's westbound is still looking slow northbound from 35th South over to 17th South. And congestion through Lake Point right now. They're still going strong as you try to make your way from SR36 over to the I-80 merge through that construction zone. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, offering Graber window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I believe that he had all but taken the Penn State job.
By all accounts, that is exactly the case. The meeting had been called for him to tell the team that he was not going to be their head coach anymore.
He was going.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that, and I 100% believe that BYU stepped in with a last-second package, so to speak, an influence campaign that got him to change his mind to stay. The why, of course, is really interesting.
BYU is safer. He already has a good working machine at BYU that should continue on and is lined up to continue to be very competitive, including talent that they have expected to come in the next few years. And now on top of it, there is a renewed investment into him, into his coaching staff, and then into the program itself in the form of what's rumored $10 to $15 million a year in NIL.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK brought to you in part by Trajan Wealth. All the headlines you missed coming your way now. Slacker Radio headlines. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. The most significant thing we've talked about this morning, PK, that you want these people to know about. is?
Well, I think the overriding story is the situation with the Utes. The basketball game was fun, but it's a singular game among 35, and Utah or BYU basketball, their evaluation of the season will be decided in March. You don't pay for this and have this once-in-a-lifetime player on what's December. But that was sure a heck of a lot of fun on a random Tuesday night in December before the holidays hit.
Tie game looked like it was just going to be a grind all night long, and they give up a 21-0 run. Well, 22 with the free throw to start the second half. And then fight back. And then blow a 5-point lead, missing the front end of a 1-1 in the final minute. Final 30 seconds.
Right.
And then hit a shot at the buzzer and win the game.
And that was cool.
Yeah.
It was fun, all sorts of fun. But the $500 million spiel and what does this mean? It's funny because Utah, what was it? Was it last year? Yeah, I think it was last year. Remember they got the big buzz with the trucks?
Oh, yeah.
That was like national
news. It was like more than
news.
3 or 4 years ago, actually. It's been that long.
Yeah.
It's been...
I thought it was 3.
Yeah, it's been longer than...
I'm not necessarily good with time, but I thought it was 3 years ago.
That was like revolutionary.
Yes.
And now they're getting the buzz with this. And...
Yeah, we've moved way past trucks. It's accelerating. It's accelerating.
Yeah, truck leases are one thing. This is...
And Lloyd made me go
and
up
the truck
and cover
leases
it.
aren't nothing.
No,
There's still
exactly.
something.
But this
there's
is
something.
This is $500 million.
Truck lease, $500 million. Yeah, right.
And me and Lloyd got in a big fight because I didn't want to do it because it was Tuesday and it was right at the end of my men's league. And,
oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I said, come on. We got to do it. And so I stomped out, and then I got down to the stoplight, and he calls me. Oh, yeah. It's Wednesday. Oh, well, I'm in. No problem. I'm your guy. And I did go up there and cover it.
Yeah, it was.
It's got in the truck and they ran after him.
I think it was.
So
you were talking about the football one. I was thinking the basketball one.
No, I'm talking
a couple.
about the football one was the first one. The basketball one was the second one.
Yeah. And Juddy was still coaching because he was there.
Yeah. And that was at the Huntsman Center. But the football one was groundbreaking.
Yep.
And now it seems so innocent. Now you've got this thing is groundbreaking and it made national news. I mean, the Yahoo Sports guy had it. And away we go. And what does it mean? I mean, I want U of U to have success. I feel like I've got a vested interest in their programs. And what would that mean? And then what others follow suit if it's a great thing? So many questions that, like when it first went to NIL, and I believe when the court ruling came down, you could do the NIL, we had Tom Homo on literally right then, and he's saying, well, we don't really know. This is all uncharted territory. And now is this thing, what do they know are going to be? I asked your Mark about just moving the playoff from 12 teams to 16. And he said, well, we haven't studied all the unintended consequences yet. On something that seems so obvious and simple. But yet I appreciate he's talking about the unintended consequences. Which is not necessarily bad, although we take it as negative. What are the consequences of this thing?
Well, to start with, we don't know. Number one.
That's my
Number
point.
two, what do we suspect? I think the one thing we know is the people who invest are going to want money back. And I think
for sure.
I think to a lot of us, maybe even to all of us, it's like, wait a minute. You need money for the coaches. You need money for the staff. You need money for the players. You need money for the facilities. And now you need money to give back to these people. Where's that money coming from?
Well, I'm going to kick in $500. So now, I want that to grow.
I think that
I'm going to be on a Ute payroll.
That a kid. Yeah, $500.
Yeah, what's wrong with $500?
Why wouldn't you want to buy in
$500? But you've always maxed out with $25 for ASU.
Yeah, but couldn't this be like
and only if they go to the Rose Bowl?
We all know about the Packers, and obviously them offering their public shares of the Packers. Why couldn't they do this for Utah? You have a legal certificate that you own a certain percentage of the Utes.
Maybe that's what it comes to. That's
Being
that's
a
where it goes.
fan of Bart Starr that I was, I've been contributing to the Packers for years.
Yeah, you're probably also still number 1,150,000 on the wait list.
So we have many questions, and there has been some comment, but not others. We got this from the PR guy, Paul, at the University of Utah. Yesterday, the trustees approved the transfer of licensing, branding, and revenue elements to this newly formed company, Utah Brands and Entertainment, and for the foundation to complete the deal with Otro Capital. That's the part is not done, so that's the part that they say they can't talk about yet because that's the part that isn't done. The Otro Capital has 4 partners, according to that Yahoo story, who have experience working in pro sports. And I'm intrigued with, who can they bring to the table?
Mike, Joe, Frank, and Bob.
Okay, are Mike, Joe, Frank, and Bob going to bring companies to the table that the U hasn't been able? Sometimes you just can't even you don't have the contacts to get in the door to ask the people for money.
Been the story of my life.
Ask anybody in sales, and they'll tell you.
Contacts.
Can you get a meeting with fill in the blank, whoever?
Can I get a witness? No.
Now, maybe you can. Maybe that's one area that they're going to be able to provide much more money.
Oh, heck yeah.
And there's a new basketball arena coming that could provide a lot more money. Maybe they're going to help pull that together, that deal together.
Not if you don't win. You lose money.
Yeah, that's true. Build a brand new arena and have it empty.
They'll have other stuff that they could put in there.
Going to build it for concerts?
I would think they would want to use it as much as possible.
Right. They put a lot of events in the Huntsman Center now. We'll see if they all go in there.
Christopher Cross, Toto, and the Ramones there.
They're putting
in 2028.
Yeah. They're putting a lot of women's sports in the Huntsman Center now, so it's more dates. Doesn't generate as much money. Gymnastics, basketball, volleyball. But you're right, Christopher Cross and Toto, the tickets we gave away.
And the Ramones.
The Ramones.
That's what I like about you.
It's what I like about you.
Who
are you? Okay.
I think they sing another song, I Want to Be Sedated. You haven't heard that one?
Maybe I have if I hear it. It doesn't come to mind right away.
Yeah.
Yuck. See if you can play that in the next break. And
so I Want to Be Sedated is actually by the Ramones.
You what?
I Want to Be Sedated? That's a Ramones song.
Yeah, that's what I just said, the Ramones.
You're talking about the Romantics.
Oh, I know. I put the Ramones in there so I could sing I Want to Be Sedated.
The Ramones, Romantics. Tomato, tomato.
Yeah.
You're close
Or did
enough.
I think it was the Ramones even each time you said the Romantics?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to get sidetracked with that nonsense. Did I hear Ramones? Sometimes you hear things because you have it in your mind.
And then it's stuck.
And it's not
you can't
true.
fix it. Yeah.
You call somebody by their wrong name because you're thinking of something else. I've done that a time or two. Got to make sure. You had to make sure you didn't do it in print. You didn't want to put.
Can't retract that so easily.
Wes Craven.
That's bad.
When you mean Joe Craven.
That's bad. What? No. What?
It was in that person's mind, and we've all done that, but that was kind of funny. Such uncharted territory that I'm excited to see how it develops. I'm fascinated. If I'm not excited,
I was
going to
say fascinated. Certainly interested.
Well, I'm excited for the potential for the U of U. In the short term, I'm fascinated by it.
Interested, intrigued, fascinated.
I get it. We have to break down not literal barriers, but barriers that we thought wouldn't happen, like put an advertisement on a jersey.
I know.
Can't do that.
Well, you can. It turns out you can. And the whole public-private partnership is new in sports, but I think if you just go a little bit up the road there and you go to Research Park, I think you find a lot more of those. Now, how do those work? Now, they got to generate new revenue, and some do and some don't, and they discover something new and they get some new patent, and maybe they make a lot of money and maybe they don't.
I've been working on warm fusion.
It may be a little apples and oranges.
Because you get older, you want to be warm. The cold fusion, that was better when I was younger, but now that I'm older,
you're just making stuff
I want
up.
warmth.
I'd rather be sidetracked by the Ramones and the Romantics. If we're going to be sidetracked, stay focused.
Who understands cold fusion?
Not me.
Now, but when you want to, if you had a choice,
but I don't understand private equity either, so I got that going for me.
Warm
confusion,
or cold fusion.
That'd be a great name for a band. And now, welcome them, Warm Confusion. Put your hands together. Love to see Warm Confusion.
Right, exactly. That's my point.
Before they start playing stadiums, they're going to blow up like that. What was the country star you saw? You saw him at the Depot, and then he ended up at Petco.
That would be Morgan Wallen.
Morgan Wallen,
that
yes.
Country star?
I couldn't remember his name. I couldn't remember which star. You love a lot of country stars. I couldn't remember whose story.
No, that country star, the one?
Yeah, that's all I can remember. Morgan Wallen. What a story.
Of the hundreds out there.
I didn't see him at the depot, and it wasn't the depot.
Oh.
It was less than the depot. It was the other one around the corner. Well, I don't even remember where I saw Dan and Shay, where your friends were. What's that one? The Complex. I think
The
it's called.
Complex, yes.
That's even smaller. The depot has a few seats. The Complex is all standing, and he was going to be at the Complex in April of 2020, and it never came to pass. And the tickets were like $60.
$60 at the Complex in April, and then the whole world shut down, so you didn't get to do that. And the next thing you know, he's playing Major League Baseball stadiums.
For 3 nights. And somebody who told me, oh, no, he won't want to go to that, so we can't go. That's too country. Went to Petco and paid like $900 a ticket. And I did see Morgan at, what do they call USANA now? Is America First something amphitheater?
Yeah. Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater.
Credit Union?
Mm-hmm.
Utah First Credit Union.
Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, yes. I've since been out there multiple times.
Last thing before we go, Sam Levitt has confirmed he's going in the transfer portal. The ASU quarterback is going somewhere. You think it's either?
Well, I think it's 3 locations is what I've been told for what it's worth.
Is that among or between?
It would be among.
Among.
Well,
Miami, LSU, and Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm. That's cursory. I mean, I haven't researched it, but that's what I was told from my folks down there. And I know some Devil people are mad about it. No, you're ungrateful. Look what Kenny did for you, blah, 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 blah. And, well, you're going to tell the guy, don't take that money?
Kenny Dillingham, head coach. Whatever his future holds, I wish him nothing but the best. I absolutely want to see him succeed.
I'd rather have somebody come in here, like if they should take your job maybe as an announcer. I hope he fails miserably.
I've never heard that, with one exception.
Well, that's the truth. You got to give the guy credit for speaking the truth.
100%. Or as you turned to me and said, well, that's the reason.
Did you like that?
I did like that. I like that a lot. That's why it stuck with me. Stuck with me better than Morgan Wallen's name. All right, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere. You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale. Over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers joins us. John, the countdown to Christmas is on.
'Tis the season, DJ, and as you know, at J. Brooks Jewelers, every year we work very hard to have the perfect gift for the special people in your life. From the most brilliant diamonds to make it a perfect holiday season for her that she will just never forget, or perhaps an amazing new diamond bracelet or necklace to add to her collection for a memory to last all year. And don't forget our wonderful selection of amazing stacking diamond wedding bands that she has always wanted, an all-time favorite for all of our customers. So no matter what the budget, our all-female buying team understands what the ladies are looking for, and we have things in every budget to make it a perfect holiday season. So stop in person, J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
Their sound shaped music for generations to come. Toto with Christopher Cross and the Romantics. Friday, August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. On sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah! That's you at your best right there. Yeah! This is a great aerobics tune. You have a lot of fans, and I'm curious what percentage of them love you for. Yeah! I think it's pretty high. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 70.
Oh, brother. There's your boy, Russo. Taking a half-court shot.
Did he tear his Achilles? He just was limping. That ball went nowhere near the rim.
And he's there because his son is an assistant coach at NAU's basketball team, and they played ASU last night. That's why he was there.
Got it.
Yeah. That's why they keep showing it all morning.
Question of the morning, what do you think of Utah's $500 million deal with an equity firm? Vegas Ute. The knee-jerk reactions on both sides are probably wrong. Number one, we're rolling in cash. We're the new Oregon, Texas Tech. No. Number two, Utah is bankrupt. They have sold their birthright for a bowl of pottage.
So it's either or, huh?
That's it.
Who said
that? Vegas Ute says they're both wrong. He says Utah's been working on this deal since the Pac-12 breakup.
I thought it was a year, but maybe it's been longer.
probably depends
you have
on
to break up, and you got to give me a year notice, so it's been 2.
What form you're talking about, because there have been these talks about doing it at a conference level. So when did you first meet him?
Oh, yeah.
There's probably one narrative where you can say, oh, yeah, I really got serious a year ago, but maybe it was casual 18 months ago, and you're introduced 2 years ago.
You know what's funny is that, we're selling out. Well, in 20 to 25, maybe 30 years tops, it's going to be the norm. And the new generation is going to grow up with it.
And won't know anything else.
And they're going to expect it.
And
because
so
that's
what
the way
we
it
grew up
is.
with is just going to be leather helmets. Whenever I saw a picture of football with leather helmets, I'm like, well, that's barely even football.
Yes.
But to my grandfather, it's like, well, it just evolved. It was leather. Then they were these plastic helmets, whatever.
Right. And so Kleiman gets out of football at Kansas State.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Klein takes over. Well, this is what he knows.
This is the new world order.
So ain't no point in complaining about it. Let's go to Mike.
Mike on the open mic.
I like that.
The Cougar fans and the Utah legislature need to take a look at what Utah's doing and protect BYU and stop Utah from getting more NIL money than us.
Simple as that, because we want to win, Fetcher.
And I've been told that this money isn't for NIL money. Do we know if that's true, or does it replace
There's a lot of
this
questions
money?
that remain unanswered.
So the money that was being raised to pay this staff is now going to slide over and be
It's
used
like
for
BYU.
NIL.
We didn't pay this money. We didn't say this. Oh, come on. So here. What are we doing? Sure, you didn't pay it, but
maybe it slides over.
Is that Willie Lyles? Oh, I thought you were talking about Will Lyles. That's a different story, Chip Kelly.
It's all semantics.
Yeah. Well, as long as boy, Mike wants the Cougars to win, and my boy Greg Hughes is going to be on it. I golfed with Greg Hughes once, and he didn't figure out who I was until the 16th hole. Whoo! That's 16, 17, and 18.
Wasn't like the first 15, was it? Totally different.
And I had no clue who he was because I don't pay attention to any of that. But my wife recognized him because it was a political year, and she watches way more television.
So she saw the ads.
So she knew who he was.
Yeah.
She told me, and then I had to look it up to see who, and then I figured out who he was and blah, blah, blah.
Dave says, I love it. It's out-of-the-box thinking. Big-time college athletics and now professional sports, so it's time to operate it like a pro sports franchise.
Yeah, I think that's a fact.
Lane, meanwhile, says it'll be a short-term boon, but like anything, if it doesn't turn a profit, it'll not be very forgiving. Gut instinct, it's a bad idea.
Well, if it's a bad idea, how does it hurt? If it's a bad idea but it doesn't hurt you, is it a bad idea?
Well, if you have to strip down and lay off a bunch of people and drop a bunch of sports, that's
a bad
people's
idea.
fear. That's people's fear. Whether it's reality or not, only time will tell.
I hope like heck,
I know.
Men's, women's, no sport gets cut. I would like to see them add more sports. Add men's volleyball. Do they have a women's golf team?
I do not know the answer.
Never
to
hear
that.
about it.
No, you don't.
So I would like to see them. I'd like to see them add more, not reduce. And when I say them, I'm talking universally. Like USC doesn't have a women's softball team.
Neither does Pepperdine. What are we doing?
Yeah.
And I got told once it's because there's no room. I'm like, San Diego State built a track on top of a parking garage. You can figure it out if you want. You just don't want to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can import some, like Terminal Island is actually a man-made island between Pedro and Long Beach. Pepperdine, just go out a little bit and build an island.
Pepperdine.
It's right across the street.
The BYU Flash sends a great GIF. It's from the Office. I don't know if you ever watched The Office, PK. Hilarious.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Michael Scott standing in the back of the office. I declare bankruptcy. And he just yells it while people are working. And then also this one. Now you're all in big, big trouble. T. Collins sends that in. That's a dodgeball with Adam Sandler.
You're dealing with
holding a
accomplished
dodgeball.
people who are signing off on this.
Utah has successfully built a bridge to the Big Ten. Outstanding work by President Randall. That's from Big Ten Rich.
The Big Ten is going to solve all your problems?
That's the dreamland.
Okay.
Do I think it's going to solve all the problems? Nothing solves all the problems. There will always be problems.
Yeah,
you'll have a different set of problems, but you'll have. I don't think Ohio State is problem free. Ohio State's problem is why aren't we 13-0? That's their problem. What are we doing at 12-1?
How are we going to win the national title?
That's their other problem. Yep. All right, DJ PK, Jacob Benner up next right here on The Zone.
That's it. Show's over.
What? We just started.
Yeah, well, the show's over.
That's the end.
That's not the end.
Why, yes, it is. Right. That's the end.
And that's the end. That's the end?
This holiday season, open your heart and help make a difference in our community. The Road Home Mediathon has been helping families experiencing homelessness for over 100 years. On December 19th, KSL Sports Zone listeners can help with the annual Road Home Holiday Mediathon. The Road Home needs blankets, gloves, baby supplies, and much more. You can drop those off at the Midvale Center. However, cash donations make the biggest difference. During the Road Home Mediathon, your dollars are matched to give shelter support and a new beginning. Please donate at kslsports.com. Powered by Performance Automotive in Bountiful.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions, real value, real partners, based right here in Utah.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954. Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954. Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Santa baby, slip a sable under the tree for me. I've been an awful good girl, Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Santa baby, a 50-foot convertible.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Hope you're having a fine Wednesday. How are you doing over there, Ben?
Always having a fine Wednesday.
Is it not Wednesday?
Tis.
Oh, okay. I was worried I mixed that up for a second.
Nope.
It's kind of weird not having a game for
weeks, feels like.
a long time.
And there's no college football games to wait for. So, yeah, the schedule now officially gets very screwy for us.
So good times.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to dive right into to basketball season. We will obviously still today talk college football. I even had a chance to talk some high school football last night, Ben. I went to our banquet for our high school players of the week.
Yeah.
And
did you rig it?
No, but a Skyline quarterback did win one week.
Okay.
Xavier Kachi.
Shout out Xavier.
And they got these cool watches from Rockwell
nice.
that have the logo of the high school and
really
have an
cool.
engraving on it. It was a if you're giving out something like a trophy or whatever, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But so I went up to him and asked to see it because I wanted to see the Skyline thing, and then I ended up talking to his mom for a long time because she's very nice, but they're from New Jersey and they moved out here, and she's like, if PK obviously from Jersey, like reminded me very much of PK, like a lot of opinions.
Yeah.
And then I found out in the pathway of the conversation that she went to Virginia Tech.
Oh, wow. Well, this is your dream woman.
I'm telling you, I connected with this
you got
gal.
married too early.
I really. She told me she was Michael Vick's tutor.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They were there at the same time, and she was an English something or other major and part-time job as a tutor for the football team and was Michael Vick's tutor.
Shout out Miss Kachi.
Wow. Yeah. And her son even came around and he overhears our conversation because he was talking to Christian or somebody else. He's like, "Are you guys talking about Michael Vick?" Like, it was really funny. But talking to her, Ben, transitioning into the news of the day, because it did get me thinking. Yesterday, after the news about Utah selling out its athletic department, I guess I'm not changing my opinion, but I might be a little more understanding, and I guess let me explain it to you. But my wife texted me a link to an article yesterday, and she's like, "What do you think about this?" And I said, first of all, thanks for listening.
Yeah.
And then
our whole show is about.
And then I said, I hate it. I hate everything about it. I hate what it does for college sports. I hate it that a local team, Utah, is first. I just, I think we've lost the purpose of it all. When she texts back, she goes, "Well, tell me what you really think."
Yeah.
It's like, well, I suppose I did have an opinion about that. And again, I'm not going to change it, but maybe be a little bit more understanding from this perspective. So she was telling me about the culture of the school surrounding Skyline football. And Skyline has really been terrible pretty much since I've been there, or at least like the early aughts, after they were the football program in the state.
Yep.
All like 4 years I was in high school, they won state. And so the culture surrounding the school, Ben, was football is the most important thing in the history of Skyline. I mean, it was, it was a priority. School was let out, like at 10 a.m. for a 4 p.m. state championship game. You know what I mean? Like it was a huge deal.
Mm-hmm.
And now, granted, she's just moving in, and her son is the star quarterback, and her other son is like the star fullback linebacker, and she's obviously biased in her perspective. But she told me that she doesn't think that the school has like big football culture.
At Skyline.
Okay. And it just floored me because it was like, well, that is 100% the opposite of when I was there. And I guess it made me more understanding of Utah's decision-making. Like, if you lose it, if you lose the culture
Mm-hmm.
and it goes away, it's tough to get back.
See basketball.
It's tough to get it back. And if you feel like you have to do something just to continue that football culture at Utah is really good. And I'm not talking about the team. I'm talking about the
identity.
Stadium,
Yeah.
the tailgate, the merchandising, there is tons
the excitement, yeah.
There's tons of juice in the Utah football program because they've won big since 2003.
Mm-hmm.
So they've built that. I mean, that's 20 years of building something. I get why it would be frightening. Maybe that's not the right word. I get why you wouldn't want to lose it. And that you may go to some drastic means to raise capital, which I don't like the concept of it. I don't like it. I don't. But I kind of thought about it, and I'm a little more, I guess, understanding, taking a step back and having a realization that nobody cares about football at Skyline anymore. Before this year, by the way, because they had a really good year, so maybe it's on its way back. But that came as a bit of a shock to me. By the way, a Highland kid won too.
Go Rams.
And his family was very nice. It was a cool thing.
Did you steal the watch for me?
No, I wasn't going to rob one of the
high
school players of the week. No,
Okay.
I wasn't going to wait for him
That's
outside.
why we're different.
Outside a broadcast house, lurking in the shadows.
That's why I didn't get invited.
Going to steal from the.
And I like watches.
They were, by the way, pretty awesome.
Very cool.
Like those young people are going to be wearing those watches. Pretty awesome.
As I said yesterday regarding Utah's $500 million or whatever the number is going to be, I want to say sellout, but a deal that they have made with Otro Capital.
No, they sold out
to
by
invest in the
definition.
program.
Sure.
As I said yesterday, I'm skeptical of it. And I'm skeptical of it not because I don't understand the motivation. You look around you, and there are going to be, as I say, the cans and the can'ts, not the haves and the have-nots. Utah is a have. Utah has won at a very high level in college football. Every year they're a top 15 team in the country. I know last year they weren't, but they are again this year. Like, this is the expectation for Utah. So I understand the desire to keep that in place and then want to have upward mobility still. And I don't just mean in the rankings. I mean, if this dream of going to the Big Ten or making this final cut that we imagine is going to happen between the SEC and the Big Ten, where they lump in a couple of other schools and trim their own fat, and you've got to be in that group, otherwise you're going to be a second-class citizen when it comes to the sport, and you may already be, with all due respect to everybody involved, but look at what the College Football Playoff told the Big 12 already this year. So again, I understand it. I'm skeptical of it, and I don't think it changes the fact that, man, I remember covering the Pac-12 and looking at Cal and looking at a lot of these schools. It's like, wait, you're how much in debt? You're how much in the red with your program? And then you look around, you're like, yeah, I get why your program stinks. Like, you were really bad with money, and a lot of it went into building stadiums and athletic facilities when they didn't have the money to do it. But it does actually come at a cost, and I don't mean financial. I mean you don't end up having the ability to invest other areas of your program because money gets really tight. And yeah, maybe you're living high off the hog for a moment because you get a new stadium or you get a new NIL player, but is it built to actually last? And I guess the counter to that would be, well, if it's not built to survive at all, it's better to survive for another 10 years competing at this level than it is to not have a chance. And maybe it felt desperate behind the scenes at Utah. Maybe they did feel like, hey, if we don't fix this now, we're going to fall behind extraordinarily quickly. And maybe they already felt like they were behind the eight ball when it came to competing with revenue sharing and with NIL. So, I understand it. I'm just skeptical of it. And, yeah, it's like if I were to get a job at a law firm and decide, oh, man, my Toyota SUV is not good enough, so I better go buy a Range Rover so I fit in. Well, if I can't afford a Range Rover and I lose my house, it doesn't matter if I have a job at the law firm. It doesn't matter if I'm financially insolvent. And that's honestly what I would worry about for Utah is that at when it comes time to pay the piper here, is this going to be worth it? And it better be.
I don't know. I think that's a big question.
And yeah, there's no way to know. And honestly, we don't have all the details yet of what this is going to look like and how it's going to work.
A couple of things. One, you shouldn't be afraid to say that they sold out because that's quite literally what they did. They sold their athletic department, at least in part, to...
Yes, Otro Capital.
Otro Capital. That is a fact. That's what we learned yesterday. So using that term is not offensive. In fact, it's accurate. Is it desperate? Very much.
You think so?
How could you not view it as desperate? And that they went first? Absolutely. They and refer back to what Guy Holiday was talking about in his tweet yesterday, where they were not leading the way. That's not his words, but he indicated they were not huge in the NIL game.
Yeah.
And you talked about it yesterday. It's trying to keep up with, Ohio State, Texas Tech, whatever, the creme de la creme. They're desperate to do it. They don't have revenue sources. They've tapped out everything else.
Yeah.
And now they're doing this. So that also is an accurate term that we shouldn't be afraid to use because they basically admitted that in more flowery language.
Other than the first thing that President Randall said up at Utah was, this gives us some exciting opportunities in NIL. Didn't even hide it. This is just about paying the players.
Now, rewind the tape a year ago. What was Mark Harlan saying coming out of Utah about the future of the program? He was talking about the House settlement, said the salary cap. This is really going to be great for Utah. This is how Utah stays, that as competitive with the big boys. Well, it turns out that nobody wants to sign on to that, basically to limit it to just that, and nobody's going to adhere to those rules. And NIL isn't going away, a subject that you and I have talked about at great length. So what are they going to do now? Mm-hmm. And this is it. It's not get more money from the Pixar guy.
Yeah.
It's
right. They don't feel clearly that there's a pathway through their current donor base to compete at the level of the Joneses, which could be Ohio State or Texas or BYU and Texas Tech.
And listen, Utah's actions when it comes to NIL, and don't get me wrong, but it's been very thirsty and it's been very crowdsourced. Mm-hmm. The Garfs, certainly deserve their due for spearheading the entire operation. I'm sure it cost them more than a couple of bucks. But for the most part, it's been that crowdsourcing and that sort of thing, and it's just not going to keep up. So yeah, if they're going to keep up, if they're desperate to keep up, then that's exactly what that is. Now, I did actually had a friend call me to get my opinion on what happened yesterday. Again, I responded with thanks for listening.
Did you see this?
No, he's an important guy. Yeah. He's working. But Ben, I'm glad he called me because he strikes me as a really typical passionate Utah football fan. Uh-huh. He's got tailgate pass. He's a football season ticket holder, but not in a suite, just normal every day. Makes a decent living, but it's not like he's a zillionaire. Mm-hmm. Like pretty normal, I think, like zone listener, passionate Utah fan.
Yeah.
And he was disheartened because he feels like it's a little bit going to the professional side is taking a little fun out of it. Uh-huh. But his main fear was that everything was going to be priced through the roof. And he's the type of guy that bought a red couch. Uh-huh. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's a diehard.
He's got a Utah Mickey blanket. You know, he's worried that all that stuff is going to go through the roof, and they're going to get no reprieve on tickets or donation, Crimson Club or any of that sort of stuff. And maybe that comes to fruition, and maybe it doesn't. But I thought it was interesting to talk to somebody who's pretty dialed into the world about what they're worried about, and that's the big thing. They're going to get priced out of it.
Yeah.
Because it's for profit now, and there's somebody else that needs to get paid. So where's that dough going to come from?
Yeah, you've essentially added a middleman, and that middleman is a group of probably smart investors that knows how to make money back and is well-versed in the world of sports and knows where to get their money. And they didn't invest to lose a bunch of money. This isn't a donor. The funny thing about boosters is inherently you lose money. You're designed to lose money. You give $1 million to BYU for Keanu Tanavasa to transfer or any name.
Yeah, you're flushing it down the toilet.
You don't get that back.
Yeah, right.
You don't get any money back from that. You lose your money.
No ROI, as they say.
So, yeah, other than maybe some smiles. You get to hang out with the players. Yeah, whatever it is. So, and then, by the way, that could have been any player at any school. Utah does the same thing.
We get it.
So, that's not the case anymore. So, yeah, they're going to find ways to get that money back. And it's going to come through concessions and, yes, merchandising and trademarks is merchandising, season tickets, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, I do think that aspect of it is going to get worse. You've introduced a middleman into the whole process.
The problem with the sweet corporate culture that sports is evolving into is you do price people out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It happens in every market. It's happening in every market where you absolutely price people out of it. And in the case of pro sports, the secondary market doesn't help any either.
Right.
Because teams would rather be putting that money in their pocket as opposed to Ben Anderson, ticket broker, putting money in his pocket, right? And so it's kind of a feed the beast kind of thing. But it brings me back to what college sports is supposed to be about. Back to my buddy. An alumni that lives a normal life should be able to afford to attend his school's football games.
Right.
That should be a priority for universities. That's why amateurism was a thing. That's why is because it was about something else. It was about something for the school, the alumni to provide and provide back. That was the point. And now all that, I mean, if I'm a normal fan, I am worried about being priced out of it. I've talked to multiple BYU fans lately that got priced out of basketball real quick, you know? And I think it should be a priority for these universities to not price their fans out of it because it's not supposed to be about profit. And I sound like a geezer waving my fist at the clouds, but it's the reason the sport is popular in the first place.
And it's a little bit of the, as they say, Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, which is where we start this conversation, is you saying, well, I understand why they have to sell out to maintain the culture. The problem is, what part of the culture do you lose when you sell out? Right. And is that because now only corporate sponsorships can afford good tickets or access to the players or whatever this is? And then all of a sudden you end up with, and I'm just more well-versed in the NBA than I am any other sport, but like notoriously watch a Houston Rockets game or a Miami Heat game, and like the lower bowls are not full for the first 45 minutes of the game. And it's not because fans are lazy.
Oh, Miami.
The fans are in the upper bowl.
Well, Miami fans are terrible.
All the corporations there, though, buy up all the tickets, and it's a bunch of people who are there to show off that they're there and not to actually be a part of the fan base. You know, they're there because it's a business opportunity to take and wine and dine whoever your client is or whatever that situation is. Houston's a huge tech hub, or not a tech hub, but like a business hub. And Miami's just kind of a showy area anyway. So, yeah, the culture that you lose might actually be the fan base that allowed you to get to this point in the first place. And I'm not trying to sound the alarm and say Utah football is dying. I don't think that's the case at all. And in fact, what I said, if there are two people that this really helped yesterday, you and I, because it's good for us if the product is good on the field, because that's what we talk about. You and I aren't putting money in the program. And the fan who sits on the couch and loves Utah but doesn't spend $1 on the team, doesn't have the red couch, doesn't have the Minky blanket, doesn't have season tickets, doesn't travel to the games, doesn't actually have any real financial skin in the game. Good for them, too. They just get to watch other people's money at work. And by the way, if you're a fan and you can do that, God bless you. I think that's a great way to do it if you don't have to be financially invested.
Well, let me ask you this question, and I don't know, because I can find examples either way, and this kind of brings us back to Skyline football and the culture surrounding the entire school. Is what Utah's built at Rice-Eccles and beyond that we're talking about, is it all about winning? Is winning the only reason that is? That they've been competitive? I won't even say all about winning because it's not like they've won a national championship. They won the league twice and a Fiesta Bowl and a Sugar Bowl. So is it all about winning?
It's more about winning at Utah than it is at BYU.
Okay.
And I think it's probably more about winning at Utah than it is with the Utah Jazz. That arena is full for the Jazz, and this team has stunk for years.
I thought about that. Well,
this team has been really bad for years. It's been a bad product for several years. And unless you're a diehard who likes the building process of the young players and seeing Cody Williams and Taylor Hendricks and now, Ace Bailey and Walt Clayton, which maybe are a brighter upside, I don't think it actually has that much to do with winning. People love the Utah Jazz. And again, I'm curious because people have abandoned Utah basketball in droves.
And maybe, this might be a bigger conversation because the winning leads to the loyalty and the culture and stuff. They're not unrelated, right?
Yeah, of course.
Lavelle Edwards said what he was most proud of was that he built BYU into a game day event, which he no doubt did. And it's maintained, to your point about it's less at BYU, it's maintained its support for the most part through it all and through some deserty stuff. Now, I remember the Gary Croton era and things were getting a little lighter. And when I say lighter, it's like 3/4 full. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And when Kalani was losing to UMass there for a second, it was getting a little lighter. But for the most part, it withstood independence pretty well, I would say. And now it's a different world. Like Utah's bowl opponent, Nebraska, they haven't been good forever. It's still 100,000 people in Lincoln every single week.
It is.
So at some point, it is more durable, I would say. Is Utah to that point? Utah basketball won big from 90 to 96.
98?
98? No, 98. You're right. It was longer than that. So 90 to 98, and then it kind of limped along for a while.
Pretty respectable, but certainly not great.
So obviously it was not that durable. So there's a different example. I wonder where Utah football is on that. Because obviously they're desperate to win, so they think that winning is a big part of it. Yeah. And again, it is related, but I wonder how durable Utah football support is. The sellout streak continued through Witt's 4 and 8 seasons.
Yeah.
So there was some shaky stuff in November there for a little while, and support seemed to go pretty well. But that was when they were new in the Pac-12, and that was all still fresh.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I do think they're desperate not to lose it.
I think you're right. I think they probably have 3 losing seasons in them before I think fans would really start to bail. Honestly, I think you could get a new coaching hire. If you were to, if Whit were to retire, you bring somebody in, they don't do a good job, you would give the next guy an opportunity. And if that were to fall apart, I think you would start getting fans checking out. But you know what? The nice thing they have, the same way the Jazz have this huge dedicated fan base right now, is people our age. I'm almost 40, you're in your mid-40s, grew up, if you were in Utah, seeing a great Jazz product your entire childhood, and that just endears you to a team forever. And now you are going to get a next generation of people who either went to the University of Utah or grew up watching it, and it was a really good product from 2004 to 2025. Like, you do build up a lot of equity with the fan base that will be a lifelong fan base for your football team. And football's easy to follow because they only play 6 games at home, and it only takes up a few months of the season. So I do think it has the ability to withstand, but I do think winning has to be a part of it. I think you're right. So it's interesting that Skyline has fallen apart that way.
I wonder how durable Utah football has become. I wonder, because that is a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll give you a Virginia Tech example, since I was talking to his mother, a Hokie grad. It's been really durable since Beamer. Like, it's been really bad there. 2 bad coaches. I mean, so we're going on a decade of Sucktown.
But fans are still going.
And Lane Stadium's still full.
Yeah.
So UVA was even good this year, and they can't fill their stadium. I know. Well, I guess what would have been 20 Hokie fans that needed tickets at the last minute to the Virginia Tech UVA game at Scott Stadium. No problem.
There's still the advantage. There's not a lot competing with it. That's a great thing here in Utah versus on Miami and some of these other areas we talk about. There's not a lot competing with Utah football if you are in the Salt Lake Valley on Saturdays in the winter.
I just wonder how desperate they should be. I wonder how durable Utah football's fan culture, support, all that stuff really is.
I'm one other area, and I know we're over, so I don't want to talk too much about this. I am curious how many schools will follow. Tons. And then the question I have that I'm a little worried about is this the ACC TV deal where, you struck first, but did you leave a lot on the table that, just by being first, maybe you didn't see all the, ups and downs or the pitfalls?
Yes.
Yes, there are pitfalls that you're going to find yourself in that other schools will weasel their way out of that is more financially beneficial.
Lair Bear Scott signed the first TV deal in 2010, and then every league followed suit.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who got paid less than everybody else?
Right, yeah. So that
setting the market sometimes isn't the thing you want to do.
No, and that's what I'm curious. Was Utah smart to get as much as they could before all these schools, before the market of buyers dries up? Because all the schools want to sell. So does it become a seller's market or a buyer's market, and how does that affect Utah getting this, proposed $500 million?
Do you think the University of Utah Athletic Department is more valuable than Nebraska?
Probably not.
No, is the answer.
Yeah, because you've got this 100,000 fan base every season, or
and
every week.
And they became a nationwide fan base in the 90s, and there's still stuff that hangs on to that. So they're going to negotiate more than whatever Utah got.
Yeah, a handful of Big 12 schools should be able to. Every SEC school should be able to. Every Big 10 school will be able to. Several ACC schools.
If you don't need to, you won't. I mean, that's what the Big 10, USC, and Michigan thing was all about. The Big 10 wanted to do this as a league, and those two schools said no, because why would they?
Well, do you think they said no because they can do it themselves and get a much bigger piece of the pie if they do it themselves? But you're right, they don't need to. Why even introduce the middleman?
Why would you do it?
Yeah.
Why would you sell your program to somebody when you don't need to?
Yeah.
If you're Michigan, why would you do that?
Yeah. Speaking
of packing a 100,000-seat stadium every week.
Yeah. Christian, was that your voice I just heard?
All right, top 3 stories of the day.
Oh, okay. I thought you lost your voice. I know you've been sick the last few days. You were extremely raspy. Okay. I don't know. Christian can't talk at all.
Top 3 stories coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding. Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays. holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the two-time defending Stanley Cup champions. The Florida Panthers are in town. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah Jazz return to action Friday in Memphis. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us part of your day. It's time for the top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number one, yesterday we kind of joked about Notre Dame joining the Big 12. That's probably not going to happen, Jake. Your guy Bert was taking shots.
I will say this, and I'm a little outspoken about it. I don't like how Notre Dame's reacted to it.
So
okay, I think Pete's his behavior has been egregious. It's been egregious going after Jim Phillips when they saved Notre Dame during COVID. We all knew, and it was very transparent. Hunter was very transparent about it. The chair, that as Notre Dame and Miami got closer together, head-to-head would be a factor. Okay? BYU lost. They became closer together, head-to-head, and made a difference in that decision. So I think he is totally out of bounds in his approach, and if he was in the room, I'd tell him the same thing.
Yeah, obviously he's not afraid to go after Notre Dame there. And when he says, the ACC saved them, it's because during COVID they allowed Notre Dame to play a 9-game season, all against ACC opponents, which was good for the ACC as well. But, he essentially said that he doesn't like the way that Pete Bavacqua is treating the commissioner at the ACC after feeling like they got left out.
All right. Now, I realized that Bert made his bones by throwing grenades and really masterfully outmaneuvering the Pac-12. Mm-hmm. He did.
Yeah,
he deserves credit for that.
He killed the Pac-12.
He did. He killed it. And he did it with a massive PR campaign that really worked out. I remember Mark Harlan calling, who was it, Dennis Dodd, fake news or something like that. You know, like he did.
Like that?
So I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, especially when it comes to public relations. Why has his fire, when he's actually gotten off his duff to do it, why has it been so stop complaining about, start defending BYU. Stop complaining about Notre Dame. He just conceded that BYU should have been out because they lost. He should be clamoring. He should say, hey, you didn't punish Alabama. Why are you punishing BYU? He should be clowning Alabama, or he should be clowning Alabama.
Okay, BYU lost.
But he hasn't been, he's been, for some reason, during this whole process, scared of going after either the college football playoff or the SEC or the Big Ten. Why is he going after Notre Dame? Just because if any reason he's going after Notre Dame, he should say, they're being boobs. Buck up, Buttercup. We get screwed all the time. Take it like an adult.
Yeah, I don't.
But I don't get it at all. He shouldn't even care about Notre Dame. He should be complaining about the whole process and that the rules were different for one team than another. That's what he should be doing. He should be advocating for the Cougs, not doing whatever that was about Notre Dame.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand making an enemy out of Notre Dame either. Not because you want to invite them to the Big 12, but because their gripe is the same one you should be having.
You should be having the same complaint.
Yeah, you should be like, yeah, Notre Dame's a good example, and BYU is too, that we feel like we got left out.
We've gotten screwed
the fact,
2 years in a row.
Yeah, that we have really good teams, and these are teams that should be in.
And last year, the same rule that you're using against Notre Dame, you used it the opposite way against us.
Well, as we have
clowns.
said, and I have been a supporter of Brett, not Bert Yormark, because I think he's done a good job, including killing the Pac-12, which I wish the Pac-12 still existed. Don't get me wrong, though I like BYU and Utah being in the same conference. I didn't think he did a good job this year. I don't think he did a good job selling his teams. I actually don't think why didn't we get in? I don't think that works either. I just think you've got to go out there and champion your teams. I have hated the crybaby stuff that we've seen from BYU's social media pages, from Bert. I don't like the way we've seen that approached versus just going out there and standing on what you've done, because what you've done should be good enough to get you in.
BYU only lost one game to a top 5 team in this gauntlet of a conference that we have. It's basically the NFC East.
Right.
And somehow BYU made it through with just one loss and then played an amazing team in our championship game. Like, why
you
is
can do two things. You can say, hey, Texas Tech is the best team in the country, and I can't wait to put them up against the best team from every other conference, because we think Texas Tech is the best team, and they're going to beat Ohio State, and they're going to beat all these teams. Say it. Who cares?
And the only team BYU lost to was that team.
That team, right. That way you prop up Texas Tech as being the best team in the country, and your second best team is they only lost to them. That's it. That's all you have to say. And I'm with you. He's getting this weird.
Did you hear him though?
Battle with an independent team that it doesn't make any sense to me.
Did you hear him concede that where he's like, BYU lost, so all of a sudden Notre Dame and Miami are the discussion? No.
Okay, BYU lost.
No.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You just said, it was the right thing to do to leave BYU out. What are you doing?
Have you heard, while we're talking about the college football playoff, that now the big push, including from some names in the media, is we need to get rid of the college football playoff show, not the rankings. We need to get rid of the show on Tuesday night, because the show is what ruins it. That doesn't change anything. In fact, the show conceivably, though as we've said, it's made up, offers some sense of transparency of what you're doing. If you're going to allow the college football playoff committee to totally disappear and not have to answer for anything, I think this is only going to get more egregious. But you're seeing people like Kirk Herbstreit now saying, I think the show makes it worse. The show makes it harder. I think they just want to say, okay, do whatever you want to do, but just do it behind closed doors this time. So this is just, I don't think we're on the verge of this improving. I think we're on the verge of this continuing to get worse.
Yeah. The whole sport. It's not just it's the whole sport. But I don't know what Bert's doing. I don't get it.
I'm with you.
I don't get the strategy. All right, what's next?
Number 2, Utah Mammoth back in action. They are hosting the defending Stanley Cup champions, the Florida Panthers.
We had Cole on yesterday, Cole Bagley, our Mammoth insider. I did think he said something interesting, which is, as much as we've talked about how Bill Armstrong, the general manager for the Mammoth, likes these big bodies, right now the roster is basically built up of small, skilled guys. You know, Cooley, who's out, is a small, skilled guy. Keller is a small, skilled guy. Gunther is bigger, but he's not a huge guy. And the Panthers come in with all these huge bullies. And while they're certainly skilled, they're NHL players after all, it is a physically dominant style of play that the Mammoth don't currently have. And while they've gone out and drafted Maverick Lamoureux and Daniil Boot and Simashev and some of these bigger players, Cole Baudouin, who they drafted a couple of years ago now, is one of these big guys as well. I'll be curious if you can win with the smaller skilled players. The Oilers are small and extraordinarily skilled, have two of the probably 5 best players in the NHL on it. And while they made the Stanley Cup Finals, which is nothing to shake a stick at, aren't able to beat these bigger teams.
Why do the Panthers kind of suck this year?
I think everyone stinks a little bit early in the season. I'm not sure they're like major front runners all season long.
They've only got 30 points, though.
What are they at? What's their record?
They're third from the bottom in the Eastern Conference. 14, 12, and 2.
Okay, which is right about where the Mammoth are as well. It's almost exactly what the Mammoth's record is. Yeah,
they have 30. They have 31 points.
The Mammoth have 31.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
14, 14, and 3.
I honestly don't know. Slow start. We've seen a lot of bad teams, though. Like the Oilers were not off to a very hot start. The Jets weren't off to a terrifically hot start. So I do think maybe it's a little more bunched up early.
What's next?
How about that comeback last night, huh? The great Cougar comeback of 2025.
No, you have to say the great Cougar comeback again, because that's all this team does.
The great Cougar comeback again.
Another great Cougar comeback.
That's all they do is make these just crazy, wild comebacks at the end after just dreadful first halves. I mean, I don't know, Ben, are they playing with their food? Is it?
I think a little bit. Yeah, I think they're slow to get off the mat. It's amazing. Look, being able to do this is a good thing. I'm not trying to say that that's not accurate. Like, not hanging your head, not allowing a 20-point lead or a 9-point.
What was it, 21 last night or 23?
22?
I think it was. Was that it?
Whatever it was. Yeah. Not allowing these deficits to bury you.
It was 21 at half.
Okay, is a good thing. I think it got up to 22 in the second half, but neither here nor there. Not giving up when you're down this big is a good thing, and ideally can develop some muscle. And Clemson's a fine team. It's not the best of the Big 12, but it's a fine team. Yeah, it's a competitive team. They did the same thing with UConn. They ended up only losing by 2. It's their only loss of the season. You just got to be careful doing this, though, because eventually you are going to run into teams that don't give up these leads once they build them. Houston's not going to give up this lead. Iowa State's not going to give up this lead. Arizona's not going to give up this lead. And other good Big 12 schools probably will not give up this type of lead. So, yes, it's amazing they can do it. It's awesome that A.J. DeBonsa is so talented that he can have 22 points in the second half after a bit of a slow start himself. Kebaketa's incredible. He's just a really valuable player to have. It's nice that you can win without Richie Saunders playing great. Was he 2 of 11 last night?
Yeah.
Did not shoot well at all.
Not his night.
So if you can do that, that's excellent. And then the fact that I think Rob Wright's probably been better than I had expected.
Yeah, he's really good.
Shooting the heck out of the ball, which was his big issue with Baylor. He really loved to dribble and he really loved to shoot, and he wasn't great at shooting. He's done a much better job of that. So his growth has been really important.
Well, a game-winning 3 is pretty good.
Hitting a buzzer beater at MSG, right?
Yeah.
to win it is pretty awesome. So that's great. They are, 9-1 now on the season?
Yeah, I just wonder if it's a sign they're vulnerable, because they're not going to be able to get away with that stuff. I mean, they're playing good teams, so maybe they will, but I would imagine on a night-in and night-out basis in the Big 12, you're not going to get away with giving up big leads and then reeling them back in the second half. So
totally agree.
I don't know if that's a sign of weakness or a sign of...
Again, it's better to be able to come back than not.
Sure.
But you would rather not have to come back.
Yeah,
You don't want to be down 20 twice already in the year with the top 10 team in the country.
You want to outscore them 45-21 in the first half.
Yeah. Yep, and put them away, because they will quit.
Yeah, right.
BYU's next 4 games are nothing, kind of wrapping up the end of the December schedule. And then you start getting into Big 12 play, which will get very interesting. But, bowl season now, when we're talking about BYU athletics.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, it's been a very strange winter so far. I mean, I guess we're technically still in fall, but it's supposed to be 60 degrees today. And usually in December, we're looking at the 30s for a high, something like that. I mean, in Utah, we live in a very interesting place. In fact, I told you I was talking to a mom who recently moved here from New Jersey, and her favorite thing is the climate and the changing of the seasons and how beautiful it is here. And if you don't have windows and doors, or if your builder ignored your views or any sort of thing that you're not taking advantage fully of the great place we live, give Peach a call.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to ditch the cookie-cutter white vinyl windows that everybody else is pushing, or maybe already is in your home, because when you bought the house, that's what the previous builder or a contractor had put in, Peach offers custom designs. It's slim frames, it's oversized glass doors, it's Florida window doors, European tilt and turn windows, whatever you're looking for, Peach Doors and Windows can have it. So if you can dream it, they can install it in your house. And bring their builders out, bring their in-house contractors out to get some ideas on how you can fix up your home.
You can do just that by calling 801-566-1255. Call them. They'll answer, I promise. And you can talk to them and have them out. You can also go to peachbuildingproducts.com or simply drop by the showroom, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Hey, fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh, yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right. For over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Snow season is here, and Mountain Land Power Equipment has your back. Right now, when you purchase the Boss Snow Raider snowplow, you'll receive a $250 Mountain Land gift certificate, and you'll be automatically entered to win 2 free tickets to see the Jazz take on the Warriors on January 28th. Visit Mountain Land Power Equipment at any of the 4 locations: Rock Springs, Ogden, Salt Lake City, and Springville. Offer valid November 1st through December 31st, 2025, or while supplies last. Purchase the Boss Snow Raider snowplow to qualify for one $250 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win 2 Jazz versus Warriors suite tickets for January 28th. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account while supplies last.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben on a Win Ticket Wednesday. Let's give away some tickets. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You win 2 tickets to go see Toto with special guest Christopher Cross and the Romantics at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater August 21st. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Ben, I can't believe we didn't put this at number 1 story on top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. This may be the most important thing happening in Salt Lake.
Oh.
Not just the sports community.
I thought you were going to say the Chicago White Sox won the number 1 overall pick in the MLB draft lottery last night.
No, nobody cares about that.
All
right.
Thanks, Ben.
Real Housewives of Salt Lake alum
finally.
Jen Shaw has been released from a federal prison camp 3 years, basically, early, thanks to good behavior.
Yeah, it kept getting chopped down. I didn't see that she was
She was released today. So the wife of Sharif Shaw, what is Sharif's technically the cornerbacks coach?
Yeah, I don't know if it's DBs in general or corners, but
yeah. For Utah, and of course, Utah legend. His wife became a reality TV star, ended up going to prison for 3 years for fraud, and now is released.
Per NBC News, since we're an affiliate, Jen Shaw was released from the federal prison on Wednesday, more than 4 years early from her 6.5-year sentence. Federal Bureau of Prison spokesperson confirmed. Shaw's been moved from a federal prison camp, a minimum security federal prison camp in Texas, to community confinement overseen by the Bureau of Prisons. So she's still behind bars?
Well, it sounds like she's been released in like a halfway house or whatever.
Yeah.
Community.
A minimum security federal prison in Texas to a community confinement overseen by the Bureau of Prisons.
That's being free. That's just...
Yeah, sure.
So Jen's out. I might have to start watching that show again.
If she's going to come back?
Oh, she was the best part.
You think they're going to allow her back on? I mean, I know the Real Housewives are going to want her more than anybody, right? This is a star now. There's some, with all due respect, infamy in this person, which really is what sells.
You know what is a wild thing? And I think says a lot about Coach Witt and his influence and how much, I guess, respect people have for him, I suppose. You could look at it this way. How on earth has he kept a lid on all of this? He hasn't been asked about this once. A member of his staff was on a reality television show with his wife because Sharif was on that show. First of all, I can't believe Witt would even I guess you can't tell somebody not to do something, but I can't believe.
But you can fire people. You can fire coaches for whatever reason you want.
I can't believe that has been a thing. And then for it to be such a dramatic thing and her to go to prison.
Yeah.
And it hasn't touched his football program at all. Like, not a bit. Sharif hasn't been asked about it. Witt hasn't been asked about it. There's been no drama.
I do have some bad news for you.
Uh-oh.
Despite Shaw's popularity on the Bravo show.
Is she not coming back?
Andy Cohen, who executive produced the Salt Lake reality show, shot down speculation last week about Shaw's possible return to the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. I wish her all the best in her next life. I would assume she'll wind up on a reality show of some kind, but won't be anything I'm working on, Cohen said on his radio show, Radio Andy. I don't know if I could see Bravo working with her again.
We'll see. Listen, I don't follow the Bravo-verse very much. I've watched this show, but I am aware of Andy Cohen's brand and what he's all about. And I don't think that honesty is necessarily, he's a promoter. He's built that whole thing. He's executive producer, but he also, he's a promoter of all that stuff. He's just going to promote the drama. That's the idea behind the show in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are. Again, I don't know anything about Jen Shaw. I've never watched the show. My only loose affiliation to her is I know what her husband does for a living, and I've probably talked to him 3 or 4 times in my life. Never about his wife, obviously. Worse people than Jen Shaw are all over the television.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And get starring shows on Bravo and more.
Oh, I got to tell you, I mean, I certainly don't approve of her breaking the law, but I am a time served kind of guy. I'd 1,000%.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd 1,000% tune back into the Real Housewives of Salt Lake if Jen Shaw was back on it. She was the best character.
Okay.
By best, some people would say worst, but she was the most
the biggest draw.
Intriguing character, in my opinion, by a mile.
And yeah, it is hard to replace stars. And if she's a star, a reality TV star, they get lots of opportunities.
So I don't believe our guy for a second.
Yeah. Whether it's his show or another, he's right. Jen Shaw will be back on TV soon and making more money than she did before.
The sports connections with that show is kind of hilarious. Yeah. An ex-wife of a BYU basketball player.
Uh-huh. Dave Rose was on the show, right?
No, Dave. No.
Oh, okay.
Ronnie Mack was on the show.
Oh, Ronnie Mack was on the show.
Briefly.
Okay. I thought there was an affiliation with Dave Rose.
There is an affiliation with Dave Rose.
Okay, but it's not Dave Rose
It's
himself.
his brother, Justin.
Okay.
But it's not.
It's not Dave.
It's not Dave.
I apologize to Dave Rose.
I get the feeling that he wants to be separate from that. They don't refer to Dave on the show at all.
Okay.
At all. Like, Sharif's actually on the show. They do not talk about BYU. They don't talk about Dave. They don't talk about any of that stuff.
All right. My apologies.
All right.
To the great Dave Rose.
Stay tuned.
I mean that honestly.
It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, if you're anything like me, I'm super intimidated by financial matters. I mean, obviously it's so important, and there's no way that I'm equipped to make the proper decisions to look out for the best interests with me and my family. I mean, I'm just not. You know, shame on the education situation or whatever. But sit down with my friends at Trajan, just like I did. You can call 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. I happen to go to the Draper one, but the folks in Farmington are wonderful as well. But you sit down and they go over it with you. They are very respectful of your time, but they keep it very simple, and they make sure that you, or they made sure that I certainly understand exactly what they're talking about, and they can show you step by step how to best manage things and go forward. And they start with little simple things like setting goals. When do you want to retire? How much do you want to have in retirement, per month? Like that sort of thing. They get right down to the point, and then they show you what you've got to do to get there. So call them, 801-210-6800. Like I said, sit down with them. They're very nice. Get a whole team of good folks on your side, 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. One of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. Mm-hmm. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. and the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Our country is held together by small businesses. That's a fact. It's also a fact that 9 out of 10 of those small businesses will fail. Why? Because it's hard. Really hard to build a profitable business from the ground up today. Pure Talk knows that. They started as a small American wireless company determined to keep their customer service in this country. It worked. And today, Pure Talk is determined to help other small businesses prosper by offering them the same white glove service the big guys get. Same service, same 5G network at a truly affordable price. Pure Talk is focused on businesses that employ welders and roofers, electricians, plumbers, HVAC techs, the people who keep the lights on. If that sounds like your business, give Pure Talk Business a try and see just how much you could save. Dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who understands the power of small business. Pure Talk.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When I woke up this morning, you were on my mind, and you were on my mind. I got troubles, oh, I got worries, oh, I got wounds to bind.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We want to remind you to join Hans and Scotty G at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3. That's today, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Go hang out with those guys. I do like this song. I don't know if We Five recorded anything else, but I like this song.
Who cares?
Yeah,
you get
who
one
cares?
hit, you're a star.
What movie?
Hey, I thought you were saying who cares to Jake.
I was, what?
Who cares, buddy?
What movie is that where Hugh Grant is making a living off one Christmas song he recorded?
It's not Love Actually, right?
No. It's the one with the little kid.
Yeah, you're right.
You know
Love
what
Actually, there is a one-hit wonder. Well, it's an aging star more than, Hugh Grant one-hit wonder movie.
Yeah, he's like living the dream.
Yeah, he is.
He's living everybody's.
Music and lyrics.
That's what the movie's called? No, it's not.
Yeah, the one with Drew Barrymore, right? And
No,
he's written
no.
the song.
It's a different one.
Okay.
What is the Hugh Grant movie with the little kid? Not that anybody cares.
Willy Wonka?
He plays the Oompa Loompa, doesn't he? Man, Christian, you wouldn't believe the Hugh Grant saga. You missed
About
that.
a Boy.
About a Boy. Oh, why is Hugh Grant doing all these music things?
About a Boy. He writes one Christmas side. He
okay.
lives in this like super nice pad, and he doesn't do anything ever.
Oh.
And the whole point of the movie is he finds purpose in like mentoring this young kid.
Young Nicholas Holt.
Because he doesn't have any purpose in life, because he doesn't have to work, because he can just lie around all day, because he wrote this one song.
I think a lot of people would
ago.
say that's the purpose, is to not work, right? That is the purpose in life. anyways.
I think it's a little more deep than that. Not that I've only seen this movie once, but the idea that you need a purpose in life. You can't just float through it.
Yeah.
Which does land. But that is the dream. Write some crappy Christmas song that gets played a zillion times every holiday season and just,
told you.
Hey, I'll be at the pool.
Despite the fact that Dee Snider is known for, Twisted Sister, he made all of his money on a Celine Dion Christmas song.
Did he really?
Yeah. It's like, good for Dee Snider.
Man, going to that, I told you to go to the Bluebird Cafe. I know you guys didn't make it in Nashville, but it's all that whole thing is all about these songwriters. And it sounds like a grind of a life, but if you can get one,
that's it. You break through.
And you're absolutely living the dream.
Yep.
That's why these poor artists, I'm sure, are walking around. Like, if you're, who's PK's guy? If you're Kenny and you're walking around Nashville, how many bozo writers come, out of the woodwork,
Everyone's
out
got
of
a
the alley,
screenplay.
Hello, Mr. Chesney.
Everyone's got a song.
Man, you need to record this thing for me, please.
Also, probably pretty advantageous to be Kenny Chesney in that situation of I just pick everyone else's best music and they get a tiny share and I get a huge cut. Life's good.
I don't know. I think the artists would argue with you about huge cut.
Yeah, sure.
I think sometimes it's huger than others.
Yeah, and depends on the artist. Certainly.
Buddy Holly never made a dime.
Die broke. That's my goal.
That story is crazy. Yeah, he never made money. He was the biggest recording artist in, arguably of the 50s, sans maybe.
Never had a penny.
Late Elvis or early Elvis or Little Richard or something. But yeah, never made a penny. I think there are a bunch of big. I read a not that anybody cares, a Buddy Holly biography. There's a bunch of litigation afterwards too, like the estate going for it. And
wasn't that the Backstreet Boys issue as well? Right? They signed a 10 album deal with somebody who's like, yeah, I get 90% of everything. They're like, well, there's 5 of us. We're splitting it 10% 5 ways.
That's the story of the music industry, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, didn't Tom Hanks, your favorite actor, make a movie about that?
Elvis.
No,
he ripped all of Elvis's money.
No, it's the Oneaters one.
Yeah. That thing you do.
That thing you do. Yeah.
Have we done music movies?
Just music, so movies solely about music?
Just kind of music movies, not musicals. We've done musicals, just movies about music, not biopics. We'll have to put that one in the old coffer. Music movies.
The soundtrack, or does it have to be about movies or about music?
You love movies about music.
Yeah, but I hate that movie you love about the old lady and the kid. But yet the
Harold and Maude? No, that's not about music. That's not a music movie.
But the soundtrack is incredible.
It's a big sell. Absolutely. It's like The Big Chill. I watched this movie, The Big Chill. Everyone knows The Big Chill.
The soundtrack.
Horrendous movie. Unbelievably great soundtrack.
Might be the best soundtrack ever.
Truly.
And I'm not even kidding.
And it's the only reason people like the movie. The same reason you think it's the only people like Harold and Maude, which I would listen to that argument. But it's not a music movie.
I have not one, but 2 copies of that on vinyl. I went to a record store with my buddy Tony, and we were visiting him in Austin, and he was getting into vinyls or whatever. And we go to the record store, and I pick out that record, and I hand it to him. And he's like, dude, what is this?
Yeah.
Handing me some stupid soundtrack? I've never even seen this. I was like, trust me, man, just get it.
Yeah.
And then we played it when we got home, and he was like, oh.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, okay. I certainly get that.
I can't wait for all the Gen X people to get my mentions about hating The Big Chill. It's coming. Or boomers. Anyways.
Well, it's not a great movie. I didn't like it. It's kind of a downer. Yeah. But the soundtrack is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Ben, I'm still a little bit bothered by our guy Bert and his comments going after Notre Dame. One thing about Notre Dame getting snubbed, it has sucked the air out of the rest of the room. And it should, let's replay it because I think it matters. Brett Yormark made public comments going after Notre Dame, and here's what he had to say.
I will say this, and I'm a little outspoken about it. I don't like how Notre Dame's reacted to it.
So
okay, I think Pete's his behavior has been egregious. It's been egregious going after Jim Phillips when they saved Notre Dame during COVID. We all knew, and it was very transparent. Hunter was very transparent about it. The chair, that as Notre Dame and Miami got closer together, head-to-head would be a factor. Okay, BYU lost. They became closer together, head-to-head, and made a difference in that decision. So I think he is totally out of bounds in his approach, and if he was in the room, I'd tell him the same thing.
Why aren't you screeching about the opposite thing happened to BYU last year? I do not understand what he's doing. He's a PR guy. That's his thing.
Yeah, it's his whole thing.
I don't understand. Who's he pleasing? Is he kissing up to the SEC and the Big Ten?
Or the playoff committee in general?
What is he doing? By saying BYU lost and totally dismissing BYU's argument to get in the playoff, isn't that his job? Where they quite literally have money on the line? Like, part of the reason that Alabama got in this year, Ben, and it's true, part of the reason they got in is because the SEC wailed and moaned and made such a stink last year that they wouldn't even dare go against Alabama this year. It's part of it.
Yeah,
you may not
sure.
like it, but it's part of it. He should be absolutely telling everybody who will listen that those bozos on the community got it totally wrong, and that their inconsistent criteria is a huge problem, and that his conference is getting screwed, because it's a good football conference.
Mm-hmm.
If there is a conference that should be arguing for multiple bids, that is not the SEC and the Big Ten. It is the Big 12. So why is he not making that argument? Are you kidding? Why is he even including Miami and Notre Dame in the conversation? He should be saying they should get to the back of the line.
I totally agree with you. I don't understand why he is not sidling up with Notre Dame and saying, look, we're building a force to say that this is unfair. And because we know next year you're going to change the rules to adopt Notre Dame and make it easier for them to get in, we want to make sure we get a cut of that pie as well. This feels like a misstep to me from Brett Yormark, and I don't know if it's necessarily going to backfire or...
It's just going to have no impact.
But it's just not going to have any impact. Yeah, I don't think
matter.
it's going to put Big 12 any step further, and I think that should just be everything that he's doing. Every step should be about putting the Big 12 in a better position or putting pressure on the College Football Playoff Committee to make sure that more than one school's invited.
But I just don't get it. Like, do you think Bavacqua cares what Bert has to say? No. Why is Bert sticking up for Jim Phillips? Bert should be going lobbing grenades at the ACC. Their champ can't even qualify. Why are you giving Miami a backdoor in? That league's the worst league I've ever seen.
This is a quote sent to us from Christian, and I've looked for it too. I can't find the audio of it, but apparently not Brent, not Bert, but Brett Yormark said, "Was I happy about BYU? No, but I think overall they did the right job." Talking about the College Football Playoff Committee. Listen, it's progress over perfection.
Oh my gosh!
I actually feel like what happened was
rolling.
a step backwards. So I do wonder what happened that he's kissing up to the College Football Playoff Committee right now. Why is he siding with them over Notre Dame? Why is he saying they got it right and this is progress when it's clearly not?
Because if you're kissing their butt for the benefit of the doubt, listen, they've screwed you twice,
and they will do it again.
And
next
they will
year.
do it again.
Yeah, I don't understand his argument here.
And the only thing that this committee or the Bill Hancock, the College Football Playoff, the only thing they seem to react to is complainers. You know, Notre Dame is making a huge stink. Well, they're going to get some stupid exception to get an auto bid next year because they're making such a huge stink. Doesn't make any sort of sense. I don't think he has done BYU any favors in this situation. Especially after he saw that Kalani wasn't really going to do it. He needed to jump on it. Why not? I don't get it. Who's he talking to?
BYU lost, Yormark said. They became close together, head-to-head, made a difference in that decision. Miami over Notre Dame. And again...
But it didn't last year. Why is he leaving that?
Yeah, right.
Why is he leaving that out?
Yeah.
My conference got screwed by that exact argument last year.
He has the same argument Notre Dame has. Say, Notre Dame, we're glad you're recognizing this injustice too because BYU suffered this injustice to SMU last season.
Except for they beat SMU.
Yeah, no, right, exactly. Yeah, exactly right.
Notre Dame lost to Miami.
Sure, that's an even better point.
They beat SMU.
Say yes, if head-to-head matters, and it did this year, why didn't it last year? And yes, well, Notre Dame, I think, has a just argument having won 10 straights and 10 straight
Notre
games.
Dame does not. They should be left out. It
He
should
can
matter. Head-to-head
say
should
that.
matter.
I totally agree with you, but he can say they should be in over Alabama then, at that point.
Or why on earth would he concede that either Miami or Notre Dame should get in? Miami didn't have an auto bid.
Right. And didn't have a better
resume than BYU? No.
No, I'm with you.
Why would you ever concede that?
No, he is siding with the College Football Playoff Committee, and I'm, other than kissing up, hoping that they'll pat you on the back next year for kissing up to him, kissing the ring, I'm not really sure I understand what this decision is. Which is it's a weird misstep. He's generally been pretty good at this.
Jim Phillips played Notre Dame, Miami on repeat for 48 hours. You don't think he was advocating for his league?
Yeah.
It's a crime that the ACC was included in this. I know people are bent about Tulane and Jimmy Madison. They shouldn't be bent about Tulane and Jimmy Madison. There should be an inclusion of the lesser conferences. There should be.
Uh-huh.
And if the ACC can't sack up and have a champion that is worth a dang, that's the problem.
Yeah.
The problem isn't the Sun Belt and what's the other one? American?
Yeah.
That's not the problem. The problem is the ACC. So why do they get the benefit of the doubt and get a team in? What a joke.
Yeah, their third-place team gets in. The third-place ACC team gets in over the second-place Big 12 team that had a better record.
Miami lost to Louisville and SMU.
Yep.
BYU lost to Texas Tech twice, once in the conference title game.
Yep.
Why on earth would the commissioner be conceding anything like that?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, why does he have the ACC's back? And I get the ACC and the Big 12 are more closely aligned than they are to the Big 10 or the SEC, and maybe he's trying to find an ally there. But no, you should be fighting the SEC and the Big 10 to get one of their spots or two of their spots versus trying to say, I can't believe Notre Dame's trying to get an ACC spot. That doesn't make any sense.
Dude, he should, Brian Santiago, or even the president of the dang university, should be on the phone to Bert right now saying, hey, we're propping up your crap league, and you can't even go to bat for us?
Yeah.
We're at the top of your league in both sports. And you can't say, oh, I think this BYU team's pretty good.
And I do think the ACC needs Notre Dame. I do think the ACC needs to keep that relationship tight. Not that they won't survive without it, but in a league that's not doing anything particularly well on or off the field, having at least a loose affiliation to Notre Dame is valuable.
By the way, I hear national people talking like Notre Dame would even consider putting, or the Big Ten would even consider letting Notre Dame park its sports in the Big Ten except for football and do that ACC deal with the Big Ten. I can't believe people are even bringing that up. One, Notre Dame wouldn't do it. Two, the Big Ten wouldn't do it. And if either side would, guess what would have happened, Ben? They would have done it in 1998.
I would have thought so.
But it's 2025.
Agreed. It goes back to our conversation about Utah selling for $500 million. They did it because they have to. Notre Dame doesn't have to.
No.
They don't have to do any of these things. Not sell their school. I mean, they don't have to join a conference if they don't want to.
They don't have to do anything.
Not as a football school, certainly.
Nope. And if the Big Ten can't handle that, well, Notre Dame's not going to be in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And that's been the problem with Notre Dame and the Big Ten for 40 years.
Right.
Longer.
Yeah.
Because it makes so much sense.
Everything else makes sense.
Makes
geographically.
The teams they play, all of it.
Yep. History. Yep.
But this is I'm holier than you. I'm using that term loosely.
Yeah.
We're the bigger brand. We're the bigger whatever. So deal with it. There's part of that with Notre Dame. Obviously, look at their behavior.
More than part of it. It's all of it.
Look at their behavior now.
Yep.
God, I hate the college football playoff. This is so stupid. Bring back the BCS. Bring back the computer polls.
Man, I'm saying put the top 4 teams in. Win your conference title. ACC, Big 12, SEC, Big 10. I get the ACC stuck this year. Fine. Then you get to beat up on Duke. You get to embarrass the ACC there, and they don't get a big share. Fine. And I'm sorry if you're punishing Tulane and James Madison in that situation. That's not particularly fair, but all you've done is bring in 6 or 7 more teams to complain that they got the short end of the stick and they didn't.
All right, What You Got Wednesday is coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. There's another conversation to be had about the 12-team playoff, how BYU was treated by that committee this time around, which is very, very discouraging and disappointing because BYU did not get the respect that they deserved. They were underranked the entire process, which put them behind the 8 ball unfairly. When you take their resume and you match it up with Miami and Notre Dame and even Alabama, you can make a case for BYU needing to be ahead of those teams. They said BYU wasn't in before going into this week. Well, why not? You should have punished them after the Big 12 championship game. And why did BYU get punished for playing the Big 12 championship game and Alabama didn't? Alabama's sitting right now with 3 losses. One of those losses was double-digit loss to a 5-7 team, and they replayed the team that they beat that everyone's hanging their hat on with that game and that win over Georgia, and they got absolutely boat raced on the same Saturday that BYU did. Why are they getting excused? They didn't even move.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro, offer ends 12/14. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben with a devious grin.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hanson Scotty live coming up on Friday from noon to 3 at The Grill, 2264 South Main Street in Nephi, hanging out with the good folks at Bar W Beef. It is time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday with 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not, and then we put it out online for a vote. What happened last week, Christian?
Last week, most desirable jobs in college football. Jake won 75-25.
Boo!
Most overrated actors. Jake won
Boo!
58-42.
Boo!
Another sweep.
Wow.
So Ben gets the first pick in both drafts today.
I have bad news. I think I lost my dry erase marker.
Someone lost mine, it looks like. So, we're SOL.
Well, mine was in my backpack. How did someone get in my backpack? All right. Neither here nor there. I guess there'll be no visual aspect of this.
My marker attached to it. How can we lose that? That's the point. God, I hate our coworkers. All right. What's today's sports-related draft?
Oh, man. Okay, so in honor of 2025 coming to an end, we're going to revisit the past quarter century and pick the best local athletes.
Best local athletes
since 2000.
Is there an obvious number one pick? What do you think?
I think there is.
I'm going to go with the Mania himself, and I'm going with Jimmer.
That's the answer.
I do think if you had to characterize the biggest sports moments, which maybe we'll do that in a future draft, but the biggest player who was talked about, had the nation's attention, Jimmer and his run has to be number one.
There's no other local player of the year in college sports, and there's nobody that would qualify as a cultural phenomenon. There's no other candidate.
Agreed.
So Jimmer is the answer. We have not seen anything like Jimmer in this market, and we haven't seen anything like it since.
Yep.
And I would include Danny Ainge in that because Danny didn't do it in the world of social media.
Yeah,
and
no, it's totally different.
Right. So Jimmer 100% is the answer. After that, Ben, I'm going to stay in college, and I'm going to go with the number one pick in the draft, and he was the start of it, Urban Meyer, all of that. We talked about Utah's 20-year run, 20-plus year run, but Alex Smith.
Absolutely. I think that's the right number 2 overall pick, the other number 1 pick. Alex Smith was such a huge representation of a step forward for the Utah football program and was the face of it. And obviously there was a lot of great pieces on there, but he was the face of it. Rewarded with a great, draft pick overall.
The only team that beat him was as a starter?
Wasn't Texas Tech, was it?
No.
Who was it?
New Mexico.
New Mexico, that's right.
At Rice-Eccles Stadium,
At
too.
Rice-Eccles.
When
he took over after
Brett Elliott started the season and got hurt in the first game.
Okay.
And then Alex started. And even when Brett got healthy,
they stuck with Alex.
Alex Smith.
I'm going to go with, I feel like I should go football. I'm trying to not overthink this. I'm going to go Jazz. I'm going to go Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell was just a huge name. He was a fan favorite. Truly unique in the history of the Jazz as far as the level of excitement I thought he brought as a player. Pretty beloved for a while there, even though not a great ending. I wanted to go football, but I think it's got to be Donovan.
Yeah, okay. Man, I'm thinking which direction to go here. He was the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. I'm going to go with Andrew Bogut.
I think that's totally fair.
He had a Sweet 16 run at Utah. It was kind of the last gasp of life for a while in the Utah basketball program. And to have the number 1 pick in the same year for both football and basketball is certainly something.
Never happened before?
Nope. Or since.
And was a very good NBA player. Made an all-NBA team, never made an all-star team, made an all-defensive team, won a championship. He didn't end up being Chris Paul. He didn't end up being Darren Williams. Was probably better than Marvin Williams, the number 2 pick that year. And was a really good player. Andrew Bogut's a good pick. I'm going to go with, I'll go Utah football, and I think I have to take Eric Weddle. I think just, not maybe the biggest name during his college tenure, though certainly very good. Turned into a great NFL player. He's become a fan favorite locally. I think this list has to include Weddle.
Interestingly enough, he was on the Fiesta Bowl team, but not the star.
Mm-hmm.
And then he graduated before the Sugar Bowl, if memory serves, right?
I think you're right.
So
he didn't actually represent the best of Utah football.
he had his glory years when Utah wasn't exactly good because they were good, not great.
Yeah.
They were, 500 or a little bit above the first 2 years of Witt's tenure, and then in 07 took a step, and then 08.
But for some reason, he's synonymous with it. A little bit the same way Keith Van Horn is synonymous with the Utes making the Final Four, and he was not on that team.
He was not.
Yeah.
No. So, yeah, kind of interesting that way. All right, Benjamin. Man. I'm debating. Well, I can tell you what I'm debating later. I'm going to take Max Hall.
Okay. Wow, Max Hall. Huh. Okay.
He won more games than any other BYU quarterback of the era. I mean, you can say Zach Wilson was the second pick, but he didn't really earn that at BYU. He had the COVID year where he looked okay, but really he did it with a throw on a video. I don't, for what they did, like Max Hall's years at BYU were super exciting. They won 10 games. Every year he was a starter, and they were top 25 teams. Max Hall.
Okay. Yeah, if we're going best player, I think that's a very reasonable decision. I think that's very reasonable. I think I have to go with Damian Lillard, who's been the best local player probably in the pros. I mean, he's a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer. And we don't have another player that's come out of the state in any sport that is in that conversation. Dame could be the number one overall choice, except for he played at Weber State. And that's no knock on Weber State, but, the love for him that developed once he got to Portland is different than even what he had in college. So.
I will say Darren Williams.
Okay.
I think Darren's era with the Jazz will be looked upon more warmly than Donovan's when it's eventually said and done.
Darren's willingness to come back is different than Donovan. Donovan will not come back.
Well, Darren went to the conference finals.
Huh?
And
yeah, on the floor he was great too.
On the floor they accomplished more than Donovan and Rudy did. And I think the Darren Booz era will be looked upon more warmly than the Donovan and Rudy one.
As we get 5, 10, 15 years away
That's
from
what I'm
it.
saying.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I don't think you're wrong. This is my last pick. Boy, there's a lot of good names on the board here. I'm gonna go a little bit outside the box. I'm gonna go with Michaela Skinner. Talking about a gymnast who ended up, representing the country at the Olympics and was a very good gymnast. Obviously, the Red Rocks have been legendary for my whole life, so I'll go Michaela Skinner.
I'm trying to decide how outside of the box I want to go here. On my last one, I'll take Haloti Nada.
Oh, okay, high school athlete.
Highland High.
Yeah. Mr. Grable's class. I wonder if he remembers old Mr. Grable.
And then ducked the Utes and Cougs to go to Oregon, and then is a Hall of Famer himself, Super Bowl champion. Haloti Nada.
Yeah, maybe not make the Hall of Fame, but he's in the conversation. We'll see.
All right, recap.
Ben had the number 1 overall pick. You went Jimmer Fredette, Donovan Mitchell, Eric Weddle, Damian Lillard, and Michaela Skinner. Jake went Alex Smith, Andrew Bogut, Max Hall, Darren Williams, and Haloti Ngata.
Rudy. I mean, Rudy is going to the Hall of Fame. Rudy, I think Donovan's probably going to get there. It's the NBA. Everyone makes the NBA Hall of Fame, but Rudy's like a lock to make the Hall of Fame.
I had to pick between Rudy and Darren, and I picked Darren.
I think that's totally fine. Taysom Hill.
I didn't pick Taysom Hill because of the era he played. And he didn't win as big as Max Hall. Not even close.
Luke Staley.
He was in the 90s.
2001, he wins Doak Walker.
In 01? Oh, yeah, under Croton.
Nate Orchard.
Yeah, also a fellow Highland alum. Star Lotulelei. It's hard to forget how big of a star he was. So.
Next.
This one, it sounds funny, but we're going to go with things that are dying in our culture in honor of
the Golden Globes. Or the nominations are out.
Which I am more into the award shows this year than ever before because I think my sister-in-law, knock on wood, might get a big award or nommed, so we're excited. But
well, not to downplay her achievement. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, no. And they don't do costume design in Golden Globes, so that's fine. Knock the Golden Globes all you want.
All right, Ben has the number one pick, and this is so broad, I don't think there's...
Things that are dying in our culture. I'm going to go with appointment television.
Okay.
That used to be it. I remember the shows I would watch with my mom. I remember the shows I would watch myself. I had to be home at a certain time of day to be able to watch a show, and that simply does not exist anymore. In fact, it's more likely someone brings up a show. You brought up a show on Netflix right now that I'd never heard of, that I would like, designed for people like me that I'd never heard of before. And now it's great. I'll watch it, but I don't have to go anywhere to watch it or set up time. It'll make time for me, so appointment television.
I'm going to stay, I mean, maybe a lot of these, since we're talking culture, are going to be Hollywood and that sort of thing, but A-list movie stars.
Okay.
There are very few A-list movie stars anymore. First of all, you used to have A-list movie stars to open movies, and they don't even care about that anymore.
Right.
So, I mean, you can think of your boy Chalamet, right? How many A-list movie stars are there really out there anymore?
I don't know if there are any millennial A-list movie stars.
Like if you signed George Clooney in 2002 to open any movie.
Right. You make your money back.
You're open it. Like if you've looked this year, you probably follow this stuff closer than most people, but like Julia Roberts, Sydney Sweeney, all these formerly A-list stars, The Rock opened movies this year and they all bombed.
Yeah, Brad Pitt, nobody saw F1, but it also didn't open. You know, it had some opening.
But most of the stuff now, the movie star, it doesn't really matter.
Well, and to link this in, this whole conversation, one battle after another, which probably is going to win Best Picture at the Oscars and Golden Globes, led by Leo, is going to lose $100 million. And it's probably the best movie of the year, you know? So, I think you're totally right. I think that's fair. All right, I'll actually go a little outside the box here. The 9-to-5 job. Nobody is able to turn off their phone or their laptop at night. It's not what companies expect of you. You have to be able to answer emails. You have to be available at times outside of 9 to 5. It's just not a thing anymore. Some people have some left over. They're going to go away pretty soon, too. We're just not seeing kind of your standard Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. I don't think that really exists.
All right, my next one.
Maybe I'm jaded because of the business we're in, and that doesn't exist at all, but...
Well, there's still traffic before 9 and after 5.
There is.
All right, I'm trying to think of the best way to. How about this? Well, Ben, help me on this. Christian, help me. Remember at the end of cereal commercials back in the day, it said part of a well-balanced breakfast
diet.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
The 4 food groups and all that is totally fading. People don't even eat carbs anymore. I know people whose kids haven't tasted sugar like before their 5th birthday. You know, like.
Well, they did figure out that the food pyramid was just absolutely wrong, right? Everything about the food pyramid was wrong.
Everything they taught us about food and a well-balanced diet as a kid is basically faded from the culture, right?
You're right. I think maybe it's almost hard to describe it.
Putting a well-balanced diet makes it sound healthy, and that's not what I'm trying to say.
No, it was like there was a general cultural diet.
Yeah.
We had a cultural diet as a community. Now, I actually think a lot of it is because we have had had such a huge influx of foreign food and really good foreign food that has made it into every culture, and it's easier to make at home, and you can watch YouTube videos or TikTok, and everyone can become a really good cook. It's not that hard anymore, but you're right, kind of the standards are gone.
People don't eat bread anymore.
You're right. No, I'm with you. I've cut way down on bread and all the things.
Do you remember when eggs were good for you and then bad for you and then good for you, bad for you?
Cholesterol.
Where are we now? I don't know.
Yeah.
We even went back and forth on cholesterol.
It might
There's
be
good cholesterol.
like the consensus American diet. I think that, and I hate to it's almost too wordy to get you votes, but I think it's a very good answer.
Yeah.
So.
What do you think? Consensus American diet?
You can say well-balanced diet.
Standard American diet?
Well-balanced diet.
Yeah, I think the well-balanced diet. I think it's a good pick. I might have picked it 5th. It's not on my board.
Well, this is a really random
You're
thing.
right. It is. It's broad. I will go less broad, and I will go with something that it is truly weird when you see them, and that's the payphone. There are still payphones randomly.
See, that might be gone.
But
it's
dying? Like
that might
it's
be
on
dead.
its very, very last legs. Like the ones that are there are dinosaurs. I think there's one by the old Sears that got torn down, and even it might be gone now. But yeah, I don't know where the closest payphone is.
My good buddy growing up, his dad owned a payphone company.
Oh, how's he doing?
Well, he's fine. They're fine. I mean, I'm sure he
got out of the business.
Yeah. But it was cool because there was a code that you could punch into any payphone, and it would make a free call.
Oh. Well.
that
911. Yeah.
That was convenient. All right, Ben. I'm trying to think where to go next. You know what? I'm going to go right on the nose of why we picked this and just say award shows.
Okay.
I think I don't know. You're still really into the Oscars. I remember I watched the Oscars with my mom it was to your appointment television. It was like a big deal. Our neighbors had a Oscar party every year.
Yeah.
Like
you would tune in to see Jack sitting front row.
I used to somewhat care about the Grammys. I don't care about
VMAs were a big deal.
Any of it anymore. Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm going to go with. I'll go with the idea of experts. We don't trust experts anymore, whether it's science or teachers or professors or whatever it is. People I think we used to consider as experts in the community, we undercut them because there are so many voices coming back immediately, whatever comes out. So I'm going to say the death of the quote-unquote expert has happened in our society.
All right. I'm going to go, how about this? You guys, you tell me. Fairness in college football.
Sure.
Dying. We don't care about fairness anymore.
Yeah. Sports, not equality.
But it's not fairness in every sport. It's specifically
Football,
college
fairness.
sports.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'd say basketball.
Yeah,
I'd say
college sports fairness.
Fairness in college sports.
I think that's totally fair. Christian, what pick is this for me? This is my last pick?
Final pick.
Oh, man. I better do a good one here. I will go. I hate to just piggyback off of kind of what you've been saying. I'm just going to go with big movie releases. Unfortunately, there are still some. You might get 2 a year where it's kind of talked about that a big movie is coming out. But really, I mean, like the last big movie I think the general public cared about coming out was like Oppenheimer or the Barbie movie.
Man, I don't even know. Like Maverick is what I would say.
Yeah, Maverick was a huge one. And that was post-COVID. It was like a big deal that was coming
Yeah, they
out.
said it saved the movie industry. I don't know if it saved it. I think maybe it was just a last gasp.
If you're paying attention to Netflix buying
Warner
Warner Brothers
Hollywood.
or Paramount, like that is gone. The big movie release is going to go away. And it already is.
I mean, it's.
I still love going to the theater. I try and go as much as I can, but it's not what it was.
Okay, this one will get me no votes, but I did notice this last time I was buying a car. The sedan.
Yeah, you're right. Mid-size sedan.
Sedans in general.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's
makes sedans anymore. It's all SUVs or minivans or like little hatchbacks or the crossover, whatever those things are. The sedan is on its way out. You remember when the Lincoln Town Car was like the status symbol of, my uncle was a salesman, and I remember every time he was like, you fly in somewhere, you got to make a sale, you rent a Lincoln Town Car.
Showing off.
Nobody cares about sedans anymore. Nobody even wants them. I like my sedan.
No, I think my family was only in sedans growing up. That's why I still feel I've got a little SUV, and I feel like it's huge, but I pull up next to like a Subaru Legacy or Outback, and the Outback is twice the size of my car. Like, oh yeah. And that used to be a smaller car. Recap.
Ben, you had the number 1 overall pick. You went appointment television, the 9-to-5 job, the payphone, trusting of quote-unquote experts, and big movie releases. Jake went A-list movie stars, well-balanced diet, award shows, fairness in college sports, and sedans.
Christian, what was on your mind? What were you thinking?
A few of those, especially all the movie stuff, I mean, that's pretty relevant, right?
Yeah. I think college to profession as a job is really hard anymore, making that leap. Cords, even though there's cords everywhere, everything I look at is cords, but fewer things have cords than they used to. Controllers of every kind, phones of every kind, headphones of every kind.
I would say
don't have
buying
headphones.
like physical music.
Yeah, DVDs, CDs.
See, I think
Vinyl
those are
back. more than
CDs and
ever.
DVDs are dead.
Yeah.
Vinyl is back. CDs are back a little bit. But as like a collector's item, not as.
And there's like a niche 4K Blu-ray community.
Yeah.
There is, but it's not where you go to Best Buy anymore.
No.
Letter writing.
Was Blu-ray ever even part of the culture? I put that in Laserdisc.
So it has, the 4K people have come back, and there is the same way vinyl people exist.
Okay.
There is a group of that. I was going to say, and maybe it's already dead too, outside of like very niche sports cars, manual transmissions. But you can't find a manual transmission.
Oh, I'd
anywhere.
love to have a manual.
I would too.
I would totally.
But
get
you
one.
can't find them.
Nope, you certainly can't. All right, wrapping up the show next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention, Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now.
Let's go!
Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Well, the holidays are really here. Things are speeding up. I know exactly what we all need to do, and that's head into the Western Nut Company. I'm here with Sarah, and you can take care of it all.
We love the holidays, and we try to make it seamless for our customers to enjoy our gift baskets and our fudge and our brittle and all the things that make it the holidays.
Western Nut is perfect for corporate giving and also for your family and your friends and your neighbors.
For corporate gifting, we have a team that's ready to take your list and ship it right from our store.
You know what I love is Dee and I go into Western Nut and the Mothership, which is right there on 4th and 3rd West, and we just let you guys take care of it all. We select the gift and you guys ship them off, especially to Dee's family in Missouri.
Western Nut's been doing this since 1966, and we've got it down. All the things that you need to cover everybody on your list.
A good place to start is by going online at westernnut.com. That's westernut.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Season's greetings from the Garden Restaurant. Celebrate the holidays with flavors that sparkle. Our winter menu is packed with comfort and cheer, a perfect way to cozy up while enjoying the 3 C's, Christmas lights, cookies, and cocoa. Elevate a business lunch with sandwiches that sing, jalapeno pork, turkey club, festive flavors of turkey cranberry, or the inviting taste of our turkey pot pie, all the merriest mix of flavors. Or snuggle up to a buttery warm Lionhouse roll perfectly paired with our seasonal soups, creamy tomato, broccoli cheddar, or classic chicken noodle. And what's Christmas without baked goodness? Enormous cinnamon rolls, cookies, cereal bars, and more. At the Garden, each bite is sprinkled with great taste, a pinch of TLC, and a dash of holiday sparkle. Celebrate your season with us at the Garden Restaurant, now serving hot chocolate daily and into the evenings. Open late during the holiday season. Visit thegardenslc.com. That's thegardenslc.com.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows. Also want to remind you about the Hercules Hero of the Week. Got to hang out with some of the folks from Hercules last night, which was great. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contests and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
Amateurism in general dying, even at the high school level. You are seeing high school kids starting to pick up sponsorships and NIL deals and, agreeing to shoe deals, et cetera, et cetera. So that's certainly something that is dying in the culture, no question about it.
Referring to our What You Got Wednesday in the last segment, where are you at on leaked recordings of people?
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Are you good with it? Morally speaking, you're all right with it?
No, and in fact, as somebody who does this quite often, I have to tell somebody. Like, I interviewed an artist. The jazz basketball thing was on display during the Cup games recently, and I called him and said, "Hey, just so you know, I have to let you know I'm recording this." And I talked to some people. Yeah, so I have to play above. What's the word I'm looking for? Above the. I don't even know what word I'm looking for. I have to make sure I'm not playing underhanded here, recording people's conversations.
Well, Pat Kraft, the athletic director at Penn State, was talking to the football team.
Uh-huh.
And someone recorded it and then leaked it.
Uh-huh.
And then he had to apologize for it at the introductory press conference for Matt Campbell. Now, I'm not really comfortable with leaked recordings either. However, I do find this interesting because he spits some truth and puts a lot of other universities on blast.
Okay.
Which is kind of funny. Here's the quote from the recording. I'll just read it, and I'll have to censor some of it later on. He says, "I want you all to know this too. If I don't get this right," speaking of the coaching hire, "if I don't get this right, my career is over. Understand that. If I don't hire the right person, my career is over. So it's very serious to me. If I don't hire the right person in 2 years, they will fire my ass, and I don't get another AD job. How could you bleep up Penn State?"
Yeah.
And then he goes on to say, "Michigan bleeping stinks. Bleeping joke. Cheated their bleep off."
Whoa.
And then it says, "That's real, by the way, what they did." And he says, "Oregon? Bleep quarterback was shaking in overtime, but we have to win those bleeping games, and it comes with you guys and a plan and a strategy to go and bleeping beat Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman. Bleep them, and then go and beat Ohio State in the national championship game." In another part of the recording, he also called Oregon, or basically Eugene, quote, "a bunch of expletive weirdos." And then that was leaked, and he had to apologize. And Dan Lanning actually responded to it in kind of a funny way. Let me bring that up. Dan Lanning, the head coach of the Ducks.
I just think you kind of have to assume that you're going to be recorded, especially if there is more than one person there.
Lanning said, "No response. Pat's trying to do the best job he can for Penn State, but I heard it. It was good," unquote.
I had the same somewhat dilemma, and I got asked about it in my mailbag, so I wrote about it, and it's up at kslsports.com right now, of what should Jazz fans make of the Will Hardy viral video of him yelling at his team to bleeping play harder. And it wasn't just that.
What was your response?
The fact that he did it in public makes it fair game, right? And that actually, if you've been to a lot of games, it's not uncommon. In fact, as we said, Jerry Sloan could, lace it together with the best of them. So this is language that is I guess, appropriate in that environment. You know, it's not something I would ever say to you or anything like that, but it's not uncommon that happened there. But I also felt a little weird to be behind a bench recording it with a phone and tweeting it out. It did irk me for some reason, even though I think it's totally legitimate. Will Hardy's, it goes back to your New York Post. If you don't want it on page 6, don't do it. Like if Will Hardy doesn't want that to end up on video, he did it in front of 20,000 people. Yeah, that's totally on Will. So I have no problem with the kid actually recording it and posting it. But I do think you should have some context of like, yeah, that is how people talk, especially in this world.
Well, that's not news to anybody.
Apparently it was, because it goes viral, right? Like apparently it does something where it feels like a break in the pattern enough that people wanted to see it.
Well, yeah, because it's watching a coach Mother Goose's team over and over again is salacious. That's why it went viral. Anybody's surprised that a coach would be cursing at his team? I don't think. I would hope not. I don't think that's why it went viral.
I would hope not.
I mean, I think it went viral because it got caught on video.
Okay, I think that's fair.
From that close, and you could hear it that
Everything
well.
so
I don't
clearly.
think that's no different than most huddles in the NBA, I would agree, at least at some point during the season. With some coaches, I don't know why Jazz fans would even care. No, because it didn't go viral because, like, oh, look at shame on this coach. It went viral because, like, look at this maniac angry coach.
Yes.
There's also context of them being a bad basketball team.
Yeah, there is. There's more to it. But I initially, when I got the question, I was a little irked almost to write about it. Of like, it felt almost like you were breaking the code of what you were recording. And you're not. He's doing it publicly. So it's totally fair game.
But it's not like he was abusing anybody. I don't think.
No, not at all.
Maybe verbally a little bit, but that's come to expect that with sports. I think that's not outside the bounds for most people.
100%. Yeah. No, that's why I had to kind of walk through it and correct myself that it was okay. So I think we should record everything everybody says privately. That's what I'm saying. Or publicly. Tweet it out.
I get your point, though. Certainly, if you're speaking to a team full of people, there's a good chance that somebody's going to record that in today's day and age. You should probably be smarter than that.
Yeah. Anything you say has a real chance to be used against you in a court of law or otherwise.
I mean, all this AD had to say was, there's a lot on the line here, and we're not that far away because we don't think we're that far behind Oregon or Michigan or Ohio State or whatever message he was trying to get across. I do love that he threw out there that Michigan cheats their cojones off, and that's real. That's pretty funny.
And again, as we all know, but again, until you actually hear somebody say it, you kind of have to have some doubt that maybe it's the truth. But I just do love that these people and teams all hate each other.
Jim Harbaugh put a mustache on some bozo and sent him out to spy on the other team.
Yeah. And Brett Yormark can't wait to go out and go after the Notre Dame AD. Like, they really do dislike each other, and they can't wait to voice it. They usually have some decorum, and sometimes it fades away.
All right, Hans and Scotty G are coming up next. Stay tuned. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every child deserves a warm, joyful holiday season. But many families in Utah are struggling right now. KSL's Quarters for Christmas is here to help. With your support, we can provide coats and shoes to kids who need them most. Every dollar goes directly toward winter clothing for Utah children. Please join us in making a difference. Donate today at kslquarters.com. That's kslquarters.com.
At Salt Lake Behavioral Health, we understand that seeing a psychiatrist in Utah may take up to a year for an appointment. Attending our full or half-day trauma, mental health, or addiction group treatment ensures seeing a psychiatrist within days. If you or a loved one need mental health treatment right now, please don't wait. Call today, 801-264-6000, to begin your journey towards healing and wellness. Let us help you find the path to a healthier life at Salt Lake Behavioral Health, 801-264-6000.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, let's get it, folks. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Our guy Hans remains on vacation. We'll get him back on Monday. Joining us now, though, back in studio. We're live here at RGS Exteriors. We'll talk to Tim and the crew here in just a moment. But Jake Scott hanging out with us. Jake, how you doing?
I'm great, Scotty. I'm happy to be here, and I'm also happy to not hear Hans talking about looking out and doing the show on the beach.
Yeah, he likes to rub that in a little bit.
He does?
And I'll admit, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to turn into a warm weather guy. Like, I was always, you know what, like, we used to keep that studio at a frigid like 35 degrees back at the old place.
We did.
And now I don't know if it's an age thing or what, but like I am cold all the time. And last week when I was in Tampa, I'm like, I get it now. I totally understand why people move to St. George or they move to Florida or, like I totally get it now. It makes perfect sense to me.
Maybe you're getting soft in your old age, Scott. You remember when Kevin Graham moved back here from Phoenix, like the last time he moved back here? We had that winter was just crazy. He moved right back here just in time for winter, and I've never seen a softer person. So just visit Tampa, Scotty. Don't move there. It'll change. It'll make you less tough.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. Like, I'm at a point where I don't care anymore. I just don't. I just want to be comfortable.
What do they call everybody down in Tucson? Snowbirds?
Yes.
Is that what they call everybody? You're entering that phase of your life.
Oh, well, I mean, I might as well be a snowbird. I don't know if you heard me tell the story yesterday, but I was at the airport grabbing a $10 energy drink, it seemed like, and the guy there was like, "Would you like the senior discount?" And I'm like,
"Oh, that's
wait,
rough."
What?
Come on.
I'm
I don't.
And then I said, well, I'm like, how old do you think I am? And he said, 62, 63. I'm like, I'm 49, man. I'm not even at the nickel yet. Give me a break.
That's rough.
It hurt, man.
Yeah.
Seriously, look, doing sports radio, and especially in this day and age of social media, and people can essentially reach you at any given moment and say whatever they want to you. Like, I'd like to think that I've developed kind of a thick skin because I've been called a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And so I can pretty much roll with anything, but for whatever reason, that one got me.
That one stung.
I haven't been able to recover from that one quite yet.
Man. Yeah, I get it. It's like when David James says you don't sound like a Debbie. There are certain things. It's just awkward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I refuse. I absolutely refuse to even ask obviously pregnant women about their pregnancy because I just the random chance that it's not a pregnant. I just don't want to. I don't want to do it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know what I'm getting at? It's like, oh, when are you expecting? So I won't even mention it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely for the best. That's a smart move on your part. Family good? You ready for the holidays? You got everything locked and loaded? Are you a last minute kind of guy?
Oh, I'm last minute, but my wife isn't. I hate the holidays. It's not my favorite. So I guess we're as ready as we'll ever be.
You're a bah humbug, dude, aren't you?
Oh, I just don't like it.
You are just a ray of sunshine.
Why do you hate the Why do you hate the holidays?
The stress and the to do, and there's so much to do, and I just don't. I like watching my kids enjoy it, right?
Yeah.
And hey, if we're having a little Christmas dinner, I can dive into that. But the whole holiday hustle and bustle, I don't like Christmas music. I don't like to decorate. I don't like to wrap things.
Why did you look at our tree when you said that?
Because I have to stare right at it for every second I'm in this chair.
Well,
it's not my thing.
That's the one thing about being part of the old Bonneville is they love their Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to buy into Christmas when you work.
FM 100, Scotty G. I mean, they are the soundtrack of Christmas. Our guy Rusty Keys, Lloyd and I saw him yesterday. That suit he was wearing was off the charts. Full Christmas suit.
Wow.
Like suit jacket.
Well, he can't wear any Chiefs gear anymore, so he's got to do something.
Oh yeah, notice Rusty doesn't bring up the Chiefs much anymore, does he?
Nope. It's so delightful. I love it. I am a Christmas honk, man. I love Christmas, and I will fire as soon as Halloween's over. I might be diving into the Christmas music. That's how quick I get to it. I love it, dude. I'm all about it.
Hard pass.
Yeah. All right, we got a lot to talk to. Jake's hanging out with us for the first segment. Then Danny Ainge is going to join us coming up here at 12:30. We got a locked and loaded show. Even PK will make a drop by at 2:05. So PK gets to grace us with his presence. But let's kick it off. Starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, where the pros go for plumbing, landscaping, irrigation, agricultural, HVAC parts, tools. You get it. Find a location near you at mountainland.com. If water runs through it, Mountain Land will get it taken care of for you. All right, so when Jake comes by, Jake's got a lot of opinions about a lot of things. So we do kind of a shotgun approach.
All right.
And we're just going to bust through some topics here because the one thing I love, it's the fun part about doing a show with you and the maddening part of the show with you is that you will die on every hill.
Sure
every hill you will die on. And I admire the heck out of it. So
appreciate that.
Back when you and I first met, you were anti-playoffs. Back in the old BCS, one thing you've always stuck to your guns about is that you thought the playoffs were a bad idea back then, and I got a sneaking suspicion you're not even coming around on it now.
Oh, I hate everything about it. Yeah. I do. I like the regular season. How much does it, that was always my argument, or one of them, is why would you want to diminish the regular season? Well, we've gone ahead and done that, haven't we?
Yes.
We've got 2 lost teams. We even had a 3-loss team in Texas clamoring that they should be included. Let me ask you, if you have 2 losses, should you even be considered the best team in college football or have a chance for it? Absolutely not. It's created a monster. I mean, the college sports in general, Scotty, is a monster. I don't like the direction of it one bit. I don't like what was announced yesterday at Utah. I don't like it conceptually. I don't like anything about it. And no, I don't think expanding the playoff or even creating the playoff, I don't think it fixed anything. In fact, I think it's just more cats in the wall.
Yeah. And what's their answer to what's going on? Well, let's expand it again.
Let's jam some more 16 cats in there. Yeah. Maybe if we get 12, 13, 14 cats in that wall, then it'll solve the problem. No.
Cats in the wall?
Have you not heard that?
I have heard the story, but now you got to tell it because
it's an Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode where Dee, one of the characters, gets a cat stuck in her wall. She doesn't know how to get it out. Charlie jumps on board to help her, and every solution he comes up with involves putting more cats into the wall until you've got like 13, 14, 15 cats back there, which is so funny. It's such a great example of like the NBA play-in tournament, Scotty. Doesn't solve anything. It just stuffs more and creates more of a problem. Like it's just cats in the wall.
Well, we are stuffing more cats in the wall with this, and the Notre Dame being a throwing their weight around like they are somehow some kind of persecuted David versus Goliath. Nobody likes us. Nobody respects us. We got your ACC apparently did them dirty, and how dare the ACC treat them in such a way? To me, this is almost worth the trouble to see Notre Dame being and moaning like they are right now.
Oh, I let me drink some tears. I'm all about it. Let me ask you this. Our guy Hans, we can both agree that everything just breaks Hans's way. It just does. He's charmed in that manner, and stuff just happens.
Yes.
You know, he just finds golf clubs on the street or something. Like it just always comes up Hans, right?
Yes.
So if at some point, and I'm not talking about significant life things here, but like if at some point it didn't break Hans's way, would you feel bad?
Lloyd, what do you think the odds are that he's streaming us right now where he's at?
No. In fact, I told him to put his access unit away and just go enjoy the day. So he's not listening at all.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it depends on the level of.
Yeah. I'm just talking about like his team doesn't win or something.
Or
or he doesn't get to, I don't know, get some perk. He doesn't get to go on the golf outing or something. Like if it doesn't break Hans's way, you're not feeling bad for 1 second.
No, he's not invited to go fishing.
Yeah, right. I'm not talking about major stuff. We love our guy. I'm just talking about the benefits of life that seem to come Hans's way. If for some reason Lloyd got to go on the golf outing, are we feeling bad for our guy Hans?
No, I do feel bad for Lloyd because he's probably getting a pelvic broken.
Yeah, right.
If I can't play, nobody's playing.
I don't feel bad for Notre Dame in the slightest. You think you got screwed. Wow. For the first time ever. How about BYU got screwed over by the playoff 2 years in a row, and they can't even get their own conference commissioner to stick up for them? Yeah, I don't feel bad for Notre Dame in the slightest. The Cry Fest has been beyond entertaining, and take your
Rudy and go home.
I'm more than enjoying Notre Dame fans crying. Yes.
All right. So that being said, when you look at the landscape of this college football playoff, does this appeal to you at all? Are you excited? Are there matchups to this that you're fired up to watch?
No. No, I mean, give me the most interesting first-round matchup.
First round, no, there's nothing to really. I mean, look, I'm going to watch because it's football. Don't get me wrong. Like,
but what kind of argument is that?
Because it's on TV and I will.
No. I'm just saying, like, I'm in the same basket, right? I'm a college football fan. I'm going to watch it, but that's not saying, oh my gosh, I can't wait till this gets here.
James Madison, Oregon, no. Tulane, Ole Miss, certainly no. Miami, Texas A&M, not really. Alabama, Oklahoma is pretty much the only one that.
And guess what? I watched that game earlier this year.
You've already seen it. Yes.
And it's like, even if it breaks, well, here's part of my problem and why, like, I think Bert Yormark should be ashamed of himself. Yeah, that's what I'm calling him now, Bert. Have you ever seen the movie Maverick?
Oh yeah.
With Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson, yeah,
and Jodie Foster.
It's where you learn how to learn the love of poker from that movie.
Well, Jodie Foster keeps calling him Bert, and it drives him crazy. And he's like, "My name is Brett. My name." So anyway, I thought it'd be funny to call him Bert Yormark. Old Bert. Bert is taking shots at Notre Dame. Why isn't he advocating for BYU? He, in fact, in his statements yesterday, he conceded that the playoff made the right decision, leaving BYU out. That's freaking crazy, right?
I'm trying to figure out what his end game is there.
Who is he talking to? I don't know.
Exactly. Like, what are you trying to accomplish? Because, all right, you want to take shots at Notre Dame, great. We're all on board with that. We're all on that. But when he drops this line, Jake, I'm with you. Like, I don't understand what he's trying to accomplish here.
I will say this, and I'm a little outspoken about it. I don't like how Notre Dame's reacted to it.
So,
okay, I think Pete's his behavior has been egregious. It's been egregious going after Jim Phillips when they saved Notre Dame during COVID. We all knew, and it was very transparent, Hunter was very transparent about it, the chair, that as Notre Dame and Miami got closer together, head-to-head would be a factor. Okay? BYU lost. They became closer together, head-to-head, and made a difference in that decision. So I think he is totally out of bounds in his approach, and if he was in the room, I'd tell him the same thing.
So, all right, tough guy, that's great, but I want that anger at the committee in terms of BYU. Like, BYU has got, look, if you want to talk about two lost teams, two losses came to a team that's got a first-round bye in the college football playoff. So if we're going to let two lost teams in, BYU's right there with everybody.
Well, and let me add this to the quote. There was one more quote. We looked for the audio for this earlier, but we couldn't find it. But here's the quote from Bert. He said, "Was I happy about BYU?
Yeah.
No, but I think overall they did the right job. Listen, it's progress over perfection," unquote. Ludicrous. Are you kidding? So they don't punish Alabama for losing in the title game, but then they turn around and punish BYU for it?
Yes.
And why isn't he bringing up that, listen, the head-to-head mattered for Notre Dame and Miami, but what about BYU and SMU? When it didn't seem to matter all that much next year. Why isn't he blasting them for the moving criteria and all that stuff? He's not doing any of that. He's taking a shot at the Notre Dame AD. What is the point of that? Why is he not advocating for his school? And you know what? He didn't advocate enough for BYU going into this whole process.
Nope.
And then to come out of it and go, well, I think they got it right by leaving my school out. That's bananas. Are you kidding? What's he doing? And I thought, honestly, Scotty, I thought PR was his superpower.
Same. I thought marketing, promotion, all of that, and we're not seeing any of that. Nope. He needs to be acting like the Notre Dame guy about BYU.
Yes, and he's not doing any of that. He's conceding it. He's saying, oh, they did the right thing leaving my team out. Are you serious, Clark? Like, that's money, too. And, Scotty, by the way, how do you think Alabama got the benefit of the doubt this year? It's because the SEC cried so bad last year that they wouldn't even dare do it again.
Nope.
I mean, what's his name? Who's the Slive? No, he's the old one. Who's
Greg Sankey.
Sankey.
Yeah.
Sankey absolutely, well, I'm not going to say that, complained so loudly. And behind the scenes, do you think old Sankey was leaving the Mouse's phone alone? Heck no. He's all over ESPN like white on rice. And now what are they going to do this year? Well, we wouldn't dare leave Alabama out. Of course, the SEC title game doesn't count. Are you kidding? That's post-play. That doesn't matter. Oh, what about BYU? Oh, well, it obviously matters. They lost to Texas Tech in the Big 12 title game.
I mean, come on. They're going to knock them down a little
We didn't
bit.
even think about BYU. Why would we?
I mean, look, even if you realize that you didn't get BYU in, you're playing the long game here. And Greg Sankey's always played the long game. It's not about this year. All right, so we got screwed over this year. Okay, so what can we do to make sure this doesn't happen going forward? All right, well, I'm going to go scorched earth. I loved the old AD for the American Conference at Jim Oresco, or I think that guy,
Mike
Oresco. That guy was always complaining about, hey, we're one of the Power 5, we're a Power 6 conference now, and how UCF was a national champion. And look, nobody ever believed anything he said, but boy, he was always trumpeting for his schools, always out in front, always pushing the envelope. And right now, if I'm a BYU fan, I'm looking at Brett Yormark like, bro, what are you doing?
I love it that we're giving Oresco credit for doing his job.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like, Scotty, you're talking on the radio. Congratulations.
Yeah, good job. Good job. You showed up today. That's a win.
His job. You know what I mean? And it means quite literally money. Another share of the playoff pie. I mean, I have no idea what he's doing and why he did not advocate more for BYU throughout all of this.
Jake, I've got about 4 more things I want to touch base with you, but I got to let you go.
Here, real quick. Give me as many as you can, and I'll one-word answer them.
Okay. Jazz, are they bad enough to be where they need to be?
At the moment, yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Private equity, yes or no?
No.
An emphatic no?
I'm like offended. That's as much as I'm offended by the whole situation. That much of a no.
All right. I'll let you go, man.
You're the best, Scotty G. Thank you for having me on. Really appreciate it.
All right. Sounds good. There he is, Jake Scott, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're live here at RGS. Greg's hanging out with us. How are you, man?
Great.
Hey,
there we are.
There you go. All right. So it's that time of year. Everybody's like, well, wait a minute. The snow's not here yet. So I'm fine. I'll be okay. No ice dams are going to hit me. Folks, it's coming. It's going to get here. Don't worry about it.
It is definitely going to be coming. We had that little bit of a cold spell, and some people got a little bit of a realization that they're not ready. But it's going to come. Whether or not it's like a heavy snow, it's going to freeze. Your gutters are going to freeze up. You're going to get leaking. You're going to get damage. You're going to have the issues. It's almost here.
Yeah. Heat cable. Can you still get that installed?
Yep, we still can. Highly recommend. If you had a problem last year, give us a call. We'll come out, give you a free estimate. We can get on it here. It might be a few weeks before we can get it installed, but you're going to be ahead of the game getting it taken care of than trying to wait for it and find all your problems and realize you forgot that you needed to get it up there. So, yep, we can still definitely get you taken care of.
There's some people that have had it on their roof for a long time, but, it's hasn't worked or they haven't got it plugged in. Or you can come in and kind of check it out, see where it's at, and then if it needs to be replaced, you can do that.
Yeah, we can help diagnose what problems you got. A lot of people put up the old Home Depot stuff that doesn't work and never did work. That's a constant heat cable that burns itself out. You're usually lucky if it lasts a year. And they're a fire hazard. Like once they short themselves out, they can catch fire. Seen it quite a few times actually.
Really?
Yeah, they'll arc across each other and create a spark and start a fire. So yeah, the old stuff can be dangerous. And the new stuff, it's self-regulating, so it works when you need it, and it's drawing power when you need it, not when you don't.
And so it's not constantly hitting your electric bill.
Yeah, so it basically heats up when it needs to heat up. You plug it in, and it draws a little bit of power when it's warm, draws more power when it needs to heat up to melt the snow and ice.
Because I had this old system where I had to go and plug it in. Well, I had a little switch.
Yep.
In my house, and if I knew a snowstorm was coming, I'd flip it and I'd be fine. But if you didn't get it turned on, and then you got hit with the snow and the ice, and you tried to get it going, it took forever to do its job. And so you had to be ahead of it. Here, you don't have to worry about that.
Well, same thing. You don't want to run it when you don't need it.
Yeah.
But if you think it's going to be cold and you're worried about it, turn it on. It's going to draw a minimal power while it's on. But, we tell you to turn it off when you don't need it just because you don't want to waste that power. But it heats up when it actually needs it. So, it draws a little bit before the storm comes in. When the storm's there, it heats up, keeps the roof open and clean and flowing, and then when the storm passes and everything's good, you can turn it off.
Not only will they deal with that and help out with your rain gutters, complete overhaul of your house, you can do that as well. There's no project that can't be done here at RGS. We'll talk more to Greg about that throughout the show. 801-280-3110. That's the number to call. 801-280-3110. Coming up next, Danny Ainge joins us straight ahead right here on The Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Our guy Hans on vacation, but hey, you know what? He's here every week, and we appreciate it. Can't thank him enough. Danny Ainge, kind enough to join us right here on the Zone.
It's time to talk Jazz basketball with the CEO of the Utah Jazz and NBA legend, Danny Ainge. With Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Danny, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How are you?
I'm good, Scotty. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Holidays are here. Family's good. Life is good. Can't complain. How's everything in your world?
Yeah, no, I wish I could be on a beach in Hawaii right now.
Yeah,
but
I know, right?
We have to work.
Hey, I know you got to be careful about talking about individual players at the collegiate level, but BYU, big come-from-behind victory last night in Madison Square Garden. You played in one of the more iconic venues in all of sports, in Boston, but did you, as a player, did you appreciate some of those different environments like Madison Square Garden or in Boston or some of these places that have so much history? Did that resonate with you as a player at the time?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Madison Square Garden was always a fun place. Boston was always my favorite place to play, even when I wasn't playing for the Celtics, but Madison Square Garden was very special. There's so much energy in that building.
By the way, speaking of old buildings, I got to ask you a question. Do you know if you guys actually did turn up the heat in that Laker locker room back in the finals in the old building?
That building was so old, we didn't have any air conditioning or heat in that locker room. We spent the entire winter like freezing. Couldn't even have shoot-arounds at that gym. It was so cold. And then in the summertime, there was no escape. But no, we were dripping sweat every bit as bad as the Lakers were.
I love those old series. Hey, I was talking to I've got a 14-year-old son who's all about sports, and he just loves everything about the sports world. And we were watching Inside the NBA, and they were talking about Charles Barkley, the player. And he looks at me, he's like, that guy played basketball? I'm like, that guy was an incredible basketball player. We're now like 2 generations away from people remembering Charles Barkley, the player. You were a teammate with his in Phoenix, a team that, frankly, if John Paxson doesn't hit that 3, I think you guys win that series in 7 games. But when you look at Charles Barkley, the player, just how good was he?
Oh, wow. I mean, Charles was great. I played 3 years with Charles, and my first year I played with him was the year we lost to the Bulls in the NBA Finals. And Barkley was MVP of the league that year. Mm-hmm. That tells you a little bit with the players that were in there, with like Olajuwon and Jordan were in the prime of their careers. Charles was very special. And, he's about 6'5", and he's got long arms and unbelievable bounce and athleticism. But, yeah, Charles was a great, great player. He didn't, I don't know who I would take between Charles and many other power forwards. There's a lot of guys that play harder every night, that, are more professional in their approach. But, like, in a big game, in a big moment, Charles was as good as anybody.
There's so much attention now on nutrition and training, and it's a year-round. And not to say back in the 80s and 90s that wasn't a priority, but now the science to it is so immense. Do you see the results of that with today's players opposed to the players back when you played?
Yeah, I think nutrition, obviously exercise and training have been part of it forever, but, things have changed, and there's new products and new studies that show, but there are still players that need to pay more attention to it and be more diligent in what they eat and how they train, as there always have been. But I would say that in today's game, it's more common for players to pay close attention to those instructions and that science.
I do the games for Utah State, as you know, and before games, before practices, they have this little device that kind of hooks into the waistband of their shorts, and it tracks how much they're running, how much speed, their output, I mean, the amount of science that goes into this thing is just incredible. And they're judging, playing time and practice schedules kind of based off that information and seeing where you guys are at. And it's just the results of that are just enormous. And that's at the Utah State level. I can't imagine what you've got at the Jazz level.
Yeah, so those things have been around for quite a while. I think that there's some players that don't even like the information because I still think there's a lot of conclusions that are drawn. It's one thing to have that information. I ran, 3.7 miles today in the course of the game, and the fastest speed I was at was such and such, and my heart rate was this. Okay, but how do you interpret that? If that means, the next game we're only going to play you 27 minutes and you could only run 3 miles, and that's kind of what the game has gone into a little bit, too much. Not everybody does it that way, but I know that there are players that are fearful of that actually happening, and it has happened and does happen where we have some sort of science to say how much a player can do or should do, and that's where the conclusions of some of that evidence that you have is, in my opinion, not conclusive and probably shouldn't be talked about as much as it is.
You drop a game to Oklahoma City, 131-101. Oklahoma City, obviously, they're the defending champs. They're really good. They're a talented roster, but why are they playing as well as they are right now? Because it seems like they've ratcheted up to another level, even above last year.
Yeah, I mean, well, one reason is that they're a very, very talented team. And even with some of the guys that didn't play in the game the other night, obviously Shea, who's an MVP candidate, they're deep. And, they've been winning these games without their second-best player in Jalen Williams, and all of a sudden he's back playing now, and so it's not as dramatic to not have Shea not playing. But they're a deep team. They're well-coached. They're young. They're fresh. They got a lot going well for them.
23-1 to start the season. When you saw Shea come out of the draft, going into the draft, did you see this to a certain extent, or has even this surprised you, the level he's reached?
No, it's surprised. I mean, when anybody becomes the top player in the game, I'm not sure you ever see that when they're really, really young. But I did see, I would say 5 years ago, where I thought Shea had a chance to be this good. But I did not see it through the draft process, his 1 year at Kentucky.
When it appears the Chris Paul era has come to an end, where do you put Chris Paul in? And I'm not asking you to rank him, but do you put him in the upper echelon of greatest point guards, or is he just outside that group?
I think he's in the group. I think he's a very, very special player. Chris, I remember the first time I saw Chris, I was watching him play a game at Duke and Wake Forest his freshman year, and he didn't have a good game. His shooting numbers were not good. I walked away from that game and go, I got to get that guy. That guy, somehow, some way, I'd love to get him with the Boston Celtics at that time, and we did everything we could to try to get Chris in that draft, and we couldn't find a way. But, I've always thought he was special. He has a special mind for the game. He's got a clutch gene. Unfortunately, his teams haven't won yet, and that's, but there's a lot of great players that are, that don't have a chance to play with some of the better teams of all time. But, I think it would be hard to actually rank because I think we put a lot into team success, and he did have a lot of team success. He just never won one, and it's not because he wasn't good. That's for sure. He's a great player.
Danny Ainge, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Will Hardy is begging and pleading for his guys to continue to play hard. It's a young team. When you talk about a team playing hard, obviously they're crazy talented players, but Are some guys just kind of born with that genetic to be able to give that extra gear, or is that something that you can learn throughout the course of your career?
Well, I would say this. I would say that with every player on our team right now, if you just look back at them when they were starting in their first years, second years, which we have quite a few of them, every single one of them, all the way up to Nurkic and Lowry, like those guys are all playing harder. Everybody's playing harder than they did when they were young. So yeah, I do think there are some young guys that are just born to play really hard all the time. And usually those guys aren't the best players and aren't the best shooters and all that, but those guys are valuable. But I feel like all our guys are playing harder, but it doesn't mean that you don't revert back. And I still think oftentimes when players aren't playing hard, it's not as simple as just turning on your motor. I think confidence plays a huge, huge role into that. How you're feeling about yourself, how you're feeling about the role, like where you're supposed to be, how much knowledge you have of your opponent. I think experience, all those things enhance how hard someone plays. And so sometimes when guys aren't playing hard, they're not playing hard enough. They're not committed to playing hard. But I think that's more rare than it is. I think that, especially with a young team like ours, I think it just is a little bit of confidence lacking, understanding exactly their role all the time. And I'm not sure that, but you have to find a way. Listen, you've got to prove to your teammates and your coach that you're needed. And I think that's, Will's motivation with this young group is like, no matter what, you have to play hard. Which I think is right. And like I just said, I think that since Will's been coaching this group, I think every single guy of all the young players that we have on that team are playing harder.
When you're on a team, you talk about confidence. When you're on a team that's maybe not ratcheting up the amount of wins that they would hope for, how do you find ways to increase confidence? Yeah, that's a tough one. Like you said, the BYU game last night in New York City, how do you stop that run? They scored 21 in a row against BYU and took a huge lead, and BYU couldn't make a shot. That wasn't because they weren't trying hard enough. That was because they just didn't have a feel, or collectively they didn't know how to stop the bleeding and, get confidence in making the shots and find ways to get stops. And I think that they found it in the second half, and that happens all the time. And as you see with the Jazz, like we've had, I think we've only had 3 or 4 really bad games where, it was really bad the first quarter and a half, 40-15 or something like that. And I think that that's what I mean. It's not so much they're not trying. It's like it looks like they're not trying because they're not playing with that swagger. And then sometimes the opposite happens is where, players are trying to do it individually. And because they're being selfish, but because they're trying to help the team win. And by being aggressive, they think is the best way. And then turnovers happen, and sometimes it gets worse. But yeah, that's why coaches get paid the big bucks. Well, I'm very, very sympathetic to coaches. There's no simple science where we can put a strap around their waist and tell them what's wrong with their heads. When you're putting a team together, whether it's draft or free agency, how much do you look at how that individual would fit into a locker room that you currently have in terms of getting along, not being a guy that would cause issues, or, how much of that conversation goes on into how much of a fit would he be culturally with your organization?
Yeah, no, that's a big factor. I'm not sure it's a determining factor, because the reason it's not is there's rarely someone that I've identified in the last years that would be such a disruption that you wouldn't want him. occasionally there's a guy that's not a fit. He's probably not a fit with most teams. But when you're drafting guys at such a young age, most of the kids are still really good kids.
There's a final question, just this confidence and development of players and what you have and what can be developed. I've asked a lot of football coaches this, but I'm curious about it on the basketball side. Can you learn to be tough, or is that something that, I mean, we talk about play hard, but just toughness, mental toughness, physical toughness, can you learn that, or is that something you're born with?
Yeah, so it's both, okay? So I don't think it's that simple. I think that just as I said earlier about the guys playing harder, they do get tougher. They are able to play with more injuries, more pain. They do compete harder against guys that are more physical than them, and they learn to become tougher. But there are some players that are just innately tough, and there's others that have been raised by big brothers and tough environments, and they've had to learn toughness in their young life, and they've learned it before they get there. But I do believe it's something that can be taught. But when you take a look at a guy like John Stockton or Larry Bird or Michael Jordan as examples, like those guys were innately tough. They were always tough. And that's that. If you got guys that are that tough, those are the kind of guys you would like, especially with that much talent.
Danny, I can't thank you enough. I appreciate it, and look forward to catching up with you next week. Great insight as always. I can't tell you how much we enjoy these conversations.
Oh, but you don't get to go to Hawaii right now?
No.
Next week?
No.
Yep.
I was in Tampa last week for a basketball game, and it's not quite Hawaii, but it was a lot better than what we have here, that's for sure. And
how are our Aggies doing so far this year?
You know what? They're 8-1, and they did lose to a team in Florida, South Florida. I think that there's still a lot to be learned about them in terms of toughness, in terms of dealing with adversity. They've got a lot of talent on the team, but it'll be interesting to see when they get in the middle of the Mountain West how they handle adversity, and when people learn how to handle that matchup zone that they run that gives a lot of teams fits if you don't see it regularly. So I don't know. I think we're in a really good place in state. Obviously, BYU's playing really well, and they're loaded with talent. I think Utah State has a chance to be an NCAA tournament team as well.
Oh, great. Well, it'd be fun. I've noticed their record, and I noticed that game in the tournament during the holidays, but I'm anxious to pay a little more attention right now as they get started into conference schedule.
Love it.
It'd be fun.
Well, I appreciate it, Danny. Thanks so much.
All right. Talk to you later, Scott.
You got it. Danny Ainge, CEO of the Utah Jazz, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Man, every week you learn a little bit more. And I'm not going to lie, selfishly, because I grew up watching basketball in the 80s and 90s as a kid, and that's my era of fandom of the NBA. That's when I fell in love with the sport. So I'm not going to lie, from a selfish standpoint, and I think there's a lot of people of my generation that listen to this show, I am going to take them down memory lane every now and then. And, that's going to happen. So just be prepared for it. But great insight, as always, Danny Ainge. Coming up next, what you may have missed right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
The University of Utah Athletics is entering into what could be a $500 million plus equity partnership with Otro Capital. I don't think this is a good decision for Utah, if especially they're having an overly emotional reaction to BYU all of a sudden having the upper hand. This just seems like a really desperate move to be something that you're not.
It may have been a Hail Mary. I mean, if Utah was not going to be able to compete at all, and if there is going to be a line that is drawn of the teams that have money and the teams that don't, and you're going to get left behind.
But compete with who? Texas Tech has one guy and you're trying to keep up with that? BYU has an entire tech industry that's feeding into it. You're trying to keep up with that? Figure out a way to be
what you are.
What you are. Yes, what you are. By the way, ironically enough, which is what Utah has been good at since the early 90s.
Yeah.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's so many things to love about America First Credit Union, but something that I really love as they attempt to give back to our community. And I think that that's how they've made it in this business for so long. Remember, they started right here in Utah in 1939, giving back to our community, being able to assist different individuals with different lending, and that's what they continue to do today. I was just a part of Warming the Souls event where they raise all these shoes and they connect with RSL and they put these shoes on these underprivileged kids, and it's just amazing to watch these people work in our communities. You might wonder why they're always attached to sports, while they know that sport is community. So they love to be a part of us. So why don't we give back to them? America First Credit Union. They can help you with any kind of loan, anything from a small auto loan all the way up to a mortgage. And they can help you with saving. Just go to americafirst.com. There's 116 locations. You can find the one closest to you at americafirst.com and get in there. Ask them about a mortgage. Ask them about the auto loan. Ask them about a business account. I've got a couple of business accounts through America First Credit Union. I love having them manage my money. You can find them at americafirst.com.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition since 1948.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding. Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Hey, Doug, I was wondering if I could test drive a sweet new Kia Telluride.
Weren't you here yesterday?
Was I?
And the day before?
People tell me I have one of those faces.
All right, but this is the last one.
Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on all new 2025 Kia Tellurides. Discounted price includes $2,000 customer cash through KFA. Additional discounts applied from Doug Smith Kia. No one knows Kia like Doug.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're not playing Toto just because it's a great song. No, we're giving away tickets. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see Toto with special guest Christopher Cross, who Hans loves Christopher Cross. Go figure. But and the Romantics, all at Utah First. You're looking for a place to take Mama and do a little slow dancing like Hans likes to do, cheek to cheek at one of those concerts. That's the one you want to go to. Credit Union Amphitheater, or Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, August 21st, 2026. So you got a little bit of time, but we're giving away tickets right now. Again, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. All right, what you may have missed, and not a lot of people did miss it, but how about the come-from-behind victory for BYU last night? Down big at the half. You heard Danny Ainge reference it. We've talked about it as well. But Robert Wright hits the three as time expires to not only beat Clemson, but a monstrous come-from-behind victory and doing it in Madison Square Garden. Oh, my goodness. You can't ask for a better venue. As this team, again, they're a slow-starting team, but when they get going, they're fun to watch. A.J. DeBonsa with 22 points in the second half, outscoring Clemson by himself in the second half. So BYU, impressive victory on the road in Madison Square Garden, and this team continues to be must-watch TV. All right, Greg's hanging out with us. We are live here at RGS Exteriors. Were you watching that game last night?
I watched the last half of it, yeah.
Well, that was the best half to watch.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much when everybody needs to start watching that team. Just wait till halftime and then watch the last 20 minutes.
Everything's good from there out.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Exactly. All right, so we're getting into winter, and the snow is going to come eventually. But can you still do massive remodel exterior homes in January, February?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Right now is when you really want to get in, because we say it every year, but prices are going to are going to increase in a couple months. So you come in now, get on the books. We're going to be starting your project when things start to warm up. So it's perfect time to get things, go through your options, get your designs, get your financing if you want to, get it taken all care of. And by the time things are warming up, we're rolling on your project.
So when you look at, so if somebody comes in and they lock in the pricing, they can do that now, and then the job can be done March, April, whenever, next year. So even if the job doesn't start until next year, you can get the 2025 pricing.
100%. That's what you want to do right now, is get your pricing locked in. We're not going to be producing until we're just starting to get into February for production. And if you want to hold off for a little bit, but we do home remodels all year long. So weather slows you down a little bit, not quite as much daylight, but we can 100% get you locked in, get your design taken care of. Know that when things start to warm up, we're going to be hitting your house, getting it going for the brand new year.
There's a lot of people out there that know exactly what they want, and then there's other people that know, okay, we need to do something, but we're not really sure, and you're not really design people, so you need to have your hand held a little bit. You can help out with that process.
100%. Our estimators can come out and walk you through every step of the process, kind of explain to you what your house needs, go over what you're thinking, what your design options are, and then we can give you a rendering. We actually do a 3D rendering where we take all those ideas, put it on the computer, and you can see exactly what your house is going to look like instead of trying to guess. And you can get a picture of what it would look like when you drive up to your house. So, and you can make changes off of that. It's not something that's locked in. It moves if you decide, hey, I don't really like that color brick, or I don't want stone, or how about we do hardy there. It's a pretty simple process to be able to mix things up and give you just a really good idea of what your house is going to look like.
It was really fun kind of being an observer when you did the project for Hans' parents. and watching some of those renderings and saying, you know what, I want to, because Hans is really particular. Hans knew exactly what he wanted, but it's like, let's replace this and put this in there, and it's just a couple of clicks away, and you can see exactly what it'll look like.
Exactly, and for those people who are afraid to make those decisions, it really gives you. I mean, when you can see it, it makes it so that you're more comfortable with that, making that option, choosing that, and it's we try and make it as painless as possible, because a lot of people are afraid to look into investing and making a mistake. We're here to make sure you don't make that mistake.
I love it. And the financing options are incredible right now. Yeah,
we actually have a promotion going right now. We're doing a 24-month same as cash promotion, and we're giving away a Blackstone grill.
Oh, nice.
With qualifying purchases. So we're trying to give a little bit of incentive, get in before the prices change, so that you got some financing options, plus you get your Blackstone to do all your cooking with.
Honestly, I spend more time on my my flat top in the summer than I do actually my smoker.
Yeah.
And I love smokers, and I've got a bunch of them, but there's nothing better than a good smash burger any time of year.
Yeah, I actually started on the griddles and then went to the smoker, but it's great to have the between the two. I mean, you can smoke your steak and sear it real quick, and then you're done.
There you're done. 801-280-3110, RGS Exteriors. Take advantage of that 24 months, same as cash, and they'll hook you up with the Blackstone Grill. 801-280-3110. It's RGS Exteriors right here on the Zone.
Every child deserves a warm, joyful holiday season, but many families in Utah are struggling right now. KSL's Quarters for Christmas is here to help. With your support, we can provide coats and shoes to kids who need them most. Every dollar goes directly toward winter clothing for Utah children. Please join us in making a difference. Donate today at kslquarters.com. That's kslquarters.com. This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, I'm out at Brooklyn. Now I'm down in Tribeca, right next to De Niro. But I'll be hood forever. I'm the new Sinatra. And since I made it here, I can make it anywhere.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans on vacation. We'll get him back in on Monday. But joining us now, he's the host of KY Sports Radio and covers Kentucky better than anybody else. The reason why we're talking Kentucky, we might sneak in a Mark Pope question here and there, but they went to an LLC, their athletic department, back in April, as Utah made the announcement yesterday with their relationship with private equity. We're going to try to compare the two and see at least how it's going with Kentucky. Matt's hanging out with us. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I've been saying for about a year and a half that I thought someone would break the seal on private equity, and the question was just who. And I didn't expect Utah to be the first one, but they are, and they're probably going to have to answer a lot of questions and blaze the path that other schools were kind of hoping somebody else would have to do, and Utah will be the one to do it.
I think I was talking to another athletic director, and I asked him, now that essentially, as you said, that seal is broken, somebody was the first to do it, are we going to see a lot? And he goes, yeah, buckle up. But are people going to wait and see a little bit to see how it goes with Utah? Or that now that Utah is essentially in that game, do you imagine there'll be a lot of people quickly following?
Well, okay, so there's two different issues. There's the legal questions that are going to surround this and the political questions, and then there's the secondary of whether it'll work. So if it was just about the whether it will work, I actually think Utah probably the timing is pretty good because I think these deals from a financial sense for these equity companies make very little sense to me. Like, I don't know how this private equity company thinks they're going to make the money back that is going to be worth the investment. But the market will decide that, and I think what will happen is a few of the first ones to do it will get some valuations that are probably a little high, and they'll be lucky. And then after that, I don't know what's going to happen. But I think the bigger issue for Utah specifically is the legal and political. You've already heard a couple congressmen come out today and say they're going to start to examine the tax-exempt status for universities that take private equity. That's always been one of my worries about it, is I think these universities, once you become partially a private company, you have issues that relate to tax status. You also have issues that relate to public disclosure of what's happening. And I am not sure how Congress is going to treat public universities now being owned by equity companies. And we'll see. I think that issue is going to come up immediately. At Kentucky, what they did here is they basically turned their athletics department into a private company that is owned by UK. And their hope, I think, is it allows them to make more flexible decisions without going through the process that universities have to do. And then I think it helps them not have to disclose a lot of stuff. I just don't see how that holds up in court, maybe it will, but I can't imagine courts are going to say that's okay, because if they do, then all these universities will just turn into private companies, and I can't imagine that being something that Congress and the courts allow.
Yeah, I had a state representative text me last night about this, and he just texted and said, it feels like they're selling off a piece of our public institution with no notice.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And there's
Yeah.
a process, a bidding process, and I don't know what Utah law is, but in most states, for a governmental organization to do something with a private company, they have to have a public bidding process. They didn't do any of that. I just can't imagine that goes without a challenge. And maybe they win that challenge, but probably I think what the hesitancy has been a lot of these schools is they've been waiting for somebody else to challenge all this so they don't have to be the ones to take the hit.
Yeah, so somebody else pay the legal battle, see what precedents get set, and then we'll adjust accordingly.
Go from there. You're exactly right. I think there's a number of schools that have considered it. I kind of always thought the first one would come from the ACC or the Big 12. Because financially speaking, they don't get the TV money the SEC and Big Ten does. So I always thought it would be an ACC or Big 12 school. The Big 12 contract is a little better. So I always kind of thought it was going to be an ACC school. I'd sort of predicted Miami or Louisville as being two of the ones that were the most likely. So I was a little surprised to see it was Utah, but it was inevitable somebody was going to try.
So you've got 8 months with this LLC at Kentucky. Is it too soon to get any feel for what the vibe is there in Lexington with what's going on, essentially from a political or a monetary standpoint?
Well, the vibe is not good. Now, Kentucky has voluntarily, I think, complied with most of the open record stuff because they don't want to be sued yet. But here's where I think you have to think about it. When private companies get involved, decisions get made for financial reasons that may not be in the interest of what the public institution and the fans want. So let's use Utah as an example. Let's say the people investing don't want to keep losing money for whatever reason. Utah's been on a streak of losing, and they're losing too much money, and they say, all right, we're going to cut back costs. Coach comes and wants to get their contract renewed, and they go, you know what? It's not worth it because our company's taking a $10 million loss. And then the fans say, well, wait a minute. What are we supposed to do about this? And they have no recourse because it's a private company. Then you see problems, and that's happening at Kentucky right now. There's a story that's come out today that this private LLC is maybe inserting provisions into NIL contracts that are keeping basketball recruits from signing them. And now this company, people are getting upset at it, but because it's not a public institution, they don't really have a way to express it. I think you're headed for that inevitably. It's the same problem professional sports franchises have, like with my Cincinnati Reds, when they don't spend money on a free agent. But what can people do about it? It's a private company. I think that's what is going to be a negative for college sports.
Well, it's also interesting when you have public employees, let's just, we talk about coaches, but let's talk about maybe, your sports information director has got 7-8 guys on his staff, and the private equity company's like, you know what? We think you can do that job with 3 guys on that staff. You need to let 5 of those guys go. Well, these are public employees, and, is there recourse there? Is there a problem? There's so many things in line that are up in the air on this.
That's a great point. I think there are laws that come into play when you get rid of public employees. There are First Amendment rights, that come into place when you are a public employee. There are things you can say that maybe you can't if you're a private employee. So a private company, let's say you take money from a hedge fund that leans progressive, and then you have a coach that wants to give his conservative views. Will he be allowed to do it? There's all kinds of things like that I don't think come into play. Let's even go back to something that happened in the NFL when Kaepernick did the kneeling. The NFL decided we're a private institution. We don't have to let you do that. But if he had been a student at a public school, I think he would have been able to do that. Well, what happens if it's the private fund paying the money for a public person? I just think it's very, very messy. And I think all legislators are going to go, wait a minute, do we want to do this without even thinking about it? And I do think it'll probably be Utah that will be the test case, and everybody else will follow.
Do you think there could be some Title IX issues as well when you try to in how you're spending some of that money?
Could be. I mean, the Title IX would be a little bit different because Title IX would follow the institution no matter what. So I think the private company would have to agree to do Title IX. So I think that's almost the opposite problem. That's probably a bigger issue for the company than it is for the university because you can't get around Title IX as a university. But Utah's not going to be the only school to do this. They took what Kentucky did and they just took it another level. But I do think this is the level where Congress starts getting involved, and I would suspect that there's going to be a lot of schools that want Utah to succeed because they want to do the same thing, but it's probably going to be Utah that fights the battle.
Matt, from a personal standpoint, are you disappointed and a little bummed out where we're at with collegiate athletics right now?
No, not really. I actually think – so for me, here's the way I look at college sports. If you're somebody who likes business and if you're somebody who likes kind of transactions and all that kind of stuff, there's a lot of stuff now to watch. The transfer portal gives you many opportunities to see people, make their roster better, worse, et cetera. But let's say you don't care about any of that. You just like the games. I would argue the games are better now than they've ever been. I'm a big college basketball fan. This is the best season of college basketball in 20 years. There's more talent in the game now than there's ever been. Let's take college football. Programs like Utah can now say, we could win the national championship.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana's a 1 seed in the college football playoff. Pre-NIL, that is impossible. I think the product on the field is better now. So there's a lot more noise, and you can follow it if you want. But if you tune it all out and just turn on the games, kids are staying longer, more schools have a chance to win, and the quality of play is actually higher. So I would argue NIL has actually made the sport better, even if it has actually made it somewhat messier.
Well, I don't think we're looking at a BYU team that's got as much talent as they have on their roster, 5 years ago. And certainly in football, they're not clamoring to get into the college football playoff.
Well, A.J. DeBonsa is not going to be at BYU absent NIL, right?
No.
He'll be at Kentucky or Kansas or Duke. That's just how it'll be. BYU is actually probably one of the best examples. BYU can now be a competitive program if they want. And the thing I think we've learned, the people that it has hurt the most are the traditional blue bloods. Like, if you're a traditional blue blood and you're smart and innovative, you can still be great, a la Ohio State. But if you're a blue blood that is at all behind, like, say, Alabama, you might take a step back, allowing a Texas Tech, an Indiana, a BYU to come join the party. And I think that's been the biggest difference. And as a blue blood basketball fan of Kentucky, I've been very adamant. We can no longer expect Kentucky to be successful just because they're Kentucky. A.J. DeBonsa, 5 years ago, he's at Kentucky. Now he's at BYU, and that's the new era of NIL.
How much is that? I don't want to say a hot seat, but how much are things heating up for Mark Pope?
Not a hot seat yet. I mean, he'll get through this year to next year no matter what. But if this year continues on this pace, then they better be good next year. I mean, he'll have – this is kind of a 3-year job in terms of he's an alum here. People really like him on a personal level. People really want him to succeed. But this is Kentucky, and getting blown out like they have in these early games, that only lasts for so long. So I think he's fine no matter what happens this year, but next year would become a different year if things don't go better.
You make a coaching change at football. How much does Indiana and their success, which is traditionally thought of as a basketball school, ramp up the pressure to get things going football-wise there at Kentucky?
Mark Stoops would be the coach here next year if not for what happened at Indiana and Vanderbilt. Indiana and Vanderbilt were both teams that Kentucky played annually every single year in football. And even though Kentucky was not good at football, they dominated those two teams historically. The Indiana series stopped about 8 years ago. But historically, Kentucky is used to playing Indiana Vanderbilt and beating them. And the fact that those two teams became playoff contenders and Kentucky went in the other direction while also sort of complaining that they didn't have enough funds, et cetera, I think that was ultimately what led to them parting with a coach that most fans liked over the years, which was Mark Stoops.
Well, Matt, we appreciate it. Great insight, and can't thank you enough for kind of helping us out and kind of looking at what the future may hold for not just Utah, but Kentucky as well. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it. Matt Jones right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Look, he brings up a really good point. And frankly, this is something that I didn't even think about until last night when you saw a couple members of the Utah State Legislature start to tweet out some things and saying, hey, you know what? We need to take a look at this. And then I had another legislator sent me a text last night, and because I was curious about this as well. And yeah, there's some things going on up on the Hill right now. And as I mentioned, let me pull up the text again, where they mentioned, they said, it feels like we're selling off a piece of our public institution with no notice. And so I asked, were you guys given a heads up on this at all? And he said, no, not at all. And it brings up a really good point. How much does the state legislature, who divvies out a lot of the public funding for these institutions, how much should, now BYU can get away with it because they're a private school. Now Utah State, they're public. So when you do something like this and essentially sell part of your athletic department, how much does your state legislature needs to be a part of this? How much of this is open records? How much of this should be accessible to the public? It's fair questions to ask. Now look, I'm not saying that Utah did anything wrong, but I also think that these legislators probably are well within their rights to say, you know what, we're not throwing the hammer down on this. We just want to know what's going on. We just want to be aware and have some of the details of what's going on, and I think those are fair questions to ask. All right. Greg's hanging out with us. Again, we are live here at RGS Exteriors. So many cool things going on down here. And you and Tim have all made mentions of this as well, that there's a lot of people that get into their house. You know, let's say you had one house and then you sold it and you got into a house in maybe your early 30s, mid-30s, and then you were anticipating flipping that house and then moving into your dream home.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are now realizing, well, guess what? We got a 2.8% interest rate, or we got a 3% interest rate. We're not giving up that interest rate. So we might as well turn our current home into our dream home, and that's where RGS can step in and help you out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not going anywhere.
Nope.
I got locked in on my house. I
told my wife we're dying in this house.
Yep,
yes.
Exactly. And yeah, we can. A lot of people have a kind of a general idea what they're thinking of their house in the future, what they want it to be, and then they're like, I got this old stucco house. I don't like it. I was just planning on being here. We can totally do. We'll kind of call it a facelift on the front. I mean, you can do the whole house, but if you just want to do the front of the house, we can totally do that. We can come in, give you ideas, and we can change the entire feel of your house, taking down, the old materials, the old stucco, the old pop-outs, the stuff that really dates a house, and completely mix it up, give you a new rock or stone or brick wainscot, do hardy, lap and with some shake accents, and completely change your house. Make it look like one of those brand new houses that you see when you're driving through the model home neighborhoods.
I got to imagine there's some people that, it may not happen overnight or through the course of the day, but all of a sudden they're pulling into their cul-de-sac and they're like, whose house? Oh, that's my house.
Yeah.
Because just the exterior of home can make that house just so much different.
Yeah. We actually have some testimonials on our website, and probably see them on Facebook and whatnot, of homeowners that are like, I almost come to tears when I pull into my house. I hated it. For 15 years we've lived here, and now I have the house of my dreams. It looks beautiful. My neighbors tell me how beautiful my house is. We can we can completely change the feel of your house. And it's one of the best things you can do for your house as far as resale, if that's something you're looking for. The exterior of your house curb appeal is the number one thing that draws people into the house. So when your house looks beautiful, whether you're planning on staying there or you're looking to sell it, it's the best thing you can do to update your house and just make it feel, modern.
And a lot of people are going to look at this as an expense. The way to look at it is an investment.
100% it's an investment. It's one of the things, homes are something that always increases in value. So where you're putting money into your home, you're basically putting it into, like you said, an investment, something that you're going to be able to get back out of it. It's not something you're going to spend and it's going to go away. It's something that whether or not you're reselling or just keeping it, it's reinvesting in something that you own.
It all starts with one phone call, 801-280-3110. One of the representatives from RGS will come out to your house. They'll lay out all the options available to you. They'll have the 3D rendering so you know exactly what your house is going to look like. And they'll go over all the financing options too. Right now, 24 months, same as cash.
Yeah, we don't offer stuff like that very often. And we have other plans that you can do if you don't want that one. We've got a lot of different financing options that are available that kind of fit whatever you're looking for. And big thing is really want to get in before the end of the year.
Yeah.
We can get an estimator out there, get you locked in before that, but I can't stress that enough. It's not going to get cheaper.
No. 801-280-3110. That's the number to call right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. There's another conversation to be had about the 12-team playoff, how BYU was treated by that committee this time around, which is very, very discouraging and disappointing because BYU did not get the respect that they deserved. They were underranked the entire process, which put them behind the 8 ball unfairly. When you take their resume and you match it up with Miami and Notre Dame and even Alabama, you can make a case for BYU needing to be ahead of those teams. They said BYU wasn't in before going into this week. Well, why not? You should have punished them after the Big 12 championship game. And why did BYU get punished for playing the Big 12 championship game and Alabama didn't? Alabama's sitting right now with 3 losses. One of those losses was double-digit loss to a 5-7 team, and they replayed the team that they beat that everyone's hanging their hat on with that game and that win over Georgia, and they got absolutely boat raced on the same Saturday that BYU did. Why are they getting excused? They didn't even move.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yet you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Hey fellas, it's crunch time this holiday season, and you don't want to drop the ball on finding the perfect gift for that special someone.
Oh yeah, this is your chance to up your game and score major points with Duke's Jewelers.
That's right, for over 75 years, Duke's has been part of Utah Valley's playbook, helping families celebrate life's biggest wins since 1948.
Oh, absolutely. At Duke's Jewelers, it's not just a jewelry store. They're craftsmen, creating custom designs and timeless pieces that'll have her cheering from the sidelines.
Whether it's a stunning necklace or a custom ring, they've got the game-winning gift at Duke's Jewelers.
Don't wait for the final buzzer. Head to Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main in Springville.
Or you can shop online at dukesjewelers.com.
Duke's Jewelers, helping you slam dunk love and tradition. since 1948.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hope you're having a good one. It is time for your good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by where we're at right now, RGS Exteriors and Construction, obsessed with quality results. We'll talk to Greg coming up here in just a moment about what they can do for you here at RGS. Really fascinating conversation. Chris Hill, former athletic director at the University of Utah. He's got insight. He's been there through the transition into the Pac-12, has been closely associated with a lot of the things still going on at the University of Utah. Sat down with a conversation with David James and Patrick Kinahan.
Joined now by former Utah Athletic Director Dr. Chris Hill, bringing you in on a super interesting day in college sports.
Just found out about it. Understood it maybe before, but just heard about it.
I bumped into you. You said you had a book that you're working on. It won't come out until 2026, apparently. We can talk about that. And then, since that happened, all the college football playoff blew up. And I'm not so interested in relitigating what happened as I am. There are going to be tweaks going forward. How would you tweak it going forward and make it better? And now we got the breaking news, and I guess we can just start there.
Sure.
That And there's still a lot of details to come. Ross Dellinger has a story on Yahoo Sports. The University of Utah on the cusp of striking the industry's first partnership with an equity firm in a marriage that features a 9-figure capital infusion. It's expected to generate as much or more than $500 million in capital. An executive team from Otro Capital, combined with athletics department personnel, will lead the creation and operation of the new company. The university retains majority ownership and decision-making authority of Utah brands and entertainment. So it sounds like this is going to be separate from the athletic department, but associated with it. We'll see. They're offering a prominent group of donors the ability to purchase a stake in Utah brands and entertainment. So I would assume Eccles, Garf, some of the prominent names that we see on buildings.
James. Yeah.
Not Hill.
Well, interesting, huh?
Yeah. The move not completely foreign to college sports. Over the last several months, a host of schools, Kentucky, Michigan State, Clemson, have announced the creation of a private revenue-generating entity outside of the athletic department as the college sport evolves into a more professionalized ecosystem. None of those schools have partnered with an equity firm, so that's a little different. So this doesn't, on the one hand, you didn't know, and on the other hand, you're not completely surprised.
No, I'm not. I mean, I did hear some of that from a couple of the people I know around close to the program, which I don't talk too much. So, I didn't know it was that close, but nothing surprised me anymore.
Isn't this
almost to the point of necessary for survival if you want to thrive?
That's not a bad idea. I mean, money's money, and you need the money, so it's just a matter of it's not good money or not. You know, there's times that it could cause problems for you. But
and that's the thing is what type of problems do you foresee with so many hands wanting a piece of it now?
Well, you know, the good side, it's money, and the Utes need money, like everybody else right now. But equity companies, I think people put in money to make money.
That's
I
the
mean,
essence.
if this is not a profit-making organization, then, you know, it's a charity. But I don't know how people could put money into that and be a tax-deductible donation or whatever. But, you know, I mean, for me, it's I wouldn't want people that are in an equity firm to trim down my program or talk about why do you have these
How much
other
influence
sports.
do they have?
Yeah. I mean, if you're part, you got to have some. Now, I was really, really fortunate that people may not understand, but the major donors didn't really want to tell me what to do. They just said, do well. And figure it out.
Right.
If you don't, you lose your job, but by the president. But I never felt like in the big decisions I was having other people tell me what to do.
And that matters.
Well, it matters because you're the one left standing if the coach doesn't do well or something happens the wrong way or whatever. So, and that's part of the job, and that's part of the juice of the job is being able to make things happen.
And that's what you see as a potential pitfall.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I don't want to make up pitfalls before it even happens because I don't know all the details of it. You know, if the money comes with no strings attached, you know, that's kind of an interesting thing why people would do that. But if it's a business, you know, it's different because just like the athletic department, everybody says it's a business. We're a business on their generating side, but you're a charity on the other. You know, you got people on your team, then you know, you play 55 guys a day and you got 50 that aren't playing. You got a softball team that's losing money. I mean, so, you know, I mean, if it's a business, it's a business, and maybe you take it outside of all the other sports, but we'll have to wait and see. You know, I don't want to be anywhere other than just thinking like you guys are right off the top.
Right. There's positives and negatives. I mean, the huge negative is they come in and cut expenses and they drop sports. I mean, that is like at the top of probably everybody's list of fears.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
That's the negative, right?
Yeah.
Now, the positive is looking at things that are out there and doing things differently. And maybe they'll work and maybe they won't. PK's famous for saying try things. Maybe they work, maybe they don't.
Sure, I agree with that.
And there are things in sports, as the popularity of sports just continues to explode, what opportunities are out there? Now, this is only loosely associated with it, and don't take it too over there, but that the Olympic swim trials took their trials to Indianapolis and put them in the Colts Stadium, and they built a temporary pool, and they drew 30,000 people, and I have no idea how much money they paid or who was comped.
Sure.
I mean, it's like, think outside the box.
Sure.
What can you do?
Yeah.
I would have never said, hey, I think some Olympic swim trials should be moved to an NFL dome.
Yeah.
30,000 people showed up. You have my attention.
Yeah.
I don't know what's out there. I never thought, I mean, I've never been to the Maui Classic. PK's covered it 4 times and has all these stories. I never thought it would suddenly be trumped by a tournament in Las Vegas, but somebody had a new idea, tried something different with 6 teams and then with 18, and now they're going to 32, and paying the players NIL is working.
Well, yeah, I
assume there'll be more of that.
Yeah,
so what's next? I don't know.
Yeah, Kansas bought their way out of the Maui Classic to play in this thing, and it could go from 16 teams at a Christmas tournament to 32 before Christmas. And paying the players, and the people are making money. People put money into that tournament. It's a great example of thinking outside the box and working that way. At the end of the day, we are who we are, and Utah looked at that and said, we got other people putting in money for NIL and all this stuff. We got to find some. And, sports is an emergency business. You can't wait around 5 years to figure it out.
That's a fact.
Yeah. You can't.
You don't have 5 years.
Well, that's the thing I tried to convince the university when I was there. Yeah, I actually grew up there. When I was there, that we're an emergency business, and which is really counter to what universities are. You have a football coach leave, you got 2 weeks to hire the most expensive guy at the university, and a president, you can form a task force, take a sabbatical, come back a year later. Or when it's 4th and 1, Kyle can't have a committee. Let's vote on it. And we got the
play clock's going,
and you got your quarterback that needs an MRI. I'm sorry, it's Wednesday. He's going to have it Thursday, and the university thinks you're obnoxious. Push it for that. Fortunately, our doctors understood it, but still, it's an emergency business. It's happening right now. I laugh. There's no 5-year plan now.
No.
Win as much as you can this year. Do it the right way, and find some more money and do it again.
Yeah. And if you don't find the money, I mean, Utah had a really good team. 10-2 is a really good season, and the 2 losses are the teams that have more money and appear to be accelerating, not slowing down. So if you don't do something, you're not even going to be third, because somebody else in the league is going to do something, and then you're going to be fourth or fifth.
Well, that's the whole bag of crap theory I used to have. Yeah. They have a bag of crap, and we need a bag of crap. And I used to say, why don't we have 2 bags? Because then we could really beat them. But you just follow everybody. And so my question now is, and I used to say this to my friend that was at Ohio State, I said, you are from the beginning of time to the end of time always going to have more money than the Utes. We're just going to be smarter and better and develop our teams. And that's how we compete. So the top 10 teams in the country with all the new stuff going on if it works, they're going to do an equity stuff.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, they're going to say, whoa.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't want to be naive, but there'll be teams that slip in like Texas Tech and Indiana, but you're not going to see, no matter what the rules are, Ohio State 25th in the country.
No, that's the thing about it is that, and Utah, from the football perspective, has done just a phenomenal job the last 20-plus years of being able to do that.
Yeah.
But it's like they can't get to that level simply now more than ever because whatever you give, I'll outbid you. There was a situation that the University of Utah, this was literally told to me back when BYU was an independent. There was a coach that BYU wanted who was on Utah's staff. And basically Kyle just told him, whatever they're going to give you, I'm going to give you more.
Yeah.
Now it's changed.
No, that wasn't out of Kyle's pocket.
I know. Well, okay.
But I agreed with him. And
budget,
I think I remember that.
Yeah.
And you have to compete. The challenge is Utah's got to stay at least where they are. That's what I think.
And now you can do that with players.
Yeah.
I'll just pay you more. Yeah. Texas Tech did that with this David Bailey kid who was at Stanford. And he got his degree, and they're obviously in a down cycle. He takes off. It's 4. He's got 1 year left.
Yeah.
UCLA, Texas.
Yeah.
Texas Tech says, just take the phone call.
Yeah.
He not only takes the phone call, he goes down there, and he's a superstar. He's a difference maker, and look at their team this year.
Oh, sure, that can happen. The Utes are stealing from people, too.
Yes.
So they're allowed.
Everybody is.
Everybody
right.
is. That's the way it is. It's a pecking order, and, the way the portal is now, I like the fact kids can do what they want to do. But at the same time, that's not the way the world is in almost any job or any pro thing. So do you think Eric Weddle and Alex Smith and Andre Miller would have been on this? As soon as they saw him play, Kentucky's going to buy Andre, and Texas is going to buy Alex. But then we'll buy somebody else.
The jump you made as a group of 5 team or whatever it was called then. But when you were in the Mountain West and Final Four, Fiesta Bowl, Sugar Bowl, all that success. How do these teams do that now? I'm looking at these G5 teams, like you and Boise State and TCU, all the schools that kind of made the jump at that time and went to those games and won those games and could say, hey, we belong here. Now you start to build that, but you lose the kid every year. You lose the coach. I mean, both the schools going in this year, James Madison and Tulane, have already lost their coach before the playoff.
Yeah. It's a tough situation. I'm worried about college sports and college football. I can't tell you how many people say, boy, your timing was great. And I say, I'm not that smart. There's no question. And so, the pecking order used to be the same anyway. And how did we win the Sugar Bowl? Well, Alabama always had more money, but somehow we won. Well, now the money is exponentially more, and now you can buy players. So it's a whole different deal. And I used to think we had coaches that could develop players. I mean, the people we had took Alex Smith and made them better, took our offensive lines and made them better. Now you don't have time to coach them up. Kyle can coach them up, and now – one of the strengths of Utah, I think, was getting players, diamonds in
and
the
he's
rough.
Talked about that.
Develop them. That's who we were. And, we kind of knew that, those 5-star guys they may have been bought then. I'd be surprised if they were. Yeah. And so we knew what our niche was. But then we can develop it, and you have coaches that, like Kyle, could pick out talent. He knows what he's doing, or he moves one from offense to defense or whatever. And we just coached them up, we being Kyle and Rick and all those guys we had. And it's just a little harder. Now, that was Utah's niche. Now, if we can get on a level playing field with the same money, then maybe we can get it done. Now, I don't know what all the complications are. Like we just said, we found out this morning it was official, although we've been hearing about it all along. So, it'll be interesting, that's for sure.
That's Chris Hill. If you want to hear that entire conversation, really fascinating back and forth with DJ, PK, and Chris Hill. Those guys go back decades. And Chris Hill's got thoughts. And you know what? I can't imagine that he has any kind of craving whatsoever to get back into the business. I mean, he did a great job at the University of Utah, and now he can enjoy a nice retirement and look at Mark Harlan and say, yeah, you get to deal with this nonsense. I'm glad I'm not in your job anymore.
This business isn't for the old dogs anymore.
No,
this
it's
is
not.
New age.
Yep.
It really is.
From athletic directors to coaches, administrators, you name it. This is not for the faint of heart, and this isn't something that you want to be, some 8-year-old that's been around the block a bunch. It's like, oh, well, back in my day, you can't. Yeah, guess what? Those days are gone.
You can't be working off an AOL anymore.
No. Hey, you got to be careful there, because there's somebody we know and love who comes on the show regularly that still has an AOL account.
I know. I'm just saying that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Like it just is.
Yeah.
You work in that Gmail.
Yeah, there you go. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, Nick Ferguson, former Denver Broncos safety, now part of the media there in Denver, will come on at 2:30, and we will just talk about all things NFL. Lloyd, come on.
I am the one that set it up, so I'm fine.
Yeah.
Nick's great.
Nick is great, and we'll talk about if he thinks the Broncos are the real deal, or if there's some fraudulent behavior going on there. What do you think, Lloyd, after the Raiders game? You in on the Broncos?
No. I know the Raiders defense isn't as bad as that offense, but still, they need more offense. Like, that offense just is not.
Denver's?
Yeah, Denver.
Yeah.
Denver's offense is not quite. I mean, to only put up 21, I think it was, or something like that.
Well, I guess, and remember, you had 7 of that coming from the kick return.
Right.
Which
so, it's just not.
Your boys don't seem interested in tackling these days.
No, they don't like to tackle. They don't like to block. They like to get penalties on pretty much every punt return or kick return. They don't do a lot well.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, though, Pete Carroll's taking a beating for kicking that field goal and just wrecking the spread.
Oh, as he should. I was so offended when that happened. I was like, what are we doing? And right when I was like, oh, this is going to be a bad beat. This is a bad, and then Xavier's like, what's that? And I'm like, so I had to explain it to him. I'm like, this is a bad beat. People are going to be pissed.
Not only did Raiders cover, but it also hit the over too.
And the refs called a delay of game on the defense. Like, wait, what? Everybody should. This should be investigated.
Yeah. That's that was a rough one for sure. All right, coming up, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
While you can say on this side of it that BYU got the short end of the stick, it's functioning exactly the way it's supposed to. They're just lying to you by calling it a playoff to make you think you can earn your way in. You can't earn your way in. The only way you can is if you win your conference championship, and that only matters if they ranked you high enough for your conference championship to matter, because it didn't for Duke. So they are making up the rules as they go. They want you to think that you can earn your way in, and you can't. BYU gets left out in the cold, and Utah gets left out in the cold. They had Notre Dame above Miami all year. They don't play. And at the last second, they say, we kind of like Miami here over Notre Dame. Why? They are making it up as they go. I've been telling you this. You've been telling the listeners this. It's fake.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, you're banged up. All right, you got a kid that's dealing with some issues, or you're dealing with some issues, and you want to get the health care, the best health care to get you back on the field as soon as possible. Well, the one place to go is University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org, and you can find somewhere near you that will get you squared away. Let's just say you got some aches and pains, and you need to go, you want a virtual care. They can do that. You want to go to a urgent care location. They've got those up and down the Wasatch Front. Or if you need to go to the hospital, well, they got the University of Utah Hospital, rated the #1 hospital in the state of Utah for 11 years in a row by U.S. News and World Report. You're going to get the same care, the same kind of attention as members of the Utah Jazz, the Utah Mammoth, University of Utah Sports. These are the pros that know how to get the pros back out on the field. So imagine what they can do for you. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Their sound-shaped music for generations to come. Toto with Christopher Cross and the Romantics. Friday, August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. On sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nick Ferguson's going to join us coming up at 2:30. Also, the great Patrick Kinahan will join us coming up in about 10 minutes from right now as well. We're live here at RGS Exteriors. Greg is with us, and when we talk about rain gutters, I mean, that's the RG of RGS Exteriors. That's kind of your bread and butter. That's how things got started here.
That was the OG thing we started doing was rain gutters. We've been doing that for a long time.
Well, and that's the thing. You got 5 generations of people that you don't get to generation 2. You certainly don't get to generation 3 if you're not treating people well.
That's right. We built our business on our reputation, doing a great job and taking care of our customers.
And that's so important too, because when you look at rain gutters, and if you don't have the right ones, or if they're not in the, working properly, you can create a lot of damage to your house.
Yeah, a non-functioning gutter is actually almost worse than not having a gutter because you get buildup, back up. You're going to create ice dams, water backing into the house, leaking into walls. It's the easiest thing, and it can be the most costly thing not to take care of.
And so you've probably seen some horror stories of where things have gotten out of hand.
Oh, yeah. We just did a little Facebook thing the other day of a chimney that was almost completely rotted away from the inside out because water had been leaking in through the side where the gutter wasn't working correctly.
Oh my goodness! So you can nip that in the bud right now, and you can have somebody come out and probably get on that pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, we can have somebody out to come estimate probably within a week. Get you on the schedule. 4 weeks. Get it done. We can get it taken care of before all this poor weather comes in. Get your house protected and peace of mind, and grandma's not going to sleep on your porch during Christmas.
So not only do you prevent that from happening, but you can do the heat tape, make sure those rain gutters stay clear. And then you can also customize them too, like colors. There's so many things you can do. Like you can do copper.
Yeah. A lot of people love that little accent, It's actually becoming very popular. You got the black house and you got a white gutter, or you got a white house with a black gutter, giving you the accent all the way around the edge of your house with your downspouts. It can really, give you that sharp appeal. And we can protect it as well with, like we talk about, leaf protection. Right now, fall, all your gutters are probably full of the leaves that have come off throughout this fall season, and get that taken care of so that your gutters aren't going to be plugged. They're protected. They're going to work, function. And you're going to have that peace of mind, everything's working right.
And that's the thing, peace of mind, too.
Yeah.
Just knowing that, all right, we're going to be okay.
Yeah, I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm not getting on a ladder to get up there to take care of stuff anymore. I like having the fact that I know that I don't have to worry about gutters being clogged. I don't have to worry about ice freezing up in the gutters, and I can just walk by and it's all taken care of.
So whether it's just a quick rain gutter fix, a rain gutter replacement, or if you need to do a full change out to the exterior of your home, there's really nothing you guys can't do here.
Yeah, no, we can get you taken care of. We get the exterior of your house looking beautiful, working right, have that peace of mind, you can sleep at night.
One thing, you know what? I didn't bring this up, and because I always keep forgetting, you guys are now in the deck world too.
We are. We do custom decks. We're an ADRA certified, one of the only people here in Utah, so we can give you that custom, beautiful deck that you've been dreaming of for years. We can get that taken care of as well.
Well, that's something that you and I are going to have a chat with in the spring too, because mine is I keep waiting for Mother Nature to take care of it. But it's still hanging in there. But boy, that sucker moves around when you're on top of it. So
yep, we'll get you taken care of.
I love it. 801-280-3110. It's RGS Exteriors. 801-280-3110. Coming up next, Patrick Kinahan will join us straight ahead right here on the Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, The Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the two-time defending Stanley Cup champions. The Florida Panthers are in town. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah Jazz return to action Friday in Memphis. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
At Target, great memories start with great prices. Get gingerbread house kits for just $12, plus all the Wondershop baking must-haves. Gather the whole fam, grab some gingerbread kits, and start building sweet moments together. Then keep the joy rolling, baking up tasty treats with Wondershop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wondershop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your... Yep, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive for the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans is out, which means, it takes a few people to fill in those size 15s of his. And joining us right now, you know him, you hear him every morning, you love the man. It's Patrick Kinahan. PK, how are you?
It takes a village just to get me in front of the microphone at 2:05 on Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. But yet here I am, ready to serve my fellow man.
You are a good man. You know, I was talking to DJ this morning. He said he's going golfing this afternoon. Is this a little December golf? He said you were out on Monday.
I was, yeah. I've always found that it's all about the wind. And so if you get in the 50s and it's no wind, that is plenty good enough. In fact, I, who grew up in Arizona playing golf, would much rather have it be in the 50s rather than the triple digits, as long as there's no wind. If there's wind, I'm out. If it's 75 and windy, forget it. It's not good enough. I got to have the wind is big because especially as the temperatures decrease, it feels different when it's wind, wind chill and so forth. And then also I'm not good enough to control the ball in the wind. So I want it calm. The rest of my life, as Rick Majerus would say, is completely havoc. But when it comes to golf, I want it calm.
Yeah, and you know what? Some good offense to go along with it too. There you go.
I live my life very offensively.
Yes. Hey, your initial thoughts on this private equity thing? I thought it was fun that you were with Chris Hill when the news came out, but
yeah,
it seemed like this is a foregone conclusion. Somebody was going to do it at this level, and Utah was the one to say, okay, yeah, we'll take the plunge on it. What's your initial thought on it?
Well, it's one that is mystifying. I cannot say, it's going to go down road A, B, C, all the way to as far as you want to go in the alphabet, because it can go in many different ways. It's certainly a sign of the times. And for Utah, it's a sign of the times for multiple reasons, because they enjoyed a superior advantage from 2011 to 2023, 24. And then that changed, obviously, when they were forced pretty much that not anything that they wanted to do. I think we all understand that, to leave their beloved and my beloved, for that matter, Pac-12, as those idiots destroyed that conference. Yep. And we saw BYU then get more on an even level. Obviously, I'm speaking primarily in football, which they didn't have for over a decade. There was a significant difference between Pac-12 and independence, obviously. And so now we saw that rivalry be leveled out back to where it was in the Mountain West days, clearly, when it was even and you never knew what was going to happen. An occasional blowout might happen, but that was the unusual. It was a tight game, and it was a fun conference with them and TCU, the three of them, battling out to see who would be the champion each year. Well, all that's changed. And two, BYU, with the rule changes, has tapped in, obviously, into the entrepreneurial spirit that they have with the BYU folks. And we will not be outbid and all those types of things, and crumble cookie doing all that stuff that we know, and some others too. It's not just one or two, it's multiple. So Utah had to do something. We'll see if it works. I don't know, Scotty, that it will make a big difference in terms of the national scene, because if it does make a big difference, then the Ohio States of the world and the leaders that are in the Southeast Conference, and obviously Texas is in there now, they'll do it too. So they'll increase the gap will stay. But yeah, I think that can make Utah more competitive, and certainly doesn't have them fall further behind. Because just in terms of BYU and Texas Tech, obviously, they were falling further behind. But I think that as far as that goes, this can help them. Hopefully it helps them, because that's the primary objective. I want to see the local teams do well.
The longer he goes without making an announcement one way or another, does that make you believe that Kyle Whittingham's coming back next year?
Kyle Whittingham coming back. I knew I would be asked about that. I think it's been approximately maybe 2 hours I haven't been asked about that since.
When was the last time you were on the air?
I get that asked. I go to the gym, and I was on the trip to Dallas. And obviously, the plane was loaded with Cougar fans, and they want to know, it could go either way. I think that for me, that I'm determined to allow him to have the news rather than want to go out there and break this like Lavelle, and I'd heard that coaches had told me that the season in which Lavelle retired was going to be it. But he was allowed to make that announcement August. And a funny story with Lavelle, I was playing golf that day. And
you were having like a record day, weren't you?
I was even after 11 holes from the blues, back in my days of playing the blues. And I get this call that you got to get down there. And I knew what it was about, certainly. And he makes that announcement. And about 2-3 weeks after that, I was sitting in his office and having a one-on-one conversation. I said, did you have to pick that day, Coach? Couldn't you just have waited? And I was having a record round for me over at Riverbend from the Blues, even no less. And he laughed and giggled, and then we had a chuckle on that. So I think for Kyle, he deserves that right. And it's certainly open to debate. If I had to bet, and I want to make sure, because sometimes I say something and people think, oh man,
100%. Yeah.
And I'm not reporting it. I mean, I did that one time with the Mitchell thing and I just threw it out there and it blew up in my face. I never tweeted it. I never said this is the way it was going to be, because Mitchell had heard too, that he was on the way. And that's the information that I got, and things changed and things happen until it's official. Things can happen. And we've seen that look at Kyle, man. People reported that he was going to take the BYU job, which at 8:00 in the evening, I can tell you that's fact, because I had spoken to him at 8:00, and then later on in the evening he changes his mind, and the rest is history and all that. So I wouldn't be surprised, but why not come back? I mean, he's got his health and he feels good about it. Scally, I was having some communication with Scally as well, maybe yesterday, and he wants to be head coach for no other reason. He gets a bump in salary, but he took off, and they got a couple of days off here before they get back and practice for the game, and so he's enjoying life. He's fine in that regard. I don't think that he's going to bolt and go take another job, because if it's one more year or even two, why not wait it out if you're so comfortable here? But at the same time, he's 66 years old. His wife is 66 today. So happy birthday,
there you go.
Mrs. Whittingham. Yeah, 66. I can't imagine being 66. Oh my God, wow. We'll leave that at that right there. And so with that in mind, let's see what he does. He's talked about it. He's got other things he wants to do. I've talked to him about it. He knows what he wants to do. And his father died at 64. And that very day of his 64th birthday, he told me, this is very sobering, because this is the age that my father died. And his father never got to experience the level that he wanted with his grandkids, and that Kyle wanted his father to have. And Kyle's very cognizant of that. I think he's got about 10 grandkids by now, and they're growing up, and he wants to be a part of it. And he did say over the summer, hey, I couldn't leave last year because we stunk. Well, they didn't stink this year. They're very good. 10-2. I don't care whether they got in the playoff or not, but a 10-2 season is really good, and it's hard to do. So, we're just going to have to see and let him make his announcement at that time. I will say that I believe that it will be announced after the Las Vegas Bowl. And there's a reason why the company wants me to go down and cover the Las Vegas Bowl. So draw from that what you may.
When you look, and, obviously bowl game, whatever, I'm not sure what's going to happen there. But when you look back at the University of Utah football season, 10-2, like a double-digit win, those don't come around very often. And their only two losses were, the number 4 seed in the college football playoff, and a team that, frankly, had made a case to be in the college football playoff, in BYU. So it's a good year, but I don't know if a lot of Utah fans are feeling like it was a good year.
Well, they're dopes, and they're spoiled. That's a fact. When you go to the Rose Bowl and you play in the conference title game 4 times, and I think, too, there was a level of expectation that was inaccurate. And what I mean by that is they believe that the Pac-12 was tougher than the Big 12. And I think there was a lot of ignorance, including on my behalf. I didn't really study the Big 12 like I have. I'm still learning about the Big 12. And I think in just 2 years, you're able to get a fair amount of information. But, they come from a lot of the places where the kids come from are not areas in which I have contacts. If I hear of a kid in California, I got contacts and I can say, hey, how was this kid? Or Arizona, or down in Vegas. Those are markets that I haven't literally worked in Vegas as an employee, but I know people in Vegas and I follow the recruiting at least to a level. Well, this conference is so far flung that I don't know who some of these guys are until until they get there. And the perception was, well, Utah is just going to rule this conference. And then it doesn't work out that way. And so from that perspective, I think there's a level of disappointment. Wait a second, man. We've got ASU of all schools. It's a school that we've owned here in recent years, and they're going to the playoff. Texas Tech, I think you can understand because they spent their way, and good on them.
Yeah.
I don't have any need to make apologies for that, but they spent their way to get what they got, and that's what they got through the acquisition of so much talent and the cash that they had available. And so why would Texas Tech, who before this year, Texas Tech, I think it had 2 8-win seasons in the last 10 years. Plus they had like 4 or 5 losing seasons in a row from like 2016 to 2021. Meanwhile, Utah is cleaning up during those times. So if you weigh it against the 2 teams that have gone, that seems like, wow, that would never happen. And yet it has happened. And that's not to take anything away from those schools. One, the Devils called lightning in a bottle last year, and Texas Tech paid their way to get what they got. And Utah hasn't been able to do that. So I think that's led to the disappointment. But 10-2, a top 15 program with now a bunch of guys going to go into the NFL, as usually is the case with the U of U. If that were me, man, and I was a diehard U fan, I'd feel pretty darn good about the season. You know, it didn't necessarily end up the way I totally wanted, but at the same time, how many teams and programs are winning 10 games? Not that many.
No.
So they've got a really good program, and that's the bottom line.
You talk about the situation back in 2005 when Kyle Whittingham was going back and forth, and one night, and by the way, I'm with you. I don't throw any reporter under the bus because there was a moment where Kyle Whittingham was going to BYU and then ultimately decided to stay at the University of Utah. Do you think there was a moment that Kalani Sitake in his mind was going to Penn State, or was he always leaning on staying?
I think he wanted to stay, but if they didn't do what they did, I think he was gone. And I had heard, so now we're going back, I think it was 2 weeks. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, so 2 weeks from today, or 2 weeks ago today, that I got an email says it's done. He's gone. Okay. And I kind of took it a little serious, but not totally, because then I was so wrapped up in the conference title game, right? Mm-hmm. And then we get back here on Sunday, and then I start to hear, whoa, and coaches saying, we're going, we're leaving. He's taking this job. And it looks like he's taking the job. And we were getting ready to go, speaking from the coaching perspective, which was on both staffs, by the way, Utah and BYU. I think he would have taken some guys from both staffs there and gone his way. And if BYU didn't do what they did, then yeah, I think he was gone. I think that Penn State thought there was a good chance and that they were planning on it. Now, they ended up getting Matt Campbell. I think he's a good football coach, so they should be okay there. But as far as Kalani leaving, yes. I had someone who I trust, and I've been around a long time now, and a BYU person who had former player and been around. I don't want to give up too much information. Look at me and say, it came right down to the buzzer. And then I wanted to inquire more, and that person didn't want to give me anything more and literally walked away from me. But he gave me what I needed to know. So, and I trust this person. This person has been good to me many, many times. And he's saying it went right down to the buzzer. So what does that mean? All right. That means the shot, that's Rob Wright last night. The shot is in the air. Is it now? The score was tied, so it would have gone in overtime, so it wouldn't have been as bad. But just say BYU was down 1 or 2 points. Is the ball going to go in the air or go in the basket or not? If it goes in, you win. If you don't, you lose. I think that's where it was. And BYU didn't give him the offer that he liked for the program, not nearly as close to exclusively for himself. Yes, I think he would have taken it, and I think Jay Hill would be the head coach today.
Patrick Kinahan, you hear him every morning, 6 to 10, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Where's your look, I enjoy watching Notre Dame feel like that they're being bullied and that they're being disrespected and all this other stuff. How poorly, though, do you think the College Football Playoff Committee did?
Well, I think they did some, what would be the right word? Unfortunate, maybe crazy stuff, But I don't know. I kept saying, I don't blame Ivan Maisel, and DJ would laugh because Ivan Maisel is a media guy who is on the committee, and Mark Harlan. I do not blame him or any of them. They're trying to do what they're supposed to do, and they've got influences and so forth. But there was so much inconsistency that led to craziness. And I made this statement on the morning show, and I would encourage you to listen because we desperately need the ratings. We lag far behind the noon to 3 show. And so we need help. So please listen. I do not want to go out in the manner of some of the way these coaches have gone out so poorly. I want to go out on a high note whenever that time comes, right? So that's my personal plea. So with that in mind, don't be laughing to distract me. I'm trying to make salient
I'm sorry.
points here.
That's my bad.
I believe that if they would have just gone to the 4 like they've had, there would have been like no controversy because the top 4, nobody would disagree that they belong. You may say, the 5th team, the 6th team, Oregon, whomever, Ole Miss, sure, they deserved an opportunity, but there's only 4 teams, so what are you supposed to do? It seems like when they went to 12, we thought, oh, man, that's going to solve some problems. But all it did, if you eliminate the close plays at first base, you think, oh, well, somebody says, just move the bag back a foot, and then you eliminate all those plays. Well, obviously, you just open yourself up to a whole new level of controversy on those plays. You're not going to eliminate it, but this one seemed to be way more controversial than last year. And letting in 2 G5s, I've always said diversity is really cool, and everybody likes it, or most people like it, as long as they're not coming for your job. And Adam Silver, I want more women referees. Okay, Mr. Silver, I want a woman commissioner. Hey, wait a second.
Hey, well, let's hold up here a little
Right.
bit. Yeah.
I love diversity as much as the next guy, as long as I got my gig.
Yeah.
And then I'm fine with it, right? And that's the reality. I'm speaking truth. People may not want to admit that, but that's the reality of the situation here. As long as I got my gig, yeah, I'll pump for everybody else to get theirs, no problem. And I think that's what's happening with not 1, but 2 G5s. And wait a second. I mean, is this the best 12? Tulane and James Madison, how are they going to do? Are they going to go get slaughtered? And then it's going to be C. And you're looking at Notre Dame right there, which had 2 losses granted, but by a total of 4 points. And then what is the criteria? Well, the conference winners. Well, Duke was a conference winner. They didn't get in. So it's not the conference winners, right? And then it's, well, we're not going to penalize you if you lose the title game like SMU did last year. We didn't penalize them. SMU got in. BYU didn't get in, and BYU beat SMU. Well, this year, BYU clearly got penalized. They didn't show well enough. I mean, they got stomped in both games, right? The game got away from them at the end there with all the turnovers. They had 4 of them in the second half, I think it was, and it got away from them, and it looks bad, 63-14, the 2 combined scores. Well, how about if, the conference just has scheduled Oklahoma State in place of Texas Tech in November, then BYU's sitting there at 12-1. Would they have gone in? And Alabama, they had a bad loss. BYU had bad losses. Friggin' Alabama lost to Florida State, which was 2-7 in the ACC, and they lost by 14 points. That's a bad loss. I don't care if you beat the 85 Chicago Bears. You still lost. I think the 85 Bears were good. Hopefully they were. You lost to Florida State, which finished 2-7, and they canned the coach. And that doesn't count. You got the great win against Georgia, but the thing about the great win against Georgia, you benefited from that more than once because you beat them. I think it was 21-24. And congratulations, beating Georgia is very good. But then that bumped you into the playoff competition, or the playoff conversation. And then at the end there, well, they beat Georgia. Well, how many times are we going to credit you for beating Georgia? We put you in the conversation, then we put you in the playoff because you beat Georgia. Well, you also got worked by Georgia. I watched that game. I was at the Cowboys Stadium and then went back to the hotel and ordered up room service and sat there on the bed and ate a bunch of junk food and watched the game just like everybody else did. That game was not competitive. So that doesn't matter. So you got this moving criteria. It's all over the place. I think that somehow, and I don't have solutions. I'm paid to second guess, not the first guess. I think somehow they need to come up with criteria and award almost like a point system. If you beat a top 5 team, you get 10 points. If you beat a top 10 team, you get 8 points. And then add up the points. I mean, like they do in soccer and hockey. What's your point total? Well, we take the top 12, the point total, boom, you're in. And they got to do something because this is crazy. It created so much controversy which in effect is good for the game because here we are continuing to talk about it at old times.
PK, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time and bailing us out when we're flying this ship solo.
And Scotty, I just want one thing that be left to be said for you as far as your show. I just want you to bleep and play hard. That's all I want.
Danny Ainge gave quite a summary on that earlier today, too.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to that. Can you summarize real quick? I know you got to go.
We just said that, playing hard also involves confidence, and you got to have confidence to play hard, and we got to work on getting these guys confidence so that they can go out and play hard. So there you go.
Yeah, I think I can play hard even if I suck.
See, that's the thing.
They got to spin it.
Yeah. Well, you're the best, BK. Thanks.
Okay. Talk to you.
There he is, Patrick Kinahan, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Aaron's hanging out with us. We're live here at RGS Exteriors. Aaron, if somebody wants to get a job done and they're thinking, well, you know what, it's getting cold, these guys can't do anything until April, May, June. That's not the case. You guys can help out pretty quick.
Yeah, we can get out. We can get started. We still work on projects throughout the winter. The other big benefit is right now is a great time to get in and avoid any price increases and things coming next year. We can get you in, get you on the schedule, get your materials ordered, and you don't have to worry about getting hit with next year's jumps because every year it always seems to happen.
Well, so somebody can call right now and lock in the pricing for 2025 and not have to get the job done until 2026 sometime.
Yeah, we'll have several homeowners that'll do that and ask us to wait and come until spring. They want to get through the holidays. They want to get through the family parties and all that. And then in the spring come out and we can get everything going and get everything started. Another great option is we can pair those jobs right now with some no money down, no interest plans. You don't have to put any money down or anything like that. We can get you in, get you on the schedule, and get things going.
There's so many great financing options too. People, look, we're a frugal society here in Utah, and people like to pay cash, but understand that the price increases they're going to hit while you wait to save to be able to pay for cash. It'll probably save you more money just to lock it in now and knock it out 24 months, same as cash, and some other options you have.
Yeah, especially with these zero interest options that we have, they give you a really great option to get that done, not pay anything now, save a whole bunch of money. Or even we can get you set up on a really low monthly payment option, and even those, the interest rates are so low that you're going to be cheaper to do that than to pay the increases over the next few years.
We're talking rain gutters. We're talking about full exterior remodel to the home. And the one thing I think is really important, people just they know they want to do it, and they're thinking, but okay, this is going to be $200,000, $250,000. Like in their mind, they have like this price that it's insurmountable. But in reality, a lot of times people are surprised by how low the price is.
Yeah, we can make that project fit whatever your budget is.
Yeah.
So, a lot of times, to tackle an entire house and do everything, that can be overwhelming. So a lot of times we'll do just the front of a home, the front and the sides. We don't have to come and do everything all at once. We can split those projects up and make it an affordable project for you to do right now.
All starts with a phone call, 801-280-3110. It's RGS Exteriors right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass! Cheap bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds.
GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit goodrx.com to save today.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Joining us now, one of our favorites, talk a little Broncos. Hey, we can also work in a little Georgia Tech as well. Georgia Tech alum Nick Ferguson, as interesting bowl game in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. BYU get set to take on Georgia Tech. How good is Georgia Tech, Nick?
Well, it all depends on how great of a day Haynes King is having.
Yeah.
That's the star that stirs the drink. And Yellow Jack is going to have a tall task against BYU, man. They run the ball well. They play efficient. They don't really make a lot of mistakes. And they're tough as they come. And, oh, by the way, they just missed out on the College Bowl playoffs, and they're looking for someone to take it out on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting for sure. And they're also upset because Notre Dame was supposed to play in that game, and Notre Dame decided they wanted to take their ball and go home too. So you got that element as well. Hey, by the way, Nick Ferguson joining us, former Broncos safety. You can catch his show on YouTube, The Nick Ferguson Show. You can catch him on Twitter as well, Nick Ferguson _25. The Broncos are off and running and winners of 10 in a row, but a lot of close games, a lot of games going right down to the wire. Are you all in on Denver, or are there still some things they need to prove to you?
There's some things that they still need to improve on, and not just prove to me, prove to themselves. But I'm still all in on this team being able to make a playoff push and being able to run the ball. That's a staple of the NFL, and some offensive coordinators somehow forget that and just kind of concentrate on just throwing the ball down the field. And we saw last week, for the first time this season, the Broncos were able to get the run game on track, albeit against the Raiders. It is something of a confidence boost as they are set to play the Green Bay Packers here on Sunday. But I would love to see this team be more consistent and committed to the run game.
J.K. Dobbins goes out with the injury. R.J. Harvey had the great game last week. Do you feel like he's capable, and that running back stable is capable of carrying this Bronco team in a deep playoff run without Dobbins?
Absolutely. And it's my concern is not with R.J. Harvey's ability. Even though he's not a 6'2", 240-pound back, he is more of a Ray Rice, Baltimore Ravens kind of 5'10", 225-pound back who still can give you the grinded out, yards, whether it's to start a drive, to close out a drive. The only concern is, once again, the level of commitment. And what we've seen here in Denver is that when a running back starts with a hot hand, all of a sudden, it's like, okay, now it's time to throw the ball 30, 40 times with Bo Nix. And I know, how the league works. It's a quarterback-driven league, and everyone wants to give the quarterback the praise. But I know this as a former coach and a player. If you don't have balance, that's going to make you a one-handed team, and all a team has to do from a defensive standpoint is take away what you do best and force you to lean on your weaknesses. And right now, the weakest part of the Broncos is the run game. Once again, it's not because of the inability of R.J. Harvey. It is because of not staying committed to the run game consistently.
Really good offensive line, too. Do you feel like that Sean Payton turned the corner last week with that game against the Raiders, and we'll see more of that commitment going forward?
Well, that's the biggest question mark we all have here in Denver. And what the Broncos did against the Raiders is what you're supposed to do going into that game with a team that's 2-10. You're supposed to beat up on that team and use it as a confidence booster as you move forward. And that's what they did. And it's funny that you bring up the offensive line and how well they played. Yes, they have played well this year, but I would say give a lot of credit to Bo Nix, because Bo Nix has been criticized a lot, both locally and nationally, by people saying as though he bails on plays too soon. And understanding why he bails on plays has done a lot to really help out the offensive line, because the Broncos' offensive line is first in the NFL as far as sacks given up at 17. A lot of that is due in part because their quarterback does a great job navigating the pocket, trying to escape to extend plays. So I hope people start giving Bo Nix more credit than they've given him so far.
Nick Ferguson joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, going up against some of the great quarterbacks in the league at the time. You know that position. You know what to look for when you're evaluating quarterbacks, what's great and what's not. What has really impressed you with the development of Bo Nix in year number 2?
Well, this is something I told him during training camp. I told him, I said, look, you're one of the better young quarterbacks being able to throw on the move. And most coordinators want quarterbacks to throw from the pocket, which means your traditional pocket passer staying between the tackles. But if you look at how the game has evolved and has changed, your quarterback better be able to move and navigate and extend that pocket. And that's something that Bo has done well. We've seen over the past couple of weeks, Bo, let's go back to the Washington game. He's climbing the pocket. He gets pressure off the right-hand side. He moves up. He's falling down. Knee almost touches. He still has a presence of mind to throw the ball to a spot and allow Cortland Sutton to run underneath it. That's something that he's done historically all season long. And I feel the Broncos kind of should lean into it. But once again, I go back to the idea that some coaches don't like what they call backyard football, because now you're not staying between the tackles. But the way the game is being played now, look at Mahomes, look at Lamar Jackson, but more importantly, look at Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. Your quarterback better be able to navigate that pocket to extend plays. And if he can't, your offense is going to become stagnant.
You talk about underutilizing the running game. Do you feel like Evan Ingram has been underutilized this year?
Absolutely. I don't even know what's going on as far as that department. For the first time all season long, Evan Ingram went over 100 yards, and that was against the Washington Commanders, which piqued everyone's interest in Denver's like, yeah, that is what, we all signed up for, thought we were signing up for when the Broncos kind of signed him, because he's not a wide receiver, he's not a tight end, he's kind of in-between guy, but getting him out in space and utilizing his ability, it definitely helps. Another guy that we haven't really seen much of, but he has a high skill level for explosive plays, that's Marvin Mims. So I don't know why these guys have not been involved, whether they were in the doghouse. I have no idea. All I know, if the Broncos want to get the number 1 seed, they want to finish the season in Santa Clara and Levi Stadium in the Super Bowl, they need to unleash and use every weapon in their arsenal because they're going to need it.
As a former defensive back, safety, how much easier is your life when you know that you can get pressure with 4?
It's so much better. You know how many things you can do if you're Vance Joseph with your defense that you couldn't do otherwise. You can play some of that zone, the fire zone defense where you blitz one side, you drop out. And, you know, watching this defense all season long, they've done a great job of mugging those A-gaps. And what I mean by that, you see so many guys at the line of scrimmage trying to do something to disrupt the count of the offensive lineman. Then some of those guys don't even blitz. They drop out. And the Broncos have had 3 to 4 interceptions this year playing that type of defense. When you know that you can actually be disruptive with your guys up front, it allows you to do so many things in the backfield. And then now having PS2 back in the mix, now you have a multitude of things that I'm sure they're going to throw at Jordan Love on Sunday.
All right, so you can diagnose what's PI, what's not PI. Has Riley Moss been unfairly targeted by officials for PIs that normally other guys would get away with?
I'm not going to say unfairly because it goes both ways. It's a little on the officials and a little on Riley. Here's why it's on the officials. The officials try to do their job and try to do a great job officiating, and they're always looking at what happens at the top of the route, especially when you're in press coverage. Now, if you build a reputation by hook or crook, they're going to constantly watch you. And Riley, you know, to his detriment, Riley, like most of us, and it happened to me in my career, when a guy has a step on you, you might panic because you're thinking the ball is coming to him. So you start to reach out and start to grab him. Since they know that that is a technique that he goes to, they use it against him. And, oh, by the way, I mean, I say that this was a play that was put in when Joe Flacco was in his days with the Baltimore Ravens. When a quarterback underthrows a ball, all the receiver has to do is to jump back into the defensive player, and guess what? That's a spot foul. That's pass interference. So what Riley has to do, he has to remember, if a guy has a step, just run to get back in phase, and that means to get back in his hip pocket and then try to play the ball, because all you have to do as a DB is turn your head to make it appear as though you're trying to make a play on the ball. They never call that pass interference.
Nick Ferguson joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Watching Houston the other night defensively just smack Kansas City in the mouth. I don't know how much Houston scares me from an offensive standpoint, but if I see that team if I see that defense in the playoffs, I'm nervous.
Well, you should be, because my former Houston Texans teammate D'Amico Ryans, he's doing a great job with that defense. And basically what he did with that defense is built it out similar to what we had when we both coached in San Francisco. When you have like elite edge pressure, like we said, talking about the Denver Broncos, it makes everything that much easier from a play calling standpoint and the cover standpoint. You got Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. Those guys are hunting. I don't know what they feed them before the game, but those guys come out there and they are built to hunt quarterbacks. So when you look at the Texans defense, it's not just the guys up front, linebackers in the secondary. They have playmakers all across the board. That is one of the more dangerous teams in the AFC than I would say the Denver Broncos, because, you know, you look at C.J. Stroud, he just came back. They still haven't established a run game, but that's a team because makes them dangerous because their defense can force turnovers. The Broncos lead the league in sacks, but they haven't got to that point of creating a massive amount of turnovers, and that's the advantage that the Texans have over the Broncos.
All right, you played against Phillip Rivers. Watching him unretire, you thinking, you know, maybe I got a few snaps left in me?
No, I'm not thinking that, because life is different when you play on the defensive side of the ball, because offensively you can do that if you are a backup quarterback, long snapper, or punter. You're not doing that if you are an edge rusher, or linebacker, or anyone in the secondary. I wish him well, because he's a guy that I played against, and I want to see him go out and, you know, show people that he still has some ability. So the fact that he is familiar with Shane Steichen and Steichen is familiar with him, so that should kind of lower the learning curve for him. But as a former guy that played in my era, I'm rooting for him.
Was he a guy that talked more than any other quarterback, or who was the big talkers at that position when you played?
Phillip Rivers by far. I mean, it was kind of like nonstop. It was almost like they gave Phillip Rivers like some kind of cotton candy IV, because when you give kids candy, they're just uber hyper, and that's the way that he was. He was constantly talking, and he was one of those guys you love to compete against, like Tom Brady. But the difference is, Phillip was kind of funny, not because he was trying to, but he was funny because he didn't know how to swear. And listening to him swear was one of the funniest things ever, because the biggest thing, his big word was dadgummit, right? And it's like, what does that mean, Phillip? And he's constantly trying to talk to you to get inside your head, but you did more of being like laughing at him instead of having it frustrate you. So we're going to see him mic'd up for sure. And the NFL is going to look to get some more of that comedic swearing from one Phillip Rivers.
Oh, man, good stuff. Nick, who's a team in the NFL that we may not be talking about enough that you feel like could make a run in the playoffs, AFC or NFC?
I really think it's the Seattle Seahawks, right? Because Coach McDonald does a great job defensively. And talk about a guy who's kind of revamped his career in Sam Darnold. I mean, the Jets threw him away thinking like, no, there's no way this guy's going to be that guy. He goes from San Francisco to Minnesota, and all of a sudden he's kind of revitalized his career. And I like exactly what they're doing. They have a well-balanced attack. And the thing with them is sometimes they're up and down too inconsistently, but that is definitely a team that if they got into the playoffs, I believe that they're making a lot of noise, but they first have to get over the Rams, who I think will definitely probably end up winning the NFC.
Are the Chiefs down for good and maybe have to go into a bit of a rebuild mode, or can they challenge again next year?
See, the way I look at it is like right now what we're experiencing from the Chiefs is like a bear going into hibernation. And they're realizing that there is some fatigue. And this is something that most people don't talk about. I mean, there's a price to pay when you have gone to so many playoffs and so many Super Bowls, right? Maybe you win, maybe you lose, but the physical and the mental toll that it takes, and what we're seeing is exactly that unfold with the Chiefs. And they're going to be down, but they're not out. As long as you have 15 behind the center at your quarterback position and Andy Reid's on the sideline, they're always going to have an opportunity. They just have to make some changes on their offense and maybe some defense for a bunch of high-priced guys. And we could be on the verge of seeing the last of Travis Kelce, because in the Super Bowl against Philly, he didn't look good. And he's not looking like Travis Kelce of, maybe that's too much podcasting and being engaged to Taylor Swift. I don't know, but he doesn't look the same.
Yeah, that those back-to-back drops and then another drop that turned into that interception against Houston, that was tough to watch.
Yeah, and that's something you typically don't see from Travis Kelce. The other thing, too, is the lack of chemistry with the wide receivers, because last year we saw Kansas City win 8 to 9 games, like in the closing 2 minutes, one-score games. They're not winning those games anymore. Receivers are dropping passes, and just like you mentioned, the two from Travis Kelce, it's like that doesn't happen with the magic that we've seen from Kansas City over the past couple of years. And also, by the way, other teams are finally catching up.
Yeah.
That's one of those things that you run into. So they're down, but they're not out.
Yeah. Nick, we appreciate it. You can check out his stuff on YouTube, The Nick Ferguson Show. Just search that. Also, follow him on Twitter. Great follow on Twitter. Great film breakdowns after games. Nick Ferguson _25. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
There he is. Nick Ferguson right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Hans and Scotty, remember, we're going to look, it's Christmas time, and we want you to knock Christmas out of the park. So how do you do that? Well, go to Minky Couture or MinkyCouture.com. Get the best blankets and the best gifts ever, and you're going to save 50% off using promo code ZONE50. Shop online at MinkyCouture.com, or you can visit any of the 6 locations up and down the Wasatch Front. Just mention the Zone, and they'll give you 50% off right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The University of Utah Athletics is entering into what could be a $500 million plus equity partnership with Otro Capital. I don't think this is a good decision for Utah, if especially they're having an overly emotional reaction to BYU all of a sudden having the upper hand. This just seems like a really desperate move to be something that you're not.
It may have been a Hail Mary. I mean, if Utah was not going to be able to compete at all, and if there is going to be a line that is drawn of the teams that have money and the teams that don't, and you're going to get left behind.
But compete with who? Texas Tech has one guy and you're trying to keep up with that? BYU has an entire tech industry that's feeding into it. You're trying to keep up with that? Figure out a way to be
what you are.
What you are. Yes, what you are. By the way, ironically enough, which is what Utah has been good at since the early 90s.
Yeah.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, what do you got going on Friday? Well, we want you hanging out with us. We're going to be down in Nephi at the Bar Dub Grill. That's right, Bar Dub Grill, just off exit 222 in Nephi. Stop by, grab a bite to eat, and you can check out all the great things that Bar W Beef has available. They've got a store inside that grill where you can come by and grab yourself a brisket. You can go grab yourself, the steaks and the roasts and everything else. If you just need ground beef for the holidays, there's no better ground beef than Bar W Beef. It's all dry aged 14 days. The cattle are all raised here in Utah. It's processed here in Utah. You're supporting Utah ranchers, but you're also getting the best beef on the planet. It's Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com. We're going to be down there on Friday. Come on by and say hi, grab a great bite to eat, and then check out barwbeef.com. If you can't make it down to Nephi, they'll ship anywhere in the state of Utah on orders over $150 or more for free. It's Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Doug, I was wondering if I could test drive a sweet new Kia Telluride.
Weren't you here yesterday?
Was I?
And the day before?
People tell me I have one of those faces.
All right, but this is the last one.
Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on all new 2025 Kia Tellurides. Discounted price includes $2,000 customer cash through KFA. Additional discounts applied from Doug Smith Kia. No one knows Kia like Doug.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investorday.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Aaron's with us, RGS Exteriors. Aaron, a lot of people think this is your downtime, but a lot of you got guys ready to go, and they can be out at houses pretty quick, within a week or so. And that information, the bid, the financing, what they can do, the 3D rendering, that's all for free.
Yeah, have us come out. We can get you a free estimate, get you a good idea of what's possible on your home. That's sometimes the hardest thing for a homeowner, is just to know where to start, what they need to get done, what they can put off, what's urgent. Have us come out. We can get you an estimate and get you all those ideas and get a project rolling for you.
You probably see a couple different types of customers. One that knows exactly what they want, down to the color of Hardy. And then others that know, like, I got to do something, but I don't know what's popular, what's not. I see Chip and JoJo do something. Is that what I'm supposed to do? So if you can hold people's hands if need be, or you can just say, all right, give us the plans and let's go.
Yeah, and all of our guys are prepared and, deal with that every day. We do deal with both. If you already know exactly what you want, let us know. We can come out, we can get that done. If you're on the other side of that coin and you need some help, we've got 3D renderings, we've got digital mock-ups, all kinds of stuff we can do to show you what's possible, what's out there, and what we can do to improve your home.
In talking to Tim and you and Greg throughout our time here, you guys hate end of year because there's usually price bumps in the materials, and unfortunately that's just the world we're living in right now. So what you can do, though, is lock in your pricing for 2025 supply pricing, and then you can get the job done in 26, but you can at least get that pricing before the bumps probably will hit in, January?
Yeah, that's usually the case. Tim always says that he's been doing this a long time, and he's yet to see a pricing decrease on siding. Every year it usually seems to go up just a little. So we can get you in, get the products ordered, get everything ready now, and we can get that project installed next year, but you can still pay this year's price.
And you get the financing options, 24 months, same as cash. And Greg said even throw in a Blackstone grill, too.
Yeah, so on the qualifying purchases right now, we can get a free Blackstone grill with the project, and we can get you all ready for next year to have a nice barbecue or something outside.
Let's do it. You got one of those flat tops?
Yes.
They're so much fun.
That's a lot of fun. You mix that with the smoker and pair them side by side.
Yep. You put a little reverse sear, smoke that steak, and then finish it on the Blackstone, and you're good to go.
Yep.
801-280-3110. That's the number, 801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors right here on the Zone.
This holiday season, open your heart and help make a difference in our community. The Road Home Mediathon has been helping families experiencing homelessness for over 100 years. On December 19th, KSL Sports Zone listeners can help with the annual Road Home Holiday Mediathon. The Road Home needs blankets, gloves, baby supplies, and much more. You can drop those off at the Midvale Center. However, cash donations make the biggest difference. During the Road Home Mediathon, your dollars are matched to give shelter support and a new beginning. Please donate at kslsports.com. Powered by Performance Automotive in Bountiful.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's
That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson IT.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Thanks for being with us on the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. If you're not familiar with all the different ways you can dive in on this show and how to listen to it, here's a tip. You can stream it online. You can watch it on the KSL Sports YouTube channel. You can go back and listen to the podcast versions of it. You can dial yourself in at 97.5 FM or 1280 AM or 102.7 HD2. Which you and I are huge fans of.
That's my favorite in the car.
Yeah.
I listen to it on 102.7 HD2.
It's awesome. So
crystal clear.
We want to just throw it out there because we love that you guys tune in, and we love we're not able to do this without you guys who are listening. So we appreciate it. JJ, we're at another stop here. The tour continues of the Players of the Week honors. Today we're down in Utah County for the KSL Sports Players of the Week Awards, presented by Mr. Mack down here in Utah County. I think Mr. Mack himself, a.k.a. Alema Harrington, is going to be walking into these doors here, and we get to chat with him. And speaking of a guy who works with a lot of high school kids, this is right up his alley too.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mack is good to get on board with it.
I guarantee he's not walking in here without a suit on.
Oh, listen. Well, at the very least, he's going to have some shoes that are worth more than any suit that I own.
That's for sure.
And they'll be like, he got it. They're like the kicks that my kid wants to buy. You know what I mean?
We'll have to ask him who's the best dresser on the Jazz.
They compete.
Games, him
they
or
compete.
Thurl.
But they compete, and Mike Smith
looks
gets
good
involved
too.
And they Bowler's like, settle down, guys. Give me the black suit and a Jazz pin. I'll be fine.
I'm a simple man.
Well, he does. you don't need to do all the colors. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's
crazy.
It's you got to look good on TV.
Alema is going to come down and chat with us. He's representing Mr. Mack today, and we're going to be chatting with them as well. And so we're going to honor another set of Players of the Week, this time the Utah County edition, which is great because we're going to see a lot of kids that we got to cover. I mean, JJ, you cover 90% of these games. I get to do a couple a year, and even that for me, it's so much work, and you do so much work, and Jake Hatch does such a good job, and it's kind of celebrating you guys too. But these high school kids, this just keeps getting better and better. Last night was awesome up in Salt Lake at our studios.
Yeah, it's all about the kids and celebrating what they've accomplished. Football's a hard game, and they put a lot of time and effort into this. And when they do something special and they stand out each and every week, it's great to give them some recognition for all that hard work and that dedication. You know, some of these guys are going to get a chance to play at the next level, but not all of them. And so
most won't,
an
right?
opportunity to celebrate what they've accomplished
Yeah.
and have moments like this, it'll benefit them for a lifetime. So they'll always remember these things and stick with them. So we're fortunate to be a small part of that experience for them. And it's just so important to celebrate what our youth are doing in this community. And football is just one part of it. And the great thing about going to a football game is it's not just the players, it's not just the boys. You got the cheerleaders, you got the dance team, you got the band, you got everybody involved in it.
It's an
even
event.
the students, and it just gets all these schools together, and it brings people together, and that's why we love to celebrate it.
I mean, obviously, we'd be able to get actual numbers on this, but we watch a lot of high school. We watch a lot of prep stuff. KSL leads out on that, but I want to know. I mean, it has to be the most every year going forward. It has to be the most kids signing to play in college that we've ever seen.
It grows
every year.
each and every year. Yeah, and even with the crazy, it's funny because having been around it for a long time, recruiting has changed dramatically, and you even talk to the kids today, and the way that they're recruited today is much different than it was 5-10 years ago.
Right.
Social media's changed everything. How schools are doing it has changed, and the transfer portal has. To be honest, it's hurt a lot of high school kids. Schools that were looking for freshmen in the past aren't looking for freshmen anymore. They're looking for a kid that's ready to come in and play. And so some of the opportunities that existed before aren't there anymore for high school kids. And so that's kind of a bummer because you want to see these kids get the best opportunities. But it's a new world we live in, and everybody's having to adjust.
The man himself just walked in. We're going to be chatting with Alema in just a second. We were taking bets on what shoes you had. Yeah, there's always something.
Gosh, even when he's casual, he's good. He looks good.
And listen, when you say
look at that.
New Balance, like what's funny about that is people go, oh yeah, that's a dad shoe. My kids, this is the thing. This is the thing now. So Alema, of course, on brand. We love having him here. He's going to chat with us about Mr. Mack in just a few minutes. We have some breaking news, so let's fire it up here. We are getting right into it, JJ, and this one is wild. Let's go over to the try to figure out how to get a new coach. Breaking news desk. What's the latest, JJ? What happened today? Just mere 45 minutes ago.
This is a big one. Michigan has fired head coach Sharon Moore. That's according to Pete Thamel and others reporting this. And there's even more detail coming down. Through Pete Thamel.
This is not because of the job
everybody's
he's doing.
Dan Wetzel, Adam Schefter, they're all involved in this. This is multiple sources now reporting that head football coach Sharon Moore has been terminated with cause effective immediately. Following a university investigation, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. So Michigan is looking for a new head coach now after that report came out.
Stop me if you think that you've heard this one before, as Morrissey said. And, I mean, across the street in East Lansing, Mel Tucker, not 2 years ago, was Sharon Moore today. We have examples across the board of these possible things that have happened, and coaches, well, kudos to Michigan. Because you're a big institution, and you can make things not disappear. I don't want to make it sound like the big M is for Mafia. What it is winning is the most important thing generally for these programs and generally in sports. And they let a lot of things slide. You don't let this slide in 2025. This thing has been sliding for decades prior to this, And I'm glad these universities are stepping up and going, hey, look, the biggest names with the most money at the top of our sport will be done immediately, and good luck finding a job ever again, Sharon Moore. And I'm telling you, it's one of these things. Now, again, he probably could find a job, and these are all allegations, okay? But in the end, Michigan doesn't make decisions lightly, and so their investigation came up with it, and I think that the bottom line is Sharon Moore, put him on the list of bad guy, right, for these coaches. You have one, they really just tell you it's like you got to win. And number two, you can't have an inappropriate relationship.
You can't embarrass the university.
You can't have an inappropriate
relationship. You can't violate Title IX. So
yeah, it's a huge deal. And by the way, what does this do for Michigan? What happens now?
Well, from a football perspective, this is quite a bombshell because the coaching cycle is pretty much done. I mean, you've seen a lot of jobs already filled. Some of the top young coaches in the country were already snatched up. Some of them you're going to see in the college football playoff. Where does Michigan go from here? I have no idea. And I don't think they were planning on having to. Or,
I got a name for you.
So this is pretty fresh. So I'm in my mind, I'm jogging, trying to figure out who would be next, who hasn't already taken a job. Is there a big name that's already at a place that would consider leaving now to take this job?
I've got two fun ones.
Okay.
Urban Meyer's available. Okay.
You think he would go coach the team up north?
It's like coaching. It's like if he came in and took Kalani's job. If Kalani would have left, that would have been the
Gary
weirdest
Anderson's at BYU.
Yeah,
Anything's possible.
anything can happen. But my actual serious one that I think could work, I think John Gruden. I think John Gruden.
You think he could do college?
He is so dying to get back into the game of coaching. Now, that's a weird switch from NFL and the weirdness that surrounded his firing, but he's also suing the NFL and going after those guys, and it's like a mess with that, and he's standing on his principle. But anyway, I don't know what coaches are out there. I don't know who's available still. I mean, you could go out and get Mike Gundy and patch something up for a year, but that's not a Michigan guy. He can't do that. What happens to these kids? It's one thing to leave and go to another school and then hit the transfer portal. Oh, that's right. Biff Pokey is the guy. He is
the interim head coach now at Michigan.
So he did that while Sharon was suspended for the Michigan violations of cheating.
Right.
He's a guy who has been a guy floating around college football, and he's made his millions off of like investment banking, and then he just turned coaching into like a hobby because he could do whatever he wanted, and now he's the interim head coach at Michigan, and his players love him, by the way. But that's a cool story if you ever going back and look that up. He's had a long, illustrious career in coaching, but I don't know what you do going forward, and I don't know what Michigan's done for a couple of years at least. You know what I mean? Even with NIL money coming in,
they're Michigan now.
There's some of they could get as much money support as anybody. But what they're not going to,
I bet. Well, finish your point, and then I'll share my.
I bet they're going out there and they're saying, "Hey, we got to get somebody, and we got to make a big splash." But the reality is none of that Michigan money goes away from those people. And in fact, your donors are going to go, "We got to step up. We cannot lose a step. We can't lose a step." So Sharon Moore out at Michigan. Allegations of an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. We've seen this one before. Like I said, how on earth does this keep happening? It happened 18 months ago with Mel Tucker at Michigan State. And you would think that these guys would learn a lesson. But no can do. So there you go.
They're Michigan. They'll find whoever they want. They'll open up the Brinks truck. Some big name out there right now, they'll be able to prime away.
Do you think that they'll be able to just pick up where they left off there? I mean, they didn't have a phenomenal year, but I will say the 10-win season that they had.
They went 18-8 under Sharon Moore.
Yeah, but I think that was important the year that they had this year. Last year was definitely a down year, the year after a national championship. But they got up to 10 wins, right? They were 10-2 at the end of the year. And
they beat Michigan. They beat Ohio State last year. I
mean,
they were,
4 years in a row.
They did some good things. They were right in the mix. They're a ranked team. They were in the college football playoff conversation until a late season loss. So
yeah, that's interesting you brought that point up. It's a really good point about just being like, look, when these types of firings happen at big enough institutions, they can just buy their way into some patching up something going on there. So anyway,
who do they want? I mean, that's essentially what it comes down to is at this point, who do they want, and they can go chase that. and they have the money, and it's one of the most prestigious jobs in the country. Where would you rank Michigan in jobs in college football? It's top 5, maybe at least top 10, right?
Yes. Yeah.
The resources, the history.
It's the second-rated public university in the country.
It's an incredible school.
Yeah.
We've been to the Big House. You've been part of that environment. The list of coaches that have been there is impressive. So,
by the way, not a great place to watch a football game, but I'm just putting it out there.
I mean,
it is the Big House, though.
It is the Big House, but like you, I was like, oh, what's the big deal here?
There's a lot of people, but I can't see anything, and I can't actually hear anything.
Yeah.
Nobody's that loud. Like I want these guys to get excited.
But anyway, I look forward to seeing some of the names that surface and some that are kind of under the radar. I think there's going to be some big names at big institutions, maybe even some that are in the playoff right now, that end up getting in the mix. We'll see how that develops.
Kalani gets revisited again. Hey, you know what? Guess who might be available? I think a perfect fit for at least 5 years would be Coach Kyle Whittingham. That'd be wild, right?
That would be wild.
You don't think that? No. You think that he's either you think he's done coaching if he says that he's going to be done?
Oh, 100%.
So he's just going to go off into the grandfatherhood? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I totally believe it.
There's no job that would pry him away at this point if he walks away from Utah. No job.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I just think that most of the way that people deal with this is just throwing money at it, and Michigan certainly can do that. So, All right, that was the breaking news at the top. Now let's just get to the cut and get to the opening of the show we actually had planned out. Let's jump to it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com. It's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. JJ, more talk today, obviously, about the college football playoff, where conferences stand and everything. And Brett Yormark had some comments talking specifically about this. He was asked about BYU's position in the college football playoff. And I was a little surprised with his there was a lot of his statement that I liked. There was a little bit that I think you're going to have maybe BYU fans raise an eyebrow and go, huh? Brett Yormark talking about the whole Notre Dame situation, though, was pretty interesting.
I will say this, and I'm a little outspoken about it. I don't like how Notre Dame's reacted to it.
So
okay, I think Pete's his behavior has been egregious. It's been egregious going after Jim Phillips when they saved Notre Dame during COVID. We all knew, and it was very transparent. Hunter was very transparent about it, the chair, that as Notre Dame and Miami got closer together, head-to-head would be a factor. Okay, BYU lost. They became closer together, head-to-head, and made a difference in that decision. So I think he is totally out of bounds in his approach, and if he was in the room, I'd tell him the same thing.
No doubt. First of all, Brett Yormark is not a guy who steps away from a fight. I don't think you can be like that East Coast Jersey guy and be in the position that he is and not pull punches, and pull punches. Here's what he said about BYU. I was happy about BYU. No. Or was I happy about BYU? No, but I think overall the committee did the right job. Listen, it's progress over perfection. So he said that they got it right. I think he didn't do enough walking up to it. I think that what really took BYU out of this college football playoff was where they started in the rankings.
Correct.
And that started with the AP, but it also started with the college football playoff rankings. If they would have been a little higher and maybe – not punished as much during the time kind of crawling their way back to only have that one loss and to get to 11-1 and to match up with Texas Tech. It just is it's kind of hard to watch that. But I think he's also kind of towing the line and saying, hey, the commissioner I think Hunter did a great job. And by the way, no one else is saying that. No one else thinks that Hunter Yurchek did a great job.
First compliment that Hunter's received.
But you know
I'm
what?
Sure he's thrilled.
He didn't want to do this. He didn't want to sit. It was going to be Mac Rhodes, right? Mac Rhodes, right?
Yeah.
I already forgot his name, the Baylor AD.
Former
Baylor AD. So anyway, it just has gotten weird. But I thought it was interesting that he said that. He says that Notre Dame's athletic director, Pete Bavacqua, he says he thinks his behavior is egregious, as you heard right there. And I think he's totally right. And I like that somebody in another conference, not just the ACC, because the ACC does need to stand up to Notre Dame. Notre Dame pretends like they could have everyone killed here and do the old emperor thing and do the thumbs down, and that's not the case. And if Brett Yormark shows up and goes, yeah, if Pete was in the room, I'd tell him his behavior sucks and he needs to get better, and we can't have this in this division and him acting like, that Notre Dame is a victim. Oh my gosh. That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard in this sport. There's no dang way Notre Dame could ever be considered a victim in any of this.
Notre Dame's acting like a spoiled child. I don't like the way that they've handled this post situation. That's not a good message to send to your players. When you deal with adversity, when things don't go your way, you're teaching your players to what? Act like this? I don't like I don't like anything about it.
It's dumb.
I don't like the way they're handling it. And I agree with him that Bavacqua's handled this poorly. It's also really rich that Notre Dame moving forward now is guaranteed a spot in the playoff if they're top 12, and nobody knew about that until all this stuff came out. But
no one knew. No one knew.
The little thing in the fine print of the deal moving forward. But I will say this about Brett Yormark: I felt like he could have done BYU a greater service earlier in the process. He was way late to the party on speaking out, and I'm sure he was told that. And all of a sudden, in the last week or two, he suddenly surfaces on live broadcasts and wherever he can be. Where was he when the first rankings came out? Where was he after BYU took a 6-spot fall after that first loss to Texas Tech, which was ridiculously
6 spots when they
and
lost.
That's what hurt. That was ultimately the difference. Yeah. As soon as they lost that first game, remember that was their first loss.
If Notre Dame loses that game against Texas Tech, the way that BYU did, and they were 1 spot ahead of Texas Tech, what do you think? I mean, it's a weird hypothetical.
They're not going to drop that far.
They probably wouldn't be out of the top 10.
Look what happened to Alabama.
I bet they'd be 9 or something like that.
Alabama got boat raced by Georgia the second time around, and it was everyone looked the other way and said, well, they already beat Georgia.
It matters.
Well, that was a long time ago. It should matter what happened today. Anyway, the commissioner could have stepped forward early in the process and stood up for BYU. Now, would it have made a major difference? Probably not, but it's optics. Your commissioner needs to be fighting for the teams in this conference. And I think that these schools want to see their commissioner step up for them, because who else is? It's a political process. Let's not lie. Let's be honest about it. There's definitely some politics that go into it, and ESPN's a powerful entity, and they have a lot of pull and say in this, whether they want to admit it or say it or not. And so you need your commissioner to stand up for you, and I felt like he could have done that earlier on in this process, and that was a little bit of a letdown. I know, I get it, that the conference is probably thrilled that Texas Tech is top 4, that they're getting a bye. But the whole thing with BYU isn't just about BYU. It's disrespectful to Texas Tech. Because the reason why BYU is getting so much flack for their losses to Texas Tech is because nobody respects what Texas Tech is doing.
Sure.
Everyone respects Georgia, so it's like, Alabama lost to a great team. They already beat them once before. Texas Tech's not getting that same kind of respect that Georgia's getting, even though I think you put Texas Tech and Georgia on the same football field right now, I'm picking Texas Tech.
It's hard not to right now, considering what they're doing. And I think the national people, I'm actually curious. I don't know for sure if Texas Tech, everyone just goes, they could win a national championship. I'm like, you're technically supposed to put every team in the college football playoff that could be good enough to win a national championship, which is where I think it falls short. There's a few every year.
Let's go to 16.
I don't know if that'll happen. I do hope that it does. I hope it goes to 24 and they do the 4 auto bids for all the big leagues, and then they figure out everything else, and the SEC and the Big Ten could maybe be satisfied with 6 in a piece or 7 in a piece every year.
They're greedy. What did the SEC commissioner say last week?
Yeah.
I think we should have 8 teams in.
Oh yeah, they got 5 in.
Come on, man.
They had 3 last year, and that couldn't stand this year.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that was, and I'm not usually the conspiracy guy, but the 3 teams from the SEC that got in, and Alabama being one that didn't, I feel like a phone call from Nick Saban to Greg Sankey, not that they don't talk at all anyway. And I don't know if that kind of thing happened, but you think Nick Saban has some sway? I want that guy to run all of college football. I hope that they have a governing body and he's the head of it, because he's so dang smart about it.
They do need a commissioner. There's no doubt about that. And this basically is pro sports at this point. Yeah. So you need somebody like that to kind of make everything work. And they got to figure out a way. But, Yormark's right. The playoff is a step in the right direction. It's just disappointing how it was all sorted out.
Yeah. Well, it was going to be imperfect because the people in the room are imperfect, and that's the way it is. So got to be satisfied that it's not the old way that we used to do it. Hey, it was another group of fat guys in a room deciding back then. It was just all the writers.
You don't miss the old Bowl Alliance?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, Bowl Alliance. Oh, yeah. Bust the computers out again.
The good old days back in the 90s.
I'm gonna do something fun here because it's time for us to be able to jump in with one of our favorite people that we get to see periodically because of the Jazz broadcasts, and he comes into the studio periodically. And we'll all walk past each other as we're about to start up, and maybe a Football Friday is going on. But Lemma Harrington in the house, man.
We kind of live adjacently.
Yeah.
Right.
we're all sort of living the same version of the same life, but like it's just in like. It's on a different timeline. Yeah, it's on a different parallel, I guess. But, man, thanks for coming. I appreciate
Absolutely.
When you said, hey, we're going to get Lemma on, and they're like, yeah, here's his phone number. And Lemma's like, I'll stop by.
Yeah.
So that's
I'm actually
cool,
down in Provo on Wednesdays because I do some work with one of the recovery centers in Provo.
Yeah.
And so
Are those the spots I see on TV?
Yeah, well, I go down there and I do group once a week, and I have a substance use disorder counselor license, and so I work in that field, and fortunate to be. I've been at Ardu now for 5 years, and love it down there. And so as we're trying to organize the timing on this, I said, well, I actually have to be in Salt Lake by 5:15, but I'm coming from. When I found out we were in Linden here at Trucordia, I'm like, well, I'm coming from Provo. I can pop in there, do some live and do some, do some remote, whatever. Let's do it. And I love that you guys are here. I love tonight's event. We're all tied to high school football.
I was saying there's no better person
ways.
for us to be able to jam with on this because I'm like, you talk about people who know a lot about all these teams and who these kids are.
Yeah.
Like it's you. The high school kids have gotten so much better in this state, and we see it every year.
Yeah. We were talking about. I had this conversation with Coach Mack when we do Football Fridays. We talked about this last week, in fact, because as signing day was coming up, early signing day. It's like how many guys are going to go D1, and to get to where we're 40 in that neighborhood every year is like it's crazy. And it's not just the local schools, man. We all celebrate guys that stay home and get a chance to see them progress and in front of our eyes at Utah or at BYU. But, with the Helaman Kasuga going to Texas A&M or, Kava, the kid from Orem, going to Alabama. I mean, all of these things are so big for football in the state. And it's a beautiful thing to watch that progression. I've been in this market since 96, so almost 30 years.
Yeah.
And to watch the progression that has taken place has been phenomenal.
And the kids are their own cheerleaders too on social media, and coaches see that stuff, man. They see
you
highlights.
have to do it these days to get attention.
Yeah, and they do it, and it's phenomenal. They're all better than us at it, quite frankly. But our KSL Sports Player of the Week honors, our presenting sponsor down here in Utah County is Mr. Mack, and no better person to talk about Mr. Mack than the guy that we see on TV talking about it, and the guy that is maybe the best best dressed guy.
Go ahead and say it. Yeah, you go ahead and say it.
In the state of Utah. Well, we were saying.
You let all the other guys listening right now.
Well, I just want to know, because Mike Smith is a competitive guy, man.
Yes.
Yeah. Thurl is a competitive guy.
Yeah.
So,
Thurl is kind of low-key competitive. Mike Smith is a little more, all right, you're right there, and he's competing, and we're on the same set together. And every time when I show up, he has this little fun game that he plays with. He says, all the stuff in your closet, that's what you picked? Just to be sarcastic. But it's a fun competition. Of course, Big T dresses to the nines every night. Yeah. And so we love doing that. But I've been associated with Mr. Mack for seems like forever. The first suit that I ever got, and you can relate to this, JJ, being a TV guy, right? When I first started in the business, and I started in Hawaii, I had gotten a couple of suits at Mr. Mack, the Orem location, when I was in college. And so I had a double-breasted, it was called the Gladiator cut. And so I had a couple of suits and really just the tops. I started at a small station in Channel 8 in Hawaii, and they put me on the anchor desk. And those are the two suits that I had,
That's
right?
awesome.
When it's just the tops because the pants didn't fit anymore. And then when I was able to, I got hired by Channel 5, and I came up here as like, okay, now I'm connected back with Mr. Mack. And I'll be honest, I did the custom tailor thing.
They got people coming from Far East.
I
they're
did
doing
that.
It. Yeah.
And it's like it was a good experience. But in the end, I was like, man, I get way more bang for my buck.
Yeah.
Yep.
and the relationship that I have with Mr. Mack, who's been around now 61 years.
That's
I remember
crazy.
doing the 50-year anniversary celebration, and at that time, Matt Christensen was still alive, and he had brought me in to kind of be part of the marketing side of this thing, and then kind of handed the thing over to me, and it's been awesome. And now we're talking third, fourth generations of Christensens and ownership, because when you go to Mr. Mack, you're really dealing with the owners. There's very few places that you're going to go, and you're going to deal with the owners that are there on site. Like they're still working there. It's a beautiful thing, and I love that about Mr. Mack. And so that, aside from the fact that you're going to get a great deal. That's
especially
really,
for missionaries.
Yeah.
For a lot of people, it's almost impossible to do the missionary thing without Mr. Mack and the deal they offer.
No.
Yeah.
What's the missionary package?
So the missionary package. So when you go to Mr. Mack, you're going to get a performance suit, fore and collar stretch shirts. If you don't know what those are, you see the billboards now up and down I-50.
Those are amazing.
Another
for
local
big
company,
guys.
great guys. So you get fore and collar stretch shirts. You get 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of either Echo or Johnson & Murphy shoes for $695. If you were to try to price that out, like everybody's like, I buy stuff online. Don't buy. I promise you, don't do that. I made this mistake. You buy something online, it doesn't fit.
Yeah.
The thing about Mr. Mack, you get that great deal at $695, and they're going to tailor that suit for you. And so it's going to fit you beautifully. And you go some places, like we all know this, being raised around here with guys going on missions. I have one son that served in New Zealand. He needed short sleeve shirts, and Ann Collar's got short sleeve. You go to other places, you're going to have a hard time with your checklist that you get to get everything matched up and out the door at a reasonable price. At Mr. Mack, you know that they're going to take care of you.
So I grew up out of state, and my dad and we did the whole thing where we drove to the MTC. My dad goes, we're going to go out. We came out early, and and because I had siblings at BYU, and he goes, they got this store down there. Right? That's the way it started. And I was a big dude. I was a lot bigger than I am now. And he's like, you'll be fine. They got it for you. Because I was worried. I was like, man, I got kind of broad
They're
shoulders.
They're going to fit you, and no matter what size you are. And it's funny that you bring that up, because I had the same even in Hawaii. So when I started my broadcast business or broadcast career in Hawaii, and guys were coming up. We were in the same conference, University of Hawaii, BYU, and University of Utah in the WAC days. And our broadcasters would come from our station. It was affiliated with the TV station, news station I was with. When they came up here to do a BYU or Utah game, they would take orders from people in Hawaii, because Mr. Mack had these great slacks, and they always have great selection. People would give these 2 guys, their sizes, and they would and Monday. Up and they would buy all their stuff, and they'd take it back with them from Utah back to Hawaii. So I mean, we're worldwide. We're known all over the place.
Oh, the worldwide part is for sure true.
Yeah.
There's kids walking around. By the way, those Echo shoes by themselves are like $200.
Yeah.
Hey, the Player of the Week honors. Alema,
yeah.
We appreciate all you do for the prep kids in the state of Utah.
Thank you.
And we appreciate Mr. Mack jumping on board as a presenting sponsor of this thing.
Absolutely.
So we appreciate it. We'll chat with you in a couple minutes here. We'll come right back. JJ and Alex continues right here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The University of Utah Athletics is entering into what could be a $500 million plus equity partnership with Otro Capital. I don't think this is a good decision for Utah, if especially they're having an overly emotional reaction to BYU all of a sudden having the upper hand. This just seems like a really desperate move to be something that you're not.
It may have been a Hail Mary. I mean, if Utah was not going to be able to compete at all, and if there is going to be a line that is drawn of the teams that have money and the teams that don't, and you're going to get left behind.
But compete with who? Texas Tech has one guy and you're trying to keep up with that? BYU has an entire tech industry that's feeding into it. You're trying to keep up with that? Figure out a way to be
what you are.
What you are, yes, what you are. By the way, ironically enough, which is what Utah has been good at since the early 90s.
Yeah.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
The Hercules local business spotlight this holiday season is Ty the Window Guy. Which started in 1998 as a small side job cleaning windows, has grown into a trusted local business built on quality service and long-lasting relationships. More than 27 years later, Ty still serves many of his first clients with the same dependable care that built his reputation. To learn more or schedule your next window cleaning, visit TyTheWindowGuy.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
You know who doesn't get enough credit during the holidays? You. You're the one making sure the magic happens. From school parties to last-minute shopping to wrapping gifts at midnight. And the last thing you need to worry about is what's for dinner. But with Beehive Meals, you'll have delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door that are ready for your slow cooker. No chopping, no stress, and no takeout guilt. You'll walk in after a long day of holiday fun to the smell of dinner done, kids happy, and a kitchen that's not a disaster zone. It's real homemade comfort food that the whole family will love without the work. You don't need to be a holiday hero this season, just smart enough to let Beehive Meals do the cooking. Beehive Meals, made for the ones who do it all. And if you're looking for a thoughtful, stress-free gift this year, Beehive Meals makes it easy to share the love with gift boxes. Order now at beehivemeals.com and make this holiday season a little easier and a lot more delicious.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champions. The Florida Panthers are in town. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah Jazz return to action Friday in Memphis. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, nice enough to sit down with us because he's here and he's nice like that, and I think he enjoys doing this, and it's probably as easy as it is to do anything else.
Yeah, I love high school football, and that's why we're here down in Utah County, and Mr. Mack's a part of that, and so I'm happy to be, involved. And I got to tell you, obviously the Utah Jazz is a big part of my life and my career.
Oh, of course.
And
yeah.
but I absolutely love doing high school football. I've done it in this market, I think, since 2004, so 20-plus years going on at this point. And love Utah County football, too. A lot of good football down here. Region 3, of course, with Corner Canyon, the other side of the point of the mountain. But there's such great football here. I love talking high school sports.
Well, it's something that's special to all of us because we all have leaned into that prep sports side of things. It's great. So I want to ask you about something, and JJ and I, when we do these shows, we talk about everything. Let's talk about the Jazz for a minute, because I wanted to know from the coverage standpoint, when you're watching this team, and there are flashes of brilliance from, I mean, Keontae George is the story of the year.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Yeah.
And there are these bright spots in a year where everyone says, we already know what you are. And dealing with that, how do you guys deal with that? And because watching Will Hardy approach it, it seems different than what people think it was going to be.
Well, I think that coming into this season, and we had some opportunities to talk with Will about what were the expectations were going to be, and I think that they have just said, you know what, Will, you go out and put that team out there and see what can happen. And so he's really approached it that way. Now, obviously, development is still was a huge part of last year, and everybody was being told we're going to play the young players and just be, understanding of what's going to happen. This year, you're going to get a mix of young players and what can we build around, and I think it becomes more and more evident as we watch them play together that Lowry and Keontae are kind of the building blocks here, with Ace Bailey coming along. That's a talented young kid that's got so much upside. And so I think, our approach continues to be, even when we have these blowout losses that happen in the NBA, but when you have back-to-back losses the way that the Jazz, and then, you hear – what came off, on social media and the sideline.
Oh, Will Hardy getting after his guys for not trying?
But you
Come
love
on.
that.
People are surprised that a coach yells at his players.
Well, I don't know. I hope people are not surprised by that.
Why
if you sit anywhere near that, then you weren't around.
Imagine Jerry Sloan having a video
during the
leaked
Jerry
on
Sloan
social
era,
media.
because the Jerry Sloan era was, that was pretty wild for people that didn't understand that, there's still some serious coaching going on here.
Yeah.
So I think as we approach it from a broadcast standpoint, we're constantly looking for ways to, continue to develop and to tell that story about how the Jazz are developing and looking at the improvement and being honest about, okay, that just was not a good performance. And Will Hardy was not happy with that, and you wouldn't expect him to be. So, For us as broadcasters, anybody that's involved in that type of broadcast, you're always, hoping that you're not going to get 5-10 losses in a row, that you have opportunity. Yeah. And that's what we are getting. We're not – I don't anticipate that we're going to have these long losing streaks where we've lost 10 in a row and we've run out of things to talk about. We're going to continue to have moments where there is a growing pain, and then it continues to develop, and now you see a flash of wow, this is what this team could be, which we've seen, whether it be the Boston game or other times when the Jazz have overcome, some deficits and been able to make it competitive, even hang on to win games that they never would have won last year. There are situations that the Jazz have been in this year that are completely different from what we were dealing with last year.
Yeah, Lem, I look back last year, it felt dark. Like, it was hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel. This year, while they didn't win the lottery, and that was kind of the end of it, when they lost the lottery, we were sitting at JCW's doing our pre-lottery show and watched it all develop, and we had a crowd there, and the air just went out of them, and they walked out of the restaurant, which was kind of a bummer.
I got to admit, I was mowing my lawn, listening right with the headphones on. I'm listening, and everybody in my neighborhood could hear my response. What?
Over the lawnmower. You know how dark that moment was?
I love dark. That was a dark time.
It was. Because we followed the Jazz for a long time. They're not used to being in the situation. Yeah. And fans, you talk to fans all the time, Alema?
Yeah.
Like, they're like, what are we doing? Like, when are we going to win games again? Because fans here were kind of spoiled for a long, long time.
They're still showing
Even
up,
post
too.
John and Carl.
Yeah.
Like, we had good teams here that won a lot of games and went on playoff runs. And we've had all-star players since then. And now it just felt dark. But, Alema, I feel like it's turning this year. Like, Keontae George emerging as a potential star in this league has been a great development. You know who Lowry is, and you can see how Lowry and these young guys can work. But then, Ace hasn't had it every night, but you don't expect him to. But when you see the flashes, you're like, that kid could be an all-star someday. And there's another lottery coming up. Now, what do you think? Can you see the light at the end of the tunnel now, and you see there's this hope for the future?
And this is what we continue to tell this story, right, which is, okay, look at Houston, all right?
Oh, it's a
4
great
years
example.
ago, this was a terrible team.
Yeah.
And then they, continually would progress every year. Look at OKC, right? This is the blueprint. And they did it in the draft and did a little bit through free agency, getting Shea there. there are things that we can look at because we have this perspective. We're looking across the league and we're playing all these different teams. It's like, man, this team right here, this is what the Jazz could look like in 2, 3, 4 years. And that gives the fan base hope. Yeah. It's like, okay, we're not going to win it all, overnight. But I was just at our Sandy offices for the Jazz now, which are over in Southtown Mall.
Yeah.
And one of the things that stood out to me as I walked past this, this mural that has there, the bullet points of what the values are and the mission statement. And one of the things that it said was, to build the state of Utah, and then the bottom was win championships. And what it said to me was that we're doing this from the ground up. Yesterday, I think the night that was our day of giving for SEG. And it's getting involved in the community, and then, with the Mammoth now, all that support as well. You see how this thing is, being built to grow to the point where the byproduct eventually, and hopefully sooner rather than later, is going to be championships coming to Utah.
Detroit's also one of those stories where you're like,
yeah,
another great example. Look at Orlando now.
They were supposed to be the worst team ever.
Yeah.
That was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That was 3 years ago. And we always talk about OKC because that's a Western opponent.
Sure.
But there are teams that go, hey, the timeline thing where we all say, give it 5 years for the rebuild. It's like, that's not a prescription anymore.
Yeah.
It's different. And, I love seeing how these kids respond too. What out of these young guys who are on this roster, Keontae George is making that impact, but who else is, everybody wants to see what Ace Bailey can do immediately.
Yeah.
He's doing what a rookie does. He's coming in. He's having flashes of brilliance. He's learning a ton. Is he learning a ton?
No, he is absolutely learning a ton. And one of the cool things that we, observe while we're sitting at our broadcast position and we're watching the game and we're just kind of, south of the Jazz bench. So we're looking down on, and I'm watching the older players like a Nurk or like a George Niang or
Love the season,
Kevin
of course,
Love,
too, yeah.
right? Who is they're embracing these young players as they're coming off the floor. And there's a lot of coaching that is not being done by the coaching staff, but is being done by the veterans that have been brought in. But I still look at Bryce Sensabaugh, continued development as a guy that can stick in this league. And Taylor Hendricks coming off the injury, okay, let's see what he can do, and that's going to take some time. But as you're looking at Filipowski, like I think of Kyle Filipowski and his ability to just kind of sit and learn at the shoulder of Lauri Markkanen. I've seen so much of him, mirroring things that Lauri does, and Lauri is a phenom. He's
a
a
freak
bit
athlete.
he's a bit of a unicorn. Yeah. I don't know that there's any other 7-footer that's been in the league that is like him. But at the same time, if you're Kyle, you're looking at Filipowski, you're looking at okay, what can I become and what can I learn? His ability to catch the ball up high and hit a three has improved dramatically from year one. And to see him have kind of the flash that he had at Summer League, and then that still takes time to translate into the NBA, but we're seeing some of that from him. So there's a lot of bright spots with the Jazz.
Well, I obviously with you sitting in front of us, I'm like, I'm not going to let this go because I want people to get excited about it. What's been great is, and there are games that I've gone to with my credential on, and there have been games I've gone to with the kids, and guess what? They aren't like. They don't do like a, I haven't liked some of these shifts. I haven't liked some of these calls of Will Hardy.
What kind of rotation is that?
Yeah, no. They're there, and guess what? They freaking love it, every second of it. And these are kids that watch a lot of sports, but it's interesting to watch this whole thing develop. And I think people do the dramatic thing.
Yeah.
Our market doesn't do the dramatic like paper bag over the head and we hate our own team and it's self-loathing on top of it. No, we don't do that.
No,
or please let's not get to that. Or at least we do not want that. Okay, so by the way, we're at Trucordia, and Trucordia, of course, is hosting tonight as one of the presenting sponsors, of course, of the KSL Sports Player of the Week awards that we do, and they're nice enough to have us. This is our third time down here, and Pete Medesheim joining us on the program.
Yeah.
Senior Vice President of Data Technology. How are things at Trucordia, man? You guys you have this big new giant facility, and we came in when you guys, I think it just moved over or something like that, and I thought and you guys were going like a transition from a new name to a new name and all this thing.
Yeah.
Trucordia is killing it right now.
Yeah, we are. We're loving it. I mean, this is a great place to be. It's I know that you guys have been here before, but we just love being able to do this again. It's for us, it's absolutely perfect. I mean, we're one of the top 20 brokerages in the country, and so for us to be able to do this in our backyard and do this for these local athletes, man, I mean, that's just fantastic. You can't get any better than that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you guys can get involved with, sponsor. Why high school sports? Why does that mean so much to Trucordia?
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons. One, sports are kind of a way to connect with everyone. Yeah. For those that get into it, everyone relates to it. Yeah. I personally, that's what my greatest interest was growing up, and I have kids that have been a part of this scene here that have won state championships here in Utah, and it's just a lot of fun. So for us to be able to be a part of that and give back, that just means a lot to us. Insurance is about connecting in relationships, and so when we can be involved in a place where people connect in that way, man, that just makes sense for us, and we hope it makes sense for other people too.
It's probably faster to list the things you guys don't insure.
Yes.
So, I mean, literally, you guys probably have people coming to you and going, is this even something that's insurable? That's a great question. Look, you already know the stuff that they already know can be insured.
Yeah.
And then they come to you and go, we got this thing going on.
Yes.
And you guys are experts at that.
Yeah, we are. We truly are. And we have a broad base of what we cover. So if you own a home, if you own a boat, if you own a business, if you own a car, we'd love to talk to you. I mean, that's our business. That's what we're good at. It's what we do. And we feel like if it matters to you, that really matters to us. And so we love to try to protect those things that matter most to people. And being able to connect with people in a way like sports and being able to sponsor this for these high school athletes, man, that's just great. We just love that. So.
Pete Nettesheim, he's joining us. He's Senior Vice President of Data and Technology here at Trucordia. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hosting us tonight.
No,
Thanks
this
so
is
much. Awesome.
Great. We love it that you guys are here. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take another break here. We'll come back. Lema's going to join us for another couple minutes here, and then we're going to cut him loose because I don't know. He might be the busiest man on the planet.
He's got a lot of important things
He's got
to
some
do.
things going on. So we'll come right back. We got more to go. Stay with us. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Their sound shaped music for generations to come. Toto with Christopher Cross and the Romantics. Friday, August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. On sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We appreciate you being on the program here with us. We appreciate Lemma Harrington, who's been nice enough to hang out with us. We're at the Player of the Week Awards here. KSL Sports Player of the Week Awards, presented down here in Utah County by the good folks of Mr. Mac and Trucordia, who's hosting the event tonight. And it's awesome. The prizes get to be better. The kids got some really cool stuff last night that they didn't know they were going to be getting. And I think KSL's done a great job of sneaking in some prizes that the kids didn't know. Because I'll be honest, one of the kids yesterday, the parents are like, we got to drag him to get going here. And I was like, they were like, dude, we're going to go to this thing. They're going to honor you. He just didn't like the whole attention thing. And then by the end, smile on his face, cool new watch on his wrist.
By the way, I was just yesterday out at Rockwell with Rich Eggett and Johnny Rich. And Johnny was telling me, oh, yeah, we just did the watches.
All the logos?
Yeah, all the logos, and I love these guys. And we have so many companies, and Trucordia, we're here with one of them today, Mr. Mac, of course. But, there's a lot of companies, Rockwell's being one of them as well, that are so tied into our community. And I love that. And I love what Pete was saying when he talked about the relationship with high school sports, because people need to understand from a marketing standpoint. My brother works in the sports marketing world. From a marketing standpoint, if you're looking for something that is going to tie the community to you emotionally, get involved in local sports, because everybody has a positive opinion about their school, their kids, and if you can attach your brand to that, then there's this carryover 100%. That you get that love too. It's like, oh, these guys, like, I don't even know this company, but they're supporting my kids, so I'm supporting them.
Yeah,
right?
Prep has such a totally different reach. And it's so unique because it's not the thing. You're not going to break down high school games like on the radio ad nauseum, right?
And you're not nearly as critical of the high school players as you will be of,
But the stream up online.
Yep.
If it's not up, I mean, we get killed, right? Like
and for good reason.
I know, and so you have such a demand because these are their families and they're into it. I want to get your thoughts before we chat a little bit about Mr. Mac that you. With the Kalani extension and just how much energy is coming out of Provo with the money stuff and all those things that just went on, it was a wild 10 days for BYU.
It's interesting because college sports and sports in general, there's a lot of action and reaction, and when let's say when Utah went to the Pac-12, the kind of knee-jerk reaction, we're going independent.
Yeah.
Right now, BYU has all this money that is flowing in. And the knee-jerk reaction, okay, we're going private equity. It's like, okay, we got to figure out what this landscape looks like. Now, I'm extremely pleased with the way that Kalani was handled, that it got handled in the timely fashion before early signing day.
Yeah.
I thought it was handled by Santiago and that group very, very nicely and in a very positive and timely manner. And so I'm grateful, and I've known Kalani for a long time, known his family for a long time. His dad and my father, before he passed, they were good friends. He used to play squash back before pickleball was a thing together here in Utah County. And so I've known that family a long time. Of course, covered Kalani's career and his brother at BYU. And so when I look at the best possible coaches for BYU, Kalani is at the top of that list. And so I'm so grateful that he's able to stay and at the same time use that opportunity when you do have some leverage to not just improve your situation, which the beautiful thing about Kalani is never even seemed like it was about that. It wasn't about his salary. It's about what can we do to set up the program to continue to be successful, and we've got to compete in this new landscape, and how are we going to do that? Let's like put a that foundation in place now so that we can have success going forward, because he knows as well as any of us know that a 6-win season is right around the corner for any coach, but how can you have some sustained success and maybe a 6-win season and not around the corner? Like if you put the things in place that you need, you might be
10
able
to 15 million more in NIL funds, you can avoid that.
You can
ask
avoid
Texas
that.
Tech. You could all change in 1 year. Alema, before we let you start hitting your commute, because I know you got to get out of here. Let's chat a little bit about. I bet you have as many people coming up and ask you about sports as they do suits.
The funny thing is that is true. And I was down in St. George with the family, and we were at a restaurant, and the server came up and he says, "I'm sorry to bother you, but are you Mr. Mack?" I said, "You know what? That's great branding right there." And the reality is that Matt Christensen, the original Mr. Mack, brought me in and had me start to do some ad spots for them when he was still doing ad spots as well, and then kind of handed this thing over to me. And I just love the Christensen family. I know all of the the sons and the grandsons that are now running businesses, third and fourth generation ownership. And so I have this great long-standing relationship with all of them. And it's fantastic. Got 9 locations across the Wasatch Front. You're going to get taken care of. And you feel like family when you're there, because you really are. Because when you go into one of the stores, you are going to be dealing with somebody there is going to be one of the owners. Like the grandsons are all in their stores, and the sons are all in their stores. And so they care about the brand. They care about, the relationships. And the truth is, at this point, you have relationships that are generational, right? I came in and got my suit. Now my son's coming in and getting his suit. My grandson, when he gets time for him to get a suit, this is where we're going. We're going to Mr. Mack. And you're going to get taken care of. Interesting, because you brought up, that the fact that when you got your suit for your mission, Alex, that you were, maybe a little portly, if you will. I mean, we'll try to, give it a nice term there.
It was shocking to the people of South America when I showed up.
But this is one of the cool things, because people ask me for advice. Oh man, we got a big wedding party coming up, and we're talking like this looks like the tribal council that's coming in, like the Usos and everybody. It's like I got some guys that are 330, and I got a guy uncle that's 420, and I got this other nephew that he's like regular 180 pounds. Can we get them all in the same? Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
If you're looking for a way to suit up everybody so they look good at the wedding, make sure you go to Mr. Mack. If it's a mission, make sure you go to Mr. Mack. $695 will get you taken care of for everything that you need for your mission. So make sure you stop by Mr. Mack, and we're happy to be a part of what's going on here tonight.
Awesome. They always lend a lot of support. So the KSL Sports Award Week Player of the Week awards brought to you by Mr. Mack down here in Utah County. Alema, we're going to cut you loose, man. You got to hit the road.
Yeah.
And we're going to let you
Tell
do
my
that.
boy Harvey Lange I said what's up. That was one of my favorite running backs of all.
Awesome.
And I was sad when he went to Utah and they turned him into a linebacker. And I understood that that's where his future was in the NFL. So, not that I had any say in it, but, man, I loved watching that kid run the ball at Bingham. He was phenomenal.
One of the all-time greatest athletes in Utah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he'll be speaking to the kids tonight, so it's going to be an awesome thing for those kids to be able to hear from somebody who's been through it all right here. So before we get out, get the best blankets and gifts ever. Save 50% right now this season with the promo code ZONE50. No better time during the holidays than to go to minkycouture.com and get these for 50% off. Best blanket ever, best gift ever, or at any of their 6 locations. We'll come right back. JJ and Alex continues. We're going to chat with Mike Folta, play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, coming up right around the corner here. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This holiday season, open your heart and help make a difference in our community. The Road Home Mediathon has been helping families experiencing homelessness for over 100 years. On December 19th, KSL Sports Zone listeners can help with the annual Road Home Holiday Mediathon. The Road Home needs blankets, gloves, baby supplies, and much more. You can drop those off at the Midvale Center. However, cash donations make the biggest difference. During the Road Home Mediathon, your dollars are matched to give shelter support and a new beginning. Please donate at kslsports.com. Powered by Performance Automotive in Bountiful.
Alpine Home Medical, alpinehomemedical.com. I just had to put my headset on because I knew I had to do some actual work here. That's what I do here. So I wanted to mention that some of the things that we do with Alpine Home Medical, first of all, we've been working with Jay Broadbent and the folks at Alpine Home Medical for a long time. I've been talking about them for years. When my dad was sick before he passed away, we went straight to them when he needed a power lift chair and when he needed a wheelchair, and they took care of all of it. And that's what you're going to get. They bring wellness home. They're nice enough to be able to take care of everything on the insurance side. But on top of that, it's this white glove concierge service. They have stores that are beautiful and clean, and there's nobody who does it better. There's a reason it's been 15 years in a row that they've won Best in State.
Yeah, 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. When you visit a showroom, you'll feel the difference of a clean, welcoming experience with a team there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for whatever your needs are. Their belief is the right equipment can transform lives, and you'll see it's all about you and the experience that they provide. The staff and owners of Alpine feel honored to be a part of your journey and to help you live the life that you deserve. That's why they say, we bring wellness home. For stores, locations, and equipment, visit alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yep, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Oh! Free test drive of the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith in American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So right now it's a 6-car pileup in the LA zone. It comes free for Kevin Fiala. Headman feed. Armia has a breakaway. Armia walks in and scores. Joel Armia got behind everybody. Mikhail Sergachev this way. Keller, one-timer. Gunther, he scores! Bullseye! Dylan Gunther! Utah connects on the power play, and it's 2-1. Goes to Keller. Paterka gets it back. Stenlund, a one-timer, had his stick tied up. It's sent down the ice by the Kings, and they nail the empty net. 1:38 to go in the third, and the Kings take care of business late.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's that time of the week for us to be able to talk some hockey. Mike Folta, the play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, joining us momentarily here. We are here in Utah County at the KSL Sports Player of the Week Awards, brought to you by Mr. Mack. Trucordia is our host, and we're going to see these players filing in, and they've been honored all year long with the awards, and they're going to be able to enjoy a little banquet and have people clap for them, which is always fun for these, between 16 and 18-year-old guys, man, that come in and they're doing tremendous things, and so we love doing these events. It's really, really cool to be a part of. So
we were going through the list of players here at the Utah County one. Oh my goodness,
it's an all-star list.
It's a special list.
It is. So we're here for that, and we love that they have those associations, and we have a really, really good time with it. Let's jump in here with the cut, top of the hour here. Let's get right to it with Mike Folta.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program, an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. You can find them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. So easy enough to do. Mike Folta joining us on the program. He's the play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. Mike, how are you, man? It's been a couple crazy weeks for you. I don't think there's a time during the season it's not a couple crazy weeks for you.
Oh, it's a crazy season, and I tell you what, nobody's opting out of bowl games over here.
I know.
We are rolling right along in the NHL season. We've got the champs in town, the Florida Panthers, two-time back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. They are in town to take on the Utah Mammoth, and it's a crazy stretch, 21 games in 37 days, just coming off the road trip. We're back at home a little bit, but it's what we love to do, and if we didn't love it, we couldn't survive.
Yeah, I was looking at the list. Which bowl game was Purdue invited to this year?
There has never been a better time to be irrelevant on the college football scene than right now. Leave me out of all that mess.
Listen,
you know what?
I think they were looking for somebody to play in the Birmingham Bowl. So
the 5 and 7 teams that all turned it down, and they still never called Purdue. Come on. I mean, I
think it's us and Oklahoma State that don't have a power win, like a Power 4 win the last 2 years.
You got basketball, and don't say don't. It's
how'd
young.
that Iowa State game go?
It's a young year. It's a young year.
Yeah,
it's fine.
That was a tough way to start the day.
Mike, we were talking about all these things with about this game and about this team right now, and I had the privilege to be able to watch these games most of the time with my boys who are Mammoth fans now. Right? I can't imagine a group of young kids who aren't on board if they're watching these games. And it's been a rough go here, and kids are dramatic. The media is dramatic sometimes. I think we turn into children sometimes when we start going back and forth, and it's either going really, really well and it's amazing, or it's terrible and the sky's falling. What's going right and what's going wrong with this team right now?
What's going right is the compete level and the battle level, especially what we saw on Monday against the Los Angeles Kings, which is a really hard team to play against. They play a boring style of hockey, and they force you to kind of play the style you need to play once you eventually get to the playoffs. And we saw that for Utah against LA. Mammoth didn't win. They hit 3 posts. They did a lot of really good things. They converted on the power play. They had a couple breakdowns in the first period that bit them in the backside. But that compete level was there. Another thing that's going right is we're seeing Karel Vejmelka return to the form that we saw last year from Veggie in what was a career season for him. He went 6 periods, just allowing 1 goal through 2 games against Vancouver and Anaheim. Was pretty solid against LA in the loss on Monday. Got beat on a couple breakaways, but, I mean, those are basically 50-50, whether you stop those or not. And it took a bouncing puck to get by him in the third period for LA to get their third goal. So Karel Vejmelka playing at a very high level, and this team playing very hard. What's going wrong for the Mammoths is that they're without kind of their most creative and most dynamic offensive player right now. Logan Cooley will miss his 3rd game tonight due to injury. He leads the team currently in goals. So that's a big missing piece up front. And every team goes through injuries, especially with this condensed schedule. Utah's been pretty fortunate injury-wise, relatively speaking, but losing Cooley is not what you want to see when you're trying to find yourself offensively a little bit. But it feels like with the way this team has been trending from the back half of the road trip into the homestand, that they're gonna play the game the right way in the offensive zone, and that means getting to the interior, especially against this Florida team, which forces you to get to the interior if you want to score.
So Logan Cooley out is big news. Hopefully he's back sooner than later, but it's tough. I saw the injury, don't know how serious it is, but obviously he's got to be in a lot of pain. And we'll see how this all develops. But they're obviously going to miss him, and they can't really replace him. What do they do to kind of make up for that lack of production that they're going to be missing with him? What can they do offensively? Who's the guy that has to step up in his absence?
I don't know if there's one guy. I think Dylan Guenther's a name that comes to mind. He scored a power play goal for Utah on Monday, and Cooley missed some time last year due to injury. He missed 7 games due to injury, and in that time, Guenther was also hurt for a little bit of that. But when Guenther came back and Cooley was out of the lineup, Dylan Guenther was like a goal per game player, basically. Wow. So we saw Guenther kind of step up to the plate when Cooley was out. But you also have, some other incredible offensive options on this team that have been really good offensive players in this league for several years now, and Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz. Those are still the 2 leading scorers on the team. So those guys have been really good throughout the year. And J.J. Peterka has been playing with them as well. Peterka has 12 goals on the year, and without Cooley in the lineup, Peterka has the most out of the remaining team. And that group, when they get rolling, they are fun to watch. It's like a laser light show in the offensive zone because there is so much skill between Peterka, Schmaltz, and Keller.
So we look at seasons, sometimes we break it up into quarters or halves, and you kind of go, well, at this point this and at this point that. How much we look at the standings all the time, and obviously playoff race stuff happens post the new year. I have no clue how the Olympics work into how they do the NHL season, because obviously all these guys who are playing on these teams, number one is to maybe win the Stanley Cup, but playing for their team for a chance at a medal at an Olympics, everything kind of goes on pause. But how does that work? I don't know. I don't remember the timing of all these things.
Yeah, we'll get the Olympics up in Milan coming in February. It's going to be a 3-week break, so it's a really long break in February, and that's why the rest of the schedule is so condensed, because it has to get squeezed into a smaller amount of time. And you said it, playing for your country in the Olympics is what hockey players dream about. Obviously, the Stanley Cup is the ultimate prize, but winning Olympic gold is highly regarded as well. It's right up there. And for a lot of these players, it'll be, the honor of their career to represent their country. And if it's anything like what we saw at the Four Nations tournament this past February, it's going to be just electric international play. We saw heated rivalries between the Swedes and the Finns. They don't like each other very much, but then obviously you've got the U.S. and Canada that put on a show for the sporting world, while you had the NBA All-Star game, like jumping through hula hoops and stuff like that, whatever skills competition they were doing, and you had U.S. and Canada hitting each other in the face during exhibition games. So we're expecting incredible games coming up in Milan in February, but there has been some intrigue because it sounds like the rink is 3 feet shorter than it was supposed to be as they're building it right now. I'm not sure if they're using like JJ as a contractor or something and he just fudged the numbers, but somehow the dimensions aren't what we thought they were going to be. And they're going through it a little bit on the construction side in Milan as they try and build this new rink for the Olympics.
Mike, that doesn't seem like something that you could get wrong, because I feel like at the Olympic level, correct me if I'm wrong, the dimensions would be pretty clear as to what they would be. I don't know how you screw something up like that.
Yeah, I don't either. It's like they only had, 4 years to prepare, right? I mean, they knew this was coming for a long time.
Usually it's like 12. I mean, it's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, we're here in Salt Lake City. We're already building for the Olympics, these venues and infrastructure and things like that. And so I'm not quite sure how that happens. Now, you have to keep in mind, too, hockey rinks are a little bit, not quite to this level, but a little bit like baseball parks, where at the Olympic level, at the international level, I should say, a lot of times there's slightly different dimensions than in the NHL. In the NHL, they're all the same. But at the international level, sometimes the rinks are a little bit wider, a little bit bigger. There's more skating and more space out there at the Olympic game. Whereas in North America, our game is more predicated on physicality, winning small area battles, things like that. But I don't know how they get the dimensions wrong. They must have taken, taken an Indiana University math class or something.
Oh, boy. I love it.
I like that.
I actually love that.
Little rivalry zing.
Yeah.
Well done. Well played. It's pretty cool to have the Panthers in town. We only get to see them once a year, but two-time defending Cup champs are kind of slogging along here. They're at only 2 points ahead of the Sabres for the worst record in the East, which is a big shock. What's up with the Panthers right now? Why are they not dominating the East like they have the last 3 years? Yeah, well, one big thing is injuries. They've lost arguably their two best players due to injury. Alexander Barkov is widely regarded as one of the best, if not the best, defensive forwards in the game. He's got plenty of offensive skill as well, but it's typically his job to shut down other players' best players. And he's been out after he tore his ACL and his MCL back in September. So that's a huge loss. They could get him back for the playoffs, but he hasn't played at all in the regular season yet. And Matthew Tkachuk, who was one of those Team USA Four Nations heroes from last February, he's also been out due to injury. They're expecting him back sometime soon here in December, but he hasn't played yet. So, I mean, if any team loses your two best players for an extended period of time, that's gonna really make things difficult. They've had some other injuries as well to some of the supporting cast from last year's Cup run. But aside from just the injuries, these guys have actually set a record over a 3-year span for the most amount of games played through 3 years between regular season and playoffs. They've won back-to-back Cups, but remember a couple of years ago, they also lost in the Stanley Cup Finals when Vegas won in 2023. So they've been to the finals 3 straight years. They've played as much hockey as anybody during that span, and it's catching up to them a little bit right now. Injury's a big part of that. Their goaltender, Sergei Bobrovsky, who's all-world in the playoffs, he's been a little pedestrian here this year, but again, a lot of that is because of what's in front of them, not having some of the regulars in the lineup.
Mike, something that has been kind of, a theme is people are looking at this team and they talk about, the young talent and the veterans. Who are you seeing stepping up in the moments when things have been coming up short for this team? Because I know that there have been some guys who are like, hey, we need to get some vocal leadership in this thing. We need to get some fire. And anytime somebody questions effort and a couple guys get sent down, then that always kind of puts a fire under you. But who are some of these guys who have stepped up and kind of taken over that leadership role? Obviously, Keller's got the C on his chest, but I feel like it's a big group of a lot of older guys who have a ton of experience, and they could get these young guys whipped into shape.
Yeah, it's been one of my favorite things about this team, watching the team respond to difficult situations or watching the team respond when one of the older guys does call them out in the media or call the group out as a whole. And yes, Keller is the captain and the leader. He wears the C, but there's a bunch of other guys that have won Stanley Cups on this team. There's 9 total Stanley Cups on this roster. Mikhail Sergachev is a big voice in that room. He's Utah's top defenseman. But also Ian Cole and Nate Schmidt. We've heard from them in the last couple of weeks, both kind of saying to the media in post-game comments after losses, hey, there's a certain style we need to play to be a playoff team, and we're not yet there. We're not playing the right way. We're not playing the way we need to play. And every time that happens, whether it's Cole or Schmidt, the guys we've heard from recently, the team responds and makes adjustments. And I think you have a problem if things are being said like that and there's no response from the team. That might say, like, okay, these guys are checked out a little bit, but it's been the opposite. Whenever there is a rough patch, those are some of the guys that step up. And I mentioned Nate Schmidt. He got his Stanley Cup last year with the Florida Panthers. So he's well acquainted with this group, and he got a Stanley Cup ring last night, and he'll be going up against his old teammates here this evening.
That's pretty cool. How did they present that to him?
I think they got a dinner somewhere, and they had boxes for Nate Schmidt and our backup goaltender Vitek Vanacek, our 2 guys who were with Florida last year, and they have this really cool box that lights up when you open it up, and that's a lot of bling on those guys' hands. So it's pretty cool. And whenever they travel around to see the old players who were on that team last year, but with a different team this year, whoever's in charge of the rings brings those, and there's a little presentation. So pretty cool of the Panthers to make a little production out of it.
That's awesome.
Mike Folta, play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, going to get the call tonight, of course, with the Utah Mammoth and the Florida Panthers. I got to see one in the Panthers building last year.
That's cool.
We were just happened to be down there, and it was a really close one. Mike, you probably remember that one. It was like they played their guts out, and of course this was a Stanley Cup caliber team, and to have that go their way. I don't know if it went to overtime or if it was just. Oh no, it was. It was like seconds left of overtime. Florida put the winner in, but. Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. We're looking forward to it. Thanks for all you do and coming on the program here with us. And we're looking. One of these days when I'm actually in the building for the game, I'm going to come down and harass you. I always get cold feet because I'm like, nah, I'm not going to bother him. But I'm going to wait till I'm going to know for sure when you're in a break, and then I'm going to come over and harass you. So
20 minutes of harassment in the afternoons, not enough. You have to come by during game hours. All right.
I'll wear that big Boilermaker hat. Just to
oh,
just so
you can call the game if you wear the block P on your hat for all I
care. Thanks, Mike. We appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Thanks, Mike.
Appreciate you guys. Tuss up.
There you go. Tuss up at the end.
I like that.
What's funny is in cases like this, you always get like when you have a team here in town, or even in a corporate situation, they have the little signature at the bottom that's just a beep signature at the bottom of the email.
Yep.
I think everything that comes out of that building is tusks up, man.
It's good to have
hard to say.
Good to have a slogan.
Tusks up.
Yeah.
Man, I speak for a living, and that one's tough for me. I don't know what's going on. Joining us on the program, he also speaks for a living, but he also looks dang good while he does it.
Absolutely.
Alema Harrington joining us.
Best dresser in all of TV.
I know. And that's coming from the TV guy.
That's right. That's
absolutely
the ultimate compliment.
Alema Harrington joining us on the program. We got you in person for a little while. You're on the commute back up to Salt Lake for all of the different things that you're involved in. But the Player of the Week awards that we're doing here, we're sitting at Trucordia. And, of course, Mr. Mack is a huge part of all of that. Prep sports means a lot to you, but it means a lot to Mr. Mack and what they bring to the community as well.
Well, absolutely. Mr. Mack has been community involved for 61 years, which is incredible. Third and fourth generation ownership now. And, one of the things that you always feel when you walk into Mr. Mack is like, this is part of my community. These are my people, and they want to take care of me. And that's, not some, tagline. It's authentic. It's really who Mr. Mack is and has been now for 61 years.
It's awesome. There's so many great deals that Mr. Mack has, and it's especially with this setting where we're around a lot of these kids that are going to be serving missions soon. The missionary package at Mr. Mack is tough to beat.
Yeah, it's impossible to beat. Even if you were to go and try to price it out online, there's no way you're going to match this. For $695, will get you completely taken care of. You get one performance suit. You get 4 and-collar stretch shirts, and that's another local company that is fantastic. You also get 3 ties in that package, a mission belt, and a pair of either Echo or Johnson & Murphy shoes. And again, if you're trying to price that out somewhere else, you're paying over $1,000. But at Mr. Mack, they're going to take care of you with the price. And, of course, you get the custom tailoring, so that suit is going to look fantastic on you at your farewell and then when you're in the mission field.
Alema, we appreciate it. We'll dip in with you in a few minutes here. Thanks for all you do for us and for the prep community, and we'll chat with you again here in a second.
All right. Thank you, guys.
There you go, Alema Harrington. We'll take a break here. We'll come back. When we return, we've got much more to go on the program. Oh, man, we're about an hour away from these kids about to walk into this into Trucordia, and I always love it because there's a little bit of sheepishness, right? When they walk in, they're kind of hands in pockets, and they're like, how you doing? And their parents are like, hey, and the athletes are like, they just are like, they're coming into this thing. It's like, hey, man, you're going to get an award. You're going to get awards. You're going to be honored tonight. This is about these kids, and so I always love doing this stuff. But when you watch them walk up for the first time, they're always a little bit like, what am I supposed to do? It's like nothing.
There's rival players here. And
the
tension's always fun.
The one last year was
was
the Salt Lake one, but there was also one in Northern Utah last year where the Roy and Bountiful
kids all got together.
Because it was like
soon.
It was like a week after the state championship, and it was like, "How you doing?" Pretty good.
not as good as you.
Well, the Bountiful kids the Bountiful guys are bouncing around, going,
"Of course."
Yeah. Anyway, all right, we'll take another break. We'll come back. We'll return. We'll jump back in again here at Trucordia in American Fork, and we got you covered the rest of the day. So stay right here with us. Mitch Harper's going to join us top of the hour. BYU Insider for KSLSports.com. Stay right here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Road construction on southbound I-15 is the spot for delays coming out of Ogden heading into Davis County, with slowdowns starting just prior to the 21st Street exit. It's also thick and slow southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County between 45th South in Murray and the 72nd South exit in Midvale. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
While you can say on this side of it that BYU got the short end of the stick, it's functioning exactly the way it's supposed to. They're just lying to you by calling it a playoff to make you think you can earn your way in. You can't earn your way in. The only way you can is if you win your conference championship, and that only matters if they ranked you high enough for your conference championship to matter, because it didn't for Duke. So they are making up the rules as they go. They want you to think that you can earn your way in, and you can't. BYU gets left out in the cold, and Utah gets left out in the cold. They had Notre Dame above Miami all year. They don't play. And at the last second, they say, we kind of like Miami here over Notre Dame. Why? They are making it up as they go. I've been telling you this. You've been telling the listeners this. It's fake.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
At Target, great memories start with great prices. Get gingerbread house kits for just $12, plus all the Wondershop baking must-haves. Gather the whole fam, grab some gingerbread kits, and start building sweet moments together. Then keep the joy rolling, baking up tasty treats with Wondershop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wondershop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex, Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. That music, of course, means that the NFL Blitz is upon us. I was noticing that the NFL, there's a couple of things that have been going on with the league. And obviously, when we watch these games, like, there's a reason that they're really good at all the things that they do. You know, JJ, and it's just one of those deals that the amount of and one of the things that came out was that they're throwing all this. I think it was already there, but the NFL's throwing a ton of money now behind the flag football. You've seen the spots that are
which
running,
is great, and it's going to be in the Olympics. You're seeing women's flag football make a big leap.
How much are they going to lean into that? Do you think? Like, I mean, if they're going to throw
before
financial
2028, they're going to lean into it heavily because it's good exposure for the league internationally. Heading into that Olympic Games, I think the NFL would love to see flag football continue in the Olympic Games moving forward. Obviously, it's kind of a trial thing in LA because it's an American sport. Is that going to continue in Australia, et cetera? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I think the NFL is going to lean way into it because it's good for the game.
We've already seen Team USA in basketball, not win gold medals before, but it's pretty disappointing when they don't. But I mean, flag football, would that be more embarrassing if we don't win the gold medal for the next 10
If we
Olympics?
lose the gold medal to Angola, yeah.
Was it Angola that was the – what was
Charles
that?
Barkley gave the elbow to the guy. Dream Team.
But what was
they
the score?
creamed Angola? It was bad.
It was like a 78.
I don't know. They
win.
creamed everybody. I don't know why we continue to pick on Angola.
But Angola was like the first that everyone went, yikes. But
Poor Angola.
Look at that. An Angola drop. An Angola Team USA drop from JJ in reference to blowing out teams.
You believe that was 33 years ago?
Well, if they're throwing the financial support behind it, does that mean that they're going to allow – I'm interested to see if they're going to allow the players to play in it.
Not NFL players.
Too much at stake.
I don't think it's that it won't allow it. It's a different game, and there are professional, high-level
that are really
flag
good
football players in leagues, and there's going to be people that really specialize in playing flag football that are going to be playing that sport in the LA games. It sounds great to have Justin Jefferson catching passes, from Jordan Love or something like that, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I was just thinking about that because it's like one popped Achilles tendon.
Well, that's the other thing.
And the Players Association is going to be like, we're done.
I mean, they don't even play the Pro Bowl anymore. You know what I mean? If you're not playing big time, regular season games, it's tough to get these guys out there.
Yeah, it's the whole thing is
I
really
don't blame
funny to
them.
watch. It's really funny to see how, that there's all this attention that's going to, flag football, but now they're officially in fully with the financial backing there. So I love it. By the way, did you see all the Phillip Rivers memes and jokes? I loved it. There was a guy. People are like, the phone rings and the guy's in like a full 1985 basement, and he's acting just like a grandpa. He's like stands up and goes, "Oh, okay, let me get the phone, honey. Hello, the Colts. How are you, sweetie?" And then starts going through. Yeah, the grandkid's doing great. He's 1 year old, and all of it is true. I think I could get in shape. And then he walks. He goes, "Let me check the family calendar real quick." And he walks over there, and he's out of breath, getting the calendar out. He's like, "All right, yeah, I should be there. Give me a new pair of New Balance or something like that." Some dad joke in there.
You've seen that video of the old man in a walker with the flags on for flag football, running down the sideline.
Yeah, at Kansas.
Yeah, and everyone's saying, have Phillip Rivers just got signed. They show video of that. That's been pretty funny. It's crazy that a grandpa who has a biological child that is older than Riley Leonard, who is the starter.
That is crazy.
It is crazy, and he's almost eligible for the Hall of Fame, or he might even be eligible currently for the Hall of Fame. Can you imagine player in the Hall of Fame playing in an NFL game?
This should put him over the top, and here's why. Regardless of if he's terrible when he comes in, just coming back after 5 years of not playing and just cracking the old back and go. And by the way, this is weird too because they're all, will you come back? He goes, "Can I get number 17? Well, Daniel Jones wears that this year. Can I get number 17? And they're going to do it.
Yes, they are.
They're going to do
Daniel
it.
Jones is like, "Yes, sir." Yes, sir.
I just think it's so funny.
The respect is there.
Suit me up for 17 again, and I'll be there. Just the amount of.
I mean, it's like some guy, some random Laker wears number 32, and Magic Johnson comes back. Are you gonna tell Magic Johnson he can't have 32?
What's his career yardage on passing? It's got to be
Phillip Rivers.
It's got to be in the. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You just had this in front of me, Joey, and I was like, I mean, he's 7th all time.
Yeah.
63,000 yards passing, and people wonder if he's going to be in the Hall of Fame or not.
I think he is.
I think the fact that he did it on the Chargers is actually probably should be a bigger tip of the cap.
You have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, he didn't win the big one, and it's hard.
He was an 8-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, and the guy was stellar, right? I mean, he had he had a 17-year career. So I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what happens. Right now, he's just a practice squad guy, just one of the practice squad guys. Okay, that's how
he's got to earn his way.
Yeah, that's how they're going to treat him. Hey, 17, turn in your playbook. You haven't been good enough. All right.
Also, here's another funny fact: is Phillip Rivers is currently a semifinalist for the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame class in his first year of eligibility. That's insane. And he's going to be on a roster.
Hey, is Geno Smith hurt or is it just bad quarterback play?
Probably both.
At the Raiders.
So it looks Raiders are probably ready to turn the page on that.
So it looks like Kenny Pickett's going to get the start against the Eagles for the Raiders. Hey, his former team, Kenny Pickett, has he already been on 3 teams in 2 seasons?
Yeah, Steelers, Eagles, and now the Raiders.
Now the Raiders.
Yeah.
I like Kenny Pickett. I think he's a fiery dude. I mean, he's the kind of guy he's already had like 2 concussions in the league.
When the highest compliment you can pay to a quarterback is he's a fiery dude, that's probably not what teams are looking for at the quarterback position.
I stand corrected.
Oh, yeah, he's got moxie.
Well,
okay.
he's tough. They're like,
can
I
he
don't
throw
want
the
tough.
football without throwing interceptions?
I want to hear the word finesse. I don't want to hear tough dude, fiery dude. He's got a
Does he have a 3-to-1 touchdown interception ratio? Because that's what I'm more interested in.
Fiery dude is the addition of gritty.
Oh yeah,
this year, right? Oh, just a gritty.
Yeah. Kenny Pickett, grit and grime.
The whole thing is interesting to me to watch these quarterback. I mean, for how highly regarded the league is with talent, and it's replete with it. It's tons of it.
Yeah.
There are so many teams who just cannot find that talent at quarterback. It's so hard, and they just struggle for decades, and they're just it's just tough for teams like the Raiders, who you come in every season and go, this could be it.
Yeah.
You're the Browns, you go, this could be it. I mean, they're the worst of the
and they let their fans down every year.
Every year. And even when you have, really high draft picks, it still doesn't work out. Maybe you should put this thing to the test and maybe just go out and maybe just get one of those gritty quarterbacks out of like JMU.
Can you name one?
Do they have any gritty quarterbacks? I assume they're all gritty because they're at JMU. Is that bad to
I have
think that?
no idea who the JMU quarterback is.
All right.
But they got to figure something out.
There's your NFL Blitz.
They need answers.
We're going to jump in right now, and this is someone we haven't met yet, and we haven't been able to chat with him yet, but Rajiv Khanna is joining us on the program. He's the Chief Information Officer. See, I didn't want to say the full thing. He's the CIO of Trucordia. Rajiv, thanks for being with us today, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on.
Let's talk about what the things are that Trucordia is doing that's a little different than the rest of the folks in the insurance world. Because insurance companies will get a bad rap, and then you guys have to sift through all that and say we're different.
Yeah, look, we are a broker, right? So we get visibility into things that are way beyond a particular insurance carrier will have, right? So what we are able to do is to really give options and be able to do this in an effective way so it serves the client better. They get to see and they have optionality versus going to a single player. We can bring options. We also can provide a lot of advice, right? Especially if you have a complex situation, you are a small business owner or a business owner that has a bunch of different needs. We can look at all that in a holistic way and figure out what is the right solution for you for your business.
You guys will pretty much insure anything, right?
Just about.
What's the most random or interesting when someone asks you, what's the craziest thing anyone's ever insured? What do you tell them?
Well, I'm not sure if you've done this, but I've heard stories where you have celebrities who have their legs insured.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So Lloyd's of London does this stuff all over the place, right?
Yeah,
so they do some really unique stuff, and
you guys find it. You guys
can find
somebody.
it. It's either we have it in our portfolio, or we'll find somebody who would do this if it's a unique need.
Wow, I love it. These community events that you guys are doing, and we've got the tables all set up. It's beautiful. Again, another year where and our promotions team just does a phenomenal job every year, and it gets better and better. But why do you guys host stuff like this? Because it's after the work day. You know what I mean? People are going home from this building, and we're hosting a high school awards ceremony here at you guys' building. That's important to you guys.
Yeah, look, giving back to the community is important, right? We are part of the community. We do a lot of things in the community that we work in. And it's fun, right? We get to do something different than our day-to-day, and we get to see people that we normally wouldn't see. And it's actually, we are supporting the athletes, we're supporting the community along the way. And this is a simple and easy way for us to be part of the community. And we do this, and we obviously support a lot of the local teams here as well. And look, I mean, the team and the sporting, everybody can relate to it in some way.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a big fan. But you can understand what the skills that the athletes bring, the teamwork that it's required, and it's just another way of us supporting the local community.
Well, I thank Trucordia for being a sponsor of Game Night Live. Without the support of you guys, we can't broadcast these games and showcase and highlight these players and all the hard work in these schools and what they're doing in the community. So without you guys, we couldn't do it. So thank you very much.
No, that's great. It's a good way to get involved.
And listen, here's the thing about Trucordia, too. They've been on board with Utah Mammoth back in the old Utah Hockey Club days.
That's right.
Yeah,
Is that the
way
name
back
of the,
in the day.
Was that the name of the old team?
We are part of the founding group, right?
I love
There
it.
you
I
go.
love it. Boy, that was such a long time ago. I actually saw in my closet today the Utah Hockey Club sweatshirt, and I was like, I'm going to seal that thing up. I'm going to sell it on eBay in 50 years.
It feels awkward wear right
Come
now,
on.
but in 10 years it's going to be very
I will
nostalgic.
I'm going to be the coolest guy at the hockey party.
You should save that. That'll have value over time.
There you go, and I could insure it at Trucordia.
Well, we appreciate Trucordia. Rajiv, thanks for hanging out with us today.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
We'll take another break here. We'll come back. More to go on the program. Top of the hour, Mitch Harper is going to join us. We've got a top 10 right around the corner, so stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound and southbound I-15 delays coming out of Murray on the southbound side. Those are the usual slowdowns from 45th South all the way down to the Bangor exit. A crash on southbound I-15 near the I-84 split in Riverdale seems to be the primary cause for the slow-and-go movement that starts just past 12th Street in Ogden. Advanced Window Products. Get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. You'll be able to find them with either one. Salt Lake City Fat Loss, SLC Fat Loss. This is a program JJ and I have been on for about 18 months. And this is a program that not only works, it's something that has worked for us. We can tell you right now, that's the testimonial that we can give. You can go see the results online. They have other clients and the before and after pictures and the success stories there. But the reality is that you've got to work at these things. There's never going to be a quick fix in the sense of you not doing some work. They support you in that. They show you the reality of how you can drop weight without compromising on anything else with your health. So SLC Fat Loss, and they got a great deal right now, JJ.
Yeah, they do. $400 off now through December 31st. Look, we know how hard it is to stay on track during the holidays. We're struggling along with the rest of you. Most people are going to gain about 5 to 10 holiday pounds. But this year, you could do the opposite and lose 10 to 20% in just 60 days and still enjoy those special holiday meals. This plan works because it helps reset your metabolism and hunger hormones, and then it's going to help you keep that weight off for good. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and I've been able to keep a lot of that weight off. Claim your free consultation at slcfatloss.com right now. Get that $400 off if you want to do this program. You don't have to start until January 1st, but get the deal done before December 31st. It's the best price you're going to get. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to utahmammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's utahmammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I know when to go out. I know when to stay in. Get things done.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us on the program. We're honoring the kids here tonight, JJ.
Yes.
And tell us exactly what this thing is, because you guys jump in and the KSL Sports Player of the Week awards. We do it across all the valley here, but why do we do these things, man?
Yeah, so we have the KSL Sports Player of the Week awards. Jake Hatch kind of handles that, and I'm part of the committee that chooses the weekly winners. They're announced every Friday on DJ and PK, and then on our social media. And the end of the year, each and every player of the week, we bring them to this banquet, and we honor the whole group. They can bring their family and their head coaches, have a big party here, and eat some grub, get some inspirational thoughts from some of the great athletes that have played high school football in this state. We do Northern Utah. Salt Lake County was last night. Northern Utah was Monday. Our friends at John Watson Chevrolet hosted that one. And then we hosted at KSL the Salt Lake County Awards last night. And then tonight here at Trucordia, our good friends at Trucordia, sponsors of Game Night Live, are hosting the Utah County Awards. And the Utah County list of players is really phenomenal. There's some great athletes down here. So that's what we're here doing tonight, and it's one of the things we're really proud to be a part of because, as you know, KSL Sports has a big initiative behind supporting high school sports, not just football, but all sports, and this is a big part of that.
Another part of it is also, of course, and Hercules is one of our presenting sponsors up in Salt Lake, but, of course, the Hercules Hero of the Week program, something we take pretty seriously. We love doing it. We love honoring these kids, the volunteers who help these kids become better athletes and better people. Just go to KSLSports.com/contest, and you can nominate a Hercules Hero of the Week. You nominate that person, and we give a prize out every Thursday to the winners. Is it a Win Ticket Wednesday today, JJ?
I see in green right now that it is. Green means go.
Not just that. It's time for us to give out the Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics tickets.
It's the Yacht Rock Tour.
Come on. Let's get this thing going.
Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater.
Hey, I'm telling you, people are going to pretend like they – oh, that sounds ridiculous. Yeah, and they're going to –
take me away.
Listen, you're have your wife feather the hair.
Oh, sure.
And then start getting ready to sway, when you're dancing out there in the crowd. 801-575-ZONE. You win a pair of tickets to Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater coming August 21st of next year. You can go to livenation.com, or you can win them today before the tickets even go on sale. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. Alema Harrington joining us on the program. Alema, nice enough to dip in this afternoon as we're honoring all these high school kids. And oh, boy, the Mo-Bet has just showed up.
Oh,
it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a real problem.
Alema, you just missed the Hawaiian barbecue.
No,
Sorry.
they knew to wait to bring it out because, it was going to be a rough go. But we appreciate you joining us on behalf of Mr. Mack and all that they do to support the local athletes as well, Alema.
Of course, and Mr. Mack, been around for 61 years now. third and fourth generation ownership, but owned and operated. When you walk into one of the 9 Mr. Mac locations across the Wasatch Front, you're going to be dealing with somebody that has a vested interest in the company and a vested interest in the community. And that's one of the beautiful things that, has tied me to Mr. Mac over all these years. And when people see me and they see the suit that I'm in, it's like, oh, is that really a Mr. Mac suit? Well, of course. I'm always in a Mr. Mac suit. And we talk about the missionary package, and for $6.95, you're going to get a great deal and everything that you need, including a performance suit and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, the mission belt, a pair of or Johnson & Murphy shoes. You get all of that for $6.95. But for the dads that are out there listening, what about Dad? Like, Dad needs a suit.
Yeah,
too.
what about me?
Hey,
come on, man.
Coming up. Right? Yeah, get suited up. We got Jack Victor and Talia. Talia is probably my favorite line of suit that we carry at Mr. Mac. But you got a great selection in modern fit or, traditional suits. And we'll make sure that you get taken care of and you'll feel like, you know what, I really like the one at Mr. Mac. And when people ask me, like, that suit that you got on, like, that's too cool to be for Mr. Mac, then that just tells me you haven't been to Mr. Mac lately, and you need to show up at one of our 9 locations and check out, all of the values and, of course, the selection of suits that we have at Mr. Mac. So make sure you stop by, and we're proud to be a part of what you're doing tonight and honoring these athletes and love. As I looked at the names, I'm like, man, there's some great athletes that are coming through Utah County and young and old. Some of these guys are going to be back next year. I'm looking at Stroshine on that list. That is just a freshman.
Yep.
And so excited for the opportunity to watch some of these guys go on and play next level, or the ones that are, just the underclassmen get a chance to see them next year.
Yeah, most won't play at the next level. That's just the way the sports are. Like in general, all the high school players, not everybody's going to play on a college team, but there are going to be kids here tonight who are likely going to be pushing to make the league.
There
man.
could be some
that's
NFL guys in that room tonight.
Yeah, and that's what we love. I mean, Utah's turned them out before, so I love being able to see those things. So, Alema, we'll dip in with you again here in the next few minutes. Thanks for being with us today, man.
Absolutely, fellas. Thank you.
There you go. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Mitch Harper's going to join us next. Stay right here. We're going to talk all things BYU, including the talk at my house last night, the replay of the highlight, because I was in the car listening to the Greg Wrubell call.
Oh man,
which you do not want to miss if you've never heard that one. That was it was.
Are we going to play it next?
It was a crazy moment. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna force Alex to dig it up here, but maybe. We'll see. Mitch Harper is going to join us next right here at 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Guys, let's be real. Holiday gift giving can feel like crunch time, but this year, the Zone has your back. Enter the Zone Holiday MVP promotion and score big with the ultimate gift lineup. A cozy grande blanket from Minky Couture, a Beehive Meals gift box with 10 delicious dinners, and a stunning sterling silver double heart diamond necklace from Duke's Jewelers. Don't wait until the final buzzer. Step up your game and make this holiday a win. Enter now at KSLSportsZone.com.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive for the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized Cash Rewards or unlimited Cash Rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers joining us today.
to share how you can make this season unforgettable with meaningful gifts for everyone on your list.
You know, when you unwrap a J. Brooks gift box, you instantly know there's something special inside. And we're proud to help clients shop local and find pieces that feel personal and just for them. This year we brought in never-before-seen pieces, perfect timing just for the holidays. From engagement rings in the JBJ collection and anniversary bands to fashion jewelry for men and women, we have something for every style.
That sounds great. Nothing beats supporting your family jeweler and give it a gift that truly shines.
Absolutely, and you can personalize every piece, whether we have a handwritten engraving or a birthstone detail to create that gift that really feels unique.
Have yourself a J. Brooks Christmas with jewelry that'll take the breath away. Visit their Murray and Lehigh showrooms or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Their sound shaped music for generations to come. Toto with Christopher Cross and the Romantics. Friday, August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. On sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To go. It's got to be quick. Boscovich handed the ball into Rob. Shoots from three.
Yes!
And scores it! Rob Wright the third! Just won it for BYU! Game-winning three! It got off, and the Cougs win it!
I told you. I just imagine all the people that were listening to the broadcast, to that call of Greg Wrubell, and immediately you had to – so people went nuts when they did it, but they also had to kind of immediately turn the radio down, like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Right.
Because he and Durant must have – there must have been like a small – like there must have been – it was bonkers. And I got home and I asked my oldest, I said, did you guys watch it? He goes, yeah. And, you know, even the kids who don't really care to watch, you know, much in the sports department were like, could you believe it? Because those are the kind of things that those highlights, that kind of a highlight, reels everybody in because it looks like it's something that you watch in an Instagram reel or something.
Well, it was all over. You know, SportsCenter couldn't play it enough last night.
Yeah.
It was on ESPN.
Right.
So it got a lot of run last night.
For sure.
It was all over social media. People were talking about DeBonsa, his 28-point game. It was a massive night for BYU basketball.
Yeah, to get the win after the 22-point. And I told you yesterday because we're watching the score. It was 22-19, and then
they
Clemson,
made our worst at the end of the show yesterday.
They did, and they, you know, and then we left, and I said, you know what's going to happen because they've been doing the fighting back thing all year.
Yeah.
I said the same thing. I think Alema said it. He goes, yeah, they've been playing with fire way too many times, and I said the same thing to you. I go, they're going to come back, they're going to get within 7, and then they're going to lose by 15, and they just kept whittling that thing down. I thought it was wrapped up. Before Clemson made that 3. And on a night where Richie Saunders doesn't make one 3-pointer, 0 for 7. And I think Moo was 0 for 5, right?
Yeah, they didn't have a great night shooting. It was kind of a slog. They had to really buckle down on defense in the second half, and that's how they got the win done. It was a great win. It doesn't matter how you get it, right? But to do it that dramatically, the second greatest second-half comeback in BYU history, I believe.
Oh,
I think Iona's
I think
number one.
ESPN said it was the big. Oh, Iona was 27, right?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, joining us on the program right now, he is Mitch Harper. He is the our BYU insider for KSLSports.com, and he's the go-to expert anything BYU-wise. His hands couldn't go fast enough on that keyboard after that shot was made last night. Mitch, when you watched that thing go down and you saw him coming back, were you sort of half getting into the game a little bit? Because it's at Madison Square Garden. If you're down by 22 at the half, you're going, oh, man, this isn't the showing you want on national television. And instead, it turned out to be anything but missable. You had to watch that highlight.
Yeah, it was an electric performance from BYU, and they've had these issues with slow starts. 4 games this year out in the East Coast, they've faced a halftime deficit. UConn, Miami, Dayton, and then last night against Clemson, and in all of those games except UConn, BYU was the favorite. So they're not living up to, in the first half at least, to what people expect them to perform like. But in the second half, you just saw one of the great halves by an individual talent, maybe in the history of BYU basketball, and that was A.J. DeBonsa going off for 22 points. And as you guys noted, I mean, it's the biggest second half comeback in BYU basketball history. 22 points, passes Utah of 21 points in 2002. The largest comeback was Iona, as you noted, 25 points in the NCAA tournament, but that got trimmed down at the half to about 15, and then BYU started to storm back in that second half. But so it's not very often you have a big comeback, and then you got a buzzer beater too. I mean, you got to go back to TJ Haas in 2019 against Houston for the last buzzer beater. I mean, that corner, special stuff for BYU.
Yeah, I mean, they had to dig deep. Defensively, I was really impressed. It felt like they were able to flip a switch in the second half and really lock down on defense. But you're right, it was all about A.J. DeBonsa. He's been the buzz and talk in college basketball circles for the last 24 hours. That was a unbelievable performance. We know we're only going to get to see this guy for a year. It's going to go really quick. How much should we appreciate what we're able to see last night with this kid?
It's truly remarkable. And I think what's been impressive, too, from my vantage point, is how much he has evolved as a player. I remember his first day down in southern Utah when he arrived in Hurricane at Utah Prep. He arrived in that part of the state, and his first day with Utah Prep, I was there on location, and to see how he's matured physically, how he's matured with his game. Because one of the knocks on AJ during his prep career was that he didn't win much. They were always in the mix for some big stages, some big moments, but it was always, the Boozer twins were the ones coming away victorious in big games, or Montverde was the one coming away with a big win when Rob Wright, coincidentally, was with Cooper Flagg. They took down AJ when he was with Prolific Prep. So, it's showing the evolution of his game and his maturity, and this system with Kevin Young that he single-handedly picked BYU because of, it's working well. And, and BYU doesn't have much depth right now, and that's a little concerning. I think the first half starts are concerning, but never have we seen a BYU team that has as much just big-time playmaking ability at the top end of the roster like this before. I mean, Jimmer Fredette's the one guy that you point to that had it, and then go farther back, Danny Ainge. But to have, 3 guys that can, basically get you 70 points on any given night, that's stuff you don't see often in college basketball, let alone BYU as a whole. But I think, AJ's mid-range game is elite. I think the three-point shot's still a work in progress, only 1 of 2. Last night he doesn't look for it much, but as Kevin Young noted, pick your spots and just hammer that home. Kevin Young always tries to find mismatches, and when they find mismatches on certain spots of the floor, they will attack it relentlessly, and that's what AJ did last night. And then that highlight dunk down the middle of the lane, that's going to be a signature moment that I think a lot of Cougar fans will remember. But, this team's living up to the high expectations so far, and they're in the mix for everything that people were anointing them before the season. And, maybe it was a little bit tougher challenge last night than maybe I would have thought, because I thought BYU had a much better team overall than Clemson. But the size of Clemson gave BYU some issues, and BYU responded, though, and pulled off a big win on basketball's greatest stage.
BYU has had a pretty I think a really good, obviously, schedule kind of going into this thing. This has to be the toughest they've ever played before they get into conference play, and also what comes with toughest games and big time tough games is they play a lot of big name teams. Now they're going to get a little bit of a reprieve. I think instead of having to face the big time schools, how much does like the next few weeks like affect the way that net ratings work and all those things? Because they've had a great kind of start to the season, but at the same time, like there are games you don't get rewarded with. You get kind of punished with, even when you blow teams out.
Yeah, BYU to this point has faced the 11th toughest schedule in college basketball to this point, and that's definitely one of the strongest non-conference slates BYU has ever faced. Now, granted, it's one of the reasons why you haven't seen BYU at the Marriott Center in 32 days as of this Saturday. It'll be their first visit home since November 11th when they host UC Riverside. So that just speaks again, even though BYU has stepped up its efforts and it feels like they're trying to be a new blood in the sport, programs still don't want to go through the doors at the Marriott Center and play in Provo. So BYU had to take this thing on the road, even to the Delta Center, to play some big games. So to be in this spot at 8-1, where really you've only played 2 games at home, pretty impressive. And for the next 4 games, they're at the Marriott Center before Big 12 play starts. The key when it comes to the net ratings, hammer these teams. BYU is going to be favored by about 20 points against UC Riverside. If you can get that to be a 30-point beatdown and control that game, some of the advanced metrics, really like those margins of victory. So if BYU could put on, some maybe style points that we talk about so much in football, that actually is a tangible metric that we do see daily with college basketball, and that's one of the refreshing things about this sport compared to football, where you can still have some progress in your resume playing the UC Riversides, the Pacifics of the world, and still elevate your profile. But everything's in front of BYU. They're a top team, our top 10 team in a lot of predictive ratings, and that's where you wanted to be. I mean, if the season ended today, this would be tied for the best season in BYU basketball over the last 30 years, tied with the 2010 BYU team, which was Jimmer Fredette's junior year in terms of predictive ratings. So BYU's in a great spot, and that strong schedule has been a really good barometer. And even the preseason games against Nebraska, who's a top 25 team, North Carolina with their size and length in the front court, BYU has really tested themselves, and it's only going to get tougher in the Big 12 where you've got Arizona, Houston, Iowa State look like they're going to be outstanding in league play. BYU's excellent, but they still might be the 3rd or 4th best team in this league. That's how deep the Big 12 is. It's going to be a buzzsaw truly every night. I think it's going to be the best we've seen the league since BYU joined the conference.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, and you're right. It's going to get tougher when the Big 12 season starts. We saw where Iowa State just made a big jump after crushing Purdue. Arizona's number 1 in the country right now. This league is going to be a lot of fun, and with this BYU team, I can't wait to see how it all shakes out. Now turning our attention to football, the dust has settled after the College Football Playoff Committee made their decision. A lot of controversy across the country. Notre Dame's still pouting and whining like a big giant baby. We're watching that happen. BYU didn't really do that much, Mitch. Do you think they were treated fairly by the committee? How do people at BYU feel they were treated?
They weren't treated fairly at all. And BYU, it's just the same song and dance. I mean, I think what's unfortunate about this spot, JJ and Alex, is that, I think when BYU got the invite to the Big 12 in 2021, I think Cougar fans kind of naively thought all their issues of lack of respect would just go out the door because now they got those Roman numerals on their jersey, and that would naturally give them respect. Well, clearly there's no respect for the Big 12, and there's definitely not any respect for BYU. And the same issues, applied to BYU now as they did in the Mountain West, where it feels like you have to go through the Big 12 and be perfect. You have to be completely undefeated to get to the highest stages of this sport. And it's unfortunate because I think this Big 12 is really good. I don't know if it's better than the SEC or better than the Big 10 or on equal footing with those leagues, But I think there's really good football and highly resourced teams that make it challenging to win games on these road venues. I mean, BYU navigated a Big 12 schedule where they only had 4 home games, 5 on the road. They had to basically take the show on the road with 2 early games in the regular season at home. I mean, you think about that alone. 10, in their last 10 games, they had six of the games on the road, 60%. And then you had a neutral site where it was a pro Texas Tech crowd. BYU's done their damage away from home, and that just didn't get valued at all. And that's unfortunate. And I don't know what the answer is to get this changed. And I think it was discouraging that Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark, when I asked him point blank, if he's now shifting his thoughts on what playoff format works for this league, he doubled down on the 5+11. And I think that is the wrong move and the wrong thought, because you do not want to give any more power to the selection committee when in regards to the Big 12, because the goalposts will just move. We're only 3 years removed from, in 2022, Kansas State, a 3-loss team out of the Big 12, was in the top 10. Why is it now that 3 years later, a 1-loss team from the Big 12 can't even sniff the top 10? It's because the goalposts moved and the bracket got bigger, so they're going to keep these teams out. And if it got to 16, who's to say that an 11-1 BYU wouldn't be sitting at 17, and 9-3 Texas and 10-2 Vanderbilt would jump frog or leap BYU in that situation? So you've got to get to a point in the Big 12 where it's automatic qualifiers heavy, and they don't have any control. That's the difficult thing, is that all the control to form this new format is in the corner of the SEC and the Big 10. They have a memorandum of understanding that they are the ones that ultimately decide this next format. Really, the Big 12 and ACC have no say. Now, there's a collaborative effort, but they have ultimately no say in the final matter of the next format. They got to hope that the Big 10 stance that's been reported of heavy automatic qualifiers is the ultimate format, because if it continues to be heavily focused on at-large, the Big 12 will always be a one-bid league, and that's unfortunate because this is a really good conference.
Yeah, I was actually disappointed, too, in Brett Yormark's just saying, I think they got it right with BYU, and it's not perfect. It's progress. It's like it's fine to have these canned answers that are ready, but it didn't seem like he stood up for the league enough beforehand nor afterward. And I think maybe he's just trying to play the game a little bit with these other conferences and but it doesn't help the cause of being feeling like the little brother of the Power Fours.
I agree, and I think the big issue here too that's not being respected enough in BYU's resume is I think Texas Tech might legitimately be the best team in college football. Now, Indiana's outstanding, and I think they absolutely deserve to be number 1. They're undefeated. That means something. But number 2, I think Texas Tech should be at 2. That defense is so good, and you guys know that, and I think that's being undervalued. And I think when Yormark says that sort of commentary, he's undervaluing even Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech not getting the chance to go to the Cotton Bowl and play in that game in the quarterfinals was a disservice to Texas Tech. I mean, they would have filled that up again like they did for the Big 12 championship. Instead, they got to go to the Orange Bowl, which will still probably be a pro-Texas Tech crowd, with them likely facing Oregon. But it would have been easier to be in the state of Texas compared to traveling out another time zone to go east and play in the Orange Bowl in a day game. So I just think the Big 12 as a whole gets undervalued, and that's why I think all of the Big 12 fan bases need Texas Tech to go win the whole dang thing, because until a Big 12 team actually goes out and wins it, they're just not going to get respect. And maybe Texas Tech can turn the tide and give a little more respect to this conference. But BYU had a special year, and this is one of the great seasons in program history. I'd put it maybe in the top 3, right there behind 84 and 96. To me, it's better than last year's team. And I think the stories, how the season played out, the wins, I think this is a better team than last year. It's an excellent season. It's unfortunate that it didn't end in a playoff, but I think that the positive thing for BYU is that they continue to make progress year after year in the Big 12, and now the next challenge in 2026 will be to ultimately go win that Big 12 and get into the playoff for Kalani Sitake.
Well, with Kalani's extended and the NIL money he was able to bring in and the money for his assistants as well, it should allow them to remain consistent. I guess the springboard in the next season starts with the Pop-Tarts Bowl. We'll have plenty of time to break down that matchup in the coming weeks. But I was curious if you have a feel for just how into this game BYU plans to be, how many players are going to be playing. Are we going to see Bear Bachmeier in this game, or is this a situation where we could see a lot of players sitting out, which is the trend around the country?
that's a big question in this game because, I think with the players' status and also just the investment into this game, I kind of question that. Last year it was easy to get up for Coach Prime and Colorado and sell it as the Big 12's people champion. This one, I could see a total letdown spot potentially. And look, Kalani's teams have been pretty good in bowl games, 5-2 under Kalani in these spots. Kalani is going to want to maximize this opportunity and get the most out of it. But I coming out of Arlington, the feeling as they were walking in that locker room and the press conference, it just felt like a team that knew the season was over. And because they knew the playoff wasn't going to come calling, even, Fesi Satake, passing game coordinator, said something on X to the point of, what a great season. I'm thinking, there's still one game, guys. There's still one more opportunity to go win, and you can go get your 12th victory, which would be the first time since 2001, because I always believe, my thought is, go lose a game and then tell me if it's a big game or not. I remember when the UAB game, we were out there, JJ, and everyone was just saying, it's not that big of a deal. BYU got hosed, and then they lost it, and people are going, why'd you lose to a team that had a self-imposed death penalty 2 years prior? So you want to say it's not a big game, well, go lose it, and then tell me if it's not a big game. So I really question how the motivation's going to be. We're going to have our first practice availability tomorrow. It'll be a good sense to kind of get a barometer of this. And I saw the photo, too, of Bear and his teammates with Bear in the brace at Olive Garden down in Provo. I mean, his health status, that was a big concern. I mean, I remember watching that first drive in Arlington. He was visibly limping right after that hit he took from Lee Hunter and Roberts up high. I don't want to say it completely changed the game, but, man, it had a huge impact because Bear could no longer run. And so his health, to me, if he is not even anywhere close to 100%, to me, you sit him because you got to think long-term with Bear's health and things like that. But, Kalani said this week that Bear will be fine, and Kalani, for the most part, has been pretty transparent with injuries this year, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and kind of operate under the thought that Bear will play. But that was concerning because he was limping even after the game pretty considerably after the Big 12 championship game. But you look at potential opt-outs, what's the thought process of Isaiah Glasker, Keanu Tanavasa? They went through senior day. Even L.J. Martin, do they consider opting out of this game because they went through senior day? They've got NFL aspirations. Do they just say, I'm sitting out and not going to return and go to the NFL? That's going to be a big storyline here. But if they do win, I think it's an opportunity for BYU to really springboard themselves to next year because with the returning quarterback factor, with a lot of key returning pieces, you can make the case that BYU should be a top 15 team next year in the preseason. So I think from that standpoint, this could be a big opportunity for BYU to get some momentum outside the playoff heading into 2026.
Mitch, one of the things I'm interested in, and I just don't think it's the personality of a Kalani team, but at the same time, like, is there an attitude of, not to go the full Notre Dame side of it, but is there going to be some folks on that roster that aren't bought in to what they're getting into with the Pop-Tarts Bowl? Not necessarily in terms of taking Georgia Tech not seriously, because I think they do try to take those opponents seriously, but just kind of the flatness that sometimes happens in these games where they felt like they could have been somewhere else. Do you envision any of that happening with this team?
Possibly. I think it's a real question. I think it's human nature is going to come into this one. Because I think this team last year was chomping at the bit to get to the postseason after they missed out on the Big 12 championship game. And, it was easy to get up for Coach Prime and a Heisman winner in Colorado, and it was an indoor stadium. And I just thought it was a cool environment, whereas this one, you're going to miss Christmas again. Could be easy to say, you know what, what's on the line here? Nothing much. Georgia Tech's not a glamorous opponent, even though they could absolutely beat this BYU team. There's no doubt in my mind. Yeah. I mean, so you guys know. I mean, so they better bring it because this could be one where you take a big L and then you end the season at 11-3, and people really start to question, well, how good was that BYU team if they end the season that way? So I think it's a much bigger question to me this year than it was last season because just, again, how they performed in Arlington, they just disappointed after that first drive. They weren't competitive again against Texas Tech, and it was a missed opportunity. I could totally see a letdown spot, but I do think that the seniors with Chase Roberts, with Tanner Wall, if there's anyone that's going to rally this team, and I think also Bear Bachmeier as well, I think those are the guys that have to bring it all together to get up for this bowl game and get ready for this one. It almost feels like bowl games anymore outside of the playoff. We're playing the role of psychologist to get into the mental side.
Right.
I mean, that's half the battle with these games, and I think that's going to be a huge one with this contest because other bowl matchups under Kalani, I feel like BYU either had an underdog spot or something to prove. This one, there's not much of that. It's just, do you have that fight to go, to go get another win and basically just do it for pride to end the season on a high note? So is that enough for these guys in the NIL portal era? I mean, maybe this could be a spot where it tests the culture a little bit of Kalani's program, but I'd still like to think that BYU is going to, put out its best foot forward, but I think it's a bigger question than in years past, that's for sure.
Mitch Harper, our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. Awesome to be able to join us as much as he does, and he does a great job. KSLSports.com, Cougar Tracks, of course, on all the social media platforms, and Cougar Sports Saturday on Saturdays. So, Mitch, we appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you again. Thanks for all you do for this beat, man.
No problem, guys. Happy to be on as always.
There you go.
Thanks, Mitch.
Mitch Harper. By the way, this portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. They bring us that first hour, or that first part of the hour in the 5 o'clock hour. So there you go, TrajanWealth.com. Let's jump in here. We've been hanging out with Alema Harrington all day today, and he's back up in Salt Lake. Hopefully the traveling went okay, Alema. Hopefully you got there safe. And these prep players that we're going to start greeting here in a couple minutes that are going to come in, like this is one of the most wild moments for these guys who are transitioning from high school to collegiate athletics, and it's even more so now in 2025.
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why Mr. Mack is involved in this and a big part of the community because it's such an important part of their lives. And I think about my high school career and some of the honors that came along with that, and what an exciting time it was, and then the transition to go from high school to BYU and just those momentous moments. And you guys have talked about, the parents are going to be walking in. They're all excited for their kids, and the kids are, probably a little bit shy at first and might see a rival. And the truth is these guys all have respect for each other because you respect, other guys that play well. So it's always a fun environment, and we're happy to be a part of it with Mr. Mack.
And some of these players are going to be preparing to serve missions soon. And you're not going to find a better deal on a missionary package than at Mr. Mack. No one beats their price.
Yeah, we've talked about this. If you go out and try to price this on your own, I dare you to find a better price. It's going to cost you over $1,000 for what you can get for $695, which is a performance suit. You got 4 and collar stretch shirts. You get 3 ties. You have a mission belt involved in that, and then you're also going to get either a pair of Echo or Johnson and Murphy shoes, all for $695. And, of course, we always mention that you get lifetime tailoring, so we're going to get that suit tailored so you look fantastic at your farewell, and then in the mission field, look good, feel good, play good. That's the old saying, and that Mr. Mack will make sure that that happens for you.
Alema, we'll chat with you again. We appreciate all you do for the prep community, and, of course, the KSL Sports Player of the Week Awards brought to you by Mr. Mack, presented right here. We'll chat with you again, man. Thanks for being with us.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Alema Harrington. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We have lots more to go, so don't miss any of it. Stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's still slow southbound I-15 from Murray to Bluffdale, although northbound I-15 is also moving at a slow pace from Murray to downtown Salt Lake. Both directions of I-15 also at reduced speeds in Utah County approaching the Pleasant Grove Boulevard exit. Traffic is rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPav Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance at GoPavUtah.com. That's GoPavUtah.com. Call or visit GoPavUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The University of Utah Athletics is entering into what could be a $500 million plus equity partnership with Otro Capital. I don't think this is a good decision for Utah, if especially they're having an overly emotional reaction to BYU all of a sudden having the upper hand. This just seems like a really desperate move to be something that you're not.
It may have been a Hail Mary. I mean, if Utah was not going to be able to compete at all, and if there is going to be a line that is drawn of the teams that have money and the teams that don't, and you're going to get left behind.
But compete with who? Texas Tech has one guy and you're trying to keep up with that? BYU has an entire tech industry that's feeding into it. You're trying to keep up with that? Figure out a way to be
what you are.
What you are, yes, what you are. By the way, ironically enough, which is what Utah has been good at since the early 90s.
Yeah.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Snow season is here, and Mountain Land Power Equipment has your back. Right now, when you purchase the Boss Snow Raider snowplow, you'll receive a $250 Mountain Land gift certificate, and you'll be automatically entered to win 2 free tickets to see the Jazz take on the Warriors on January 28th. Visit Mountain Land Power Equipment at any of the 4 locations: Rock Springs, Ogden, Salt Lake City, and Springville. Offer valid November 1st through December 31st, 2025, while supplies last. Purchase a Boss Snow Raider snowplow to qualify for one $250 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win 2 Jazz versus Warriors suite tickets for January 28th. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account while supplies last. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So right now it's a 6-car pileup in the LA zone. It comes free for Kevin Fiala. Headman feed. Armia has a breakaway. Armia walks in and scores. Joel Armia got behind everybody. Mikhail Sergachev this way. Keller, one-timer. Gunther, he scores! Bullseye! Dylan Gunther. Utah connects on the power play, and it's 2-1. Goes to Keller. Peterka gets it back. Stenlund, a one-timer, had his stick tied up. It's sent down the ice by the Kings, and they nail the empty net. 1:38 to go in the third, and the Kings take care of business late.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Lots going on, of course. We've got tons going on today, and it's always fun to do these. This is the third of 3 of our KSL Sports Player of the Week banquets that we've been doing. We're down in Utah County. It's brought to you by the good folks at Mr. Mac, and Trucordia hosts us. And they're phenomenal hosts. They do it right. Everybody on our team does a phenomenal job. I'm not talking about you and I, by the way.
Oh, no. I have nothing to do with it.
No. The promotions and marketing staff, and of course, Jake Hatch, who this is his baby, and he does a phenomenal job. So kudos to everybody to put this thing together, and more importantly, the kids, man. Honoring those guys, it's a big deal. So we appreciate them being a part of it. And, so we're gonna have a banquet coming up here pretty soon. The food's here. The kids are going to roll in, and we're going to have a great time. In the meantime, JJ, this hockey team facing off against the Panthers tonight, but you're at home, and the Panthers are struggling.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that means, because I don't think the Mammoth are struggling per se. I think we have a little bit of a stilted view on how things could have been because of the 7-game win streak to start the season off, right?
Yes.
That was the thing that, to me, was one of the more interesting things, is that we've graded harshly this team based off of that 7-game win streak, right? So I think it's one of those deals that we've got to have a little bit more of a thought of what the long game is. But you were right about, the standings are interesting, because it's like, right now they're in one of the wild card spots, but the thing is they're so far behind the third place team in this division.
It's wild card now or nothing.
And so, and they go, they're in fourth, and you go, well, I don't know.
Big hill to climb to avoid the wild card.
Right. So, your thoughts on the Panthers and Mammoth tonight, and how to get this thing back on track here?
Well, it's just going to be a slog for the Mammoth. This team's going to just have to fight. The Panthers are the defending, 2-time defending Stanley Cup champs. We talked to Mike Folta earlier. They're banged up. They're hurting. They're not their usual selves. So it's a good time to get the Panthers here at home. I think that this team had a rough night on Monday night. I don't think that was an effort and a performance that anybody was really proud of. And I think they're going to be itching to get back on the ice tonight and make up for that in front of the home fans. A lot of people are going to be in the building tonight because they want to see the best in the NHL. And there's going to be a strong desire, especially with Nate Schmidt and Vanacek, former Panthers on the roster, to go out there and get a dub against their former teammates. So I expect Utah to play well tonight and get the win. You don't get the Panthers in your building just once a year, honestly. And so I want to see them have a great effort tonight and get a dub. I think they can do it.
Well, our producer, Alex Napolis, wants us to get some breaking news.
Yes, he does.
And frankly, we need to get to it, because the development of Sharon Moore being fired today, we talked to you about that. We brought it up top of the show. That was the first thing we talked about. Sharon Moore fired for an inappropriate relationship. According to the allegations, the university had extensive evidence, as they said, to be able to fire him possibly for cause. But those allegations have now risen to a different level, and a very, very, very terrible level. JJ, what do you have?
Yeah, Dan Wetzel and Pete Thamel of ESPN are breaking this news that ex-Michigan coach Sharon Moore was detained by police in Saline, Michigan this evening and turned over to police in Pittsfield Township for investigation into potential charges. That's all we have right now, but this has gone from getting fired to being detained by police.
Yeah, and I don't know what the nature of the charges are even, but do the math and just
potential charges. They haven't even been filed yet.
Right. Yeah.
If you're being detained by police,
Yeah, so not arrested.
This is more serious
Not
than
arrested, detained.
An inappropriate relationship.
Yeah.
Within the athletic department.
Yeah, it's pretty.
And you hate to see all this. It's a big mess, and Michigan's already had plenty of controversy they've had to deal with, but this is another level.
What's crazy about all this is that it all came down today, and at some point we start talking about the football side of it. We're like, who are they going to hire for the
right? Because that's our focus. What does it mean for Michigan moving forward?
This is
another level
extremely bad.
Yeah.
If things start to come out and things start to get proven otherwise, again, allegations. Sharon Moore, he definitely is fired by Michigan. That's not an allegation. They let him go potentially for cause on allegations of an inappropriate relationship, and then he's been detained by police in Michigan as of about 30 minutes ago. So there you go. We are at Trucordia, as I mentioned at the very top of this segment here, and Pete Nettesheim is joining us here on the program. He's the SVP of Data and Technology.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Thanks for being a part of the program.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Harvey Longy comes in as our special guest speaker tonight. These kids are going to get treated, man. It's going to be really fun. You guys put on this big party, and you get to honor these kids. Why is that important to Trucordia?
Yeah, well, we have a couple of values that we try to live by. Everyone doesn't always do it exactly right, but we try. And one of those is care, and another one is celebrate. And when you talk about that care and celebrate, that just goes hand in hand with what these kids are doing here. I mean, the work that they've put in, everything that they've done, they're part of our community. And if we want to be people that help support folks with the things that matter most to them, we got to celebrate with our community as well. We got to be part of that. And it's just a lot of fun for us. We have the ability to do it, and so the chance to do that is just an honor for us, and it's just terrific.
You're also a sponsor, Game Night Live, which we appreciate. We could not broadcast these games without Trucordia, so thank you so much for that. And Trucordia, you guys do great work, and some companies are known as, we're good at car insurance, or we're good at home insurance. You guys do everything.
We do. We do.
I always like to ask, what's the craziest thing you've insured? Because there's nothing you can insure, right?
No, truly, because of our reach, there's almost everything we can do. And when I look at it, it's sometimes, there's things associated with crime or abduction. I think, what? We do that? Like, holy cow! But traditionally, it's more, again, if you have a home, if you have a boat, if you have a house, if you have a business or anything like that, man, we'd love to talk to you because we can cover you in that. And truly, if it matters to you, it matters to us, and that's why community events like this, we try to live with the things that we preach.
Well, investing in the community is one thing, but like making it your home here too. Yeah. Like that's the biggest part of that investment is being like, we believe in this community. This is where we want to be. Yeah. And you invited us to your house tonight for this award ceremony. So we appreciate you having us, Pete.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you. We love it. Thanks.
All right. We'll take another break here. When we come back, I think we're going to chat with the Lemon. I also think we're going to get to one final moment here to be able to chat. Maybe Harvey Longy can come over for 1 minute. I don't know.
Sneak him in?
Well, let's see. All right. Stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is what it's all about for you and I, JJ. We followed the program to the T, and guess what? It worked. Dropping 65 pounds in 60 days for me about a year and a half ago and keeping it off, and then getting back on the program about 3 months ago. I also told you that I've been working out with my son. That kind of helps.
That's cool.
I mean, well, it's more the spending the time thing, right? Because it's about nutrition, and they'll tell you that they're going to say, "Hey, yeah, exercise and
of course,
great." But they start with the number one thing, which is the nutrition, and they have a great deal right now.
Yeah, they really do. $400 off right now. There's not a better time to do this right now. Even better, like you think about it, what a year of GLP-1 injections could easily cost you over $6,000. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to give you faster results naturally for just a fraction of the price, and it's going to help you keep the weight off for good. No more losing weight and gaining it all back. Help reset your metabolism and feel your best this holiday and New Year's season. Go to slcfatloss.com right now, get a free consultation, and save big. Tell them JJ and Alex sent you and get that $400 off right now through December 31st. Make that change. Do what we did. Take advantage of this program. It works. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
The Hercules Local Business Spotlight this holiday season is Ty the Window Guy. Which started in 1998 as a small side job cleaning windows, has grown into a trusted local business built on quality service and long-lasting relationships. More than 27 years later, Ty still serves many of his first clients with the same dependable care that built his reputation. To learn more or schedule your next window cleaning, visit TyTheWindowGuy.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110. or rgsutah.com. The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Mammoth hosts the two-time defending Stanley Cup champions. The Florida Panthers are in town. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Listen on 97.5 The Zone. The Utah Jazz return to action Friday in Memphis. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Celebrate the season of giving by giving yourself the best meal you've ever had. Experience Ruth's Chris award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature apps, salads, sides, and dessert. Book your holiday parties today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Short time because we got to try to sneak in Alema Harrington here to chat with us. And we're at the awards banquet, of course, tonight. Harvey Longy. And we got hockey at the top of the hour, by the way, too. Harvey Longy joining us here. You're going to be the –
He's the keynote speaker tonight.
Listen, you gotta. What are you gonna tell these kids? Are you gonna scare them? Is it gonna be like those jail shows? You're like, stand up. How do you motivate? How do you get ahead of a 16-year-old? I mean, the good thing is you've been in their spot where it's just like some of the best players in the state.
Yeah, I think my biggest thing is just understand that consistency. Doing it at they've done it at a pretty dang good level, whatever it is, right? Well, currently it's high school, but right. Are you able to do it again and again and again and again and again? You can win the player of the week 1 week, but if you can stack another week and another week, and that's by stacking 1 second to 2 seconds to 1 minute to 2 minutes to 1 hour to 2 hours to 1 day to 2 days.
Yeah.
And if you could keep doing that on a consistent basis, doesn't matter if it's football or if it's math or if it's you want to be a chef or whatever it is, consistency's everything, and I think that's one of the main points I want to bring in tonight.
Well, we appreciate you coming down, man, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to grade you at the end of this thing. I want to get motivated, man.
Hey, man, we already have a Dave Portnoy guy that's running BYU.
No, Provo Dave is dead.
Provo
Dave's
Dave.
out. He's out.
I think he was a poser. I think he did it for the clicks. He did it for the clicks.
He was too.
Yeah.
Harvey, appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging out with us as usual. We're about to chat with Alema Harrington too. Mr. Mac's a huge part of this program, and they're sponsoring, of course, the Utah County edition of our awards banquet here, the KSL Sports Player of the Week awards that are massively important to us. And even with the short time here before the hockey pregame, Alema, Give us the beats on why this is important to Mr. Mack and maybe a deal for these kids who are listening.
Well, of course, it's important to Mr. Mack because we've been involved in the community for 61 years now, which seems crazy, but we're talking third and fourth generations now of Christensens that are running Mr. Mack and carrying on the tradition that was set by Matt Christensen himself, the original Mr. Mack. And so we love the opportunity to participate in this and honoring the kids in Utah County and making sure that they get celebrated the way that they should. And I'm excited for the kids that are there. And I know that Isang Aliaya is one of the kids that's going to be there, and just remembering his performance at Rice-Eccles Stadium, where, of course, he'll be playing his college ball as well. So if there are any kids out there that are listening, parents that are listening, looking for a deal, you got a kid that's going on a mission, or you just want to celebrate something, the missionary package is always the way to go. And for just $695, you get one performance suit, 4 and collar shirts, 3 ties, a mission belt, and either an Echo or a Johnson & Murphy pair of shoes, all for $695. I promise you, if you go try to price that out anywhere else, it's going to cost $1,000 or more. And at Mr. Mack, you know that they're going to take care of you because they have been for generations. And you get that custom tailoring, so you know you're going to look fantastic in that custom suit from Mr. Mack.
Alem, as usual, thanks for your help, man. And we're going to be looking at what suit you're going to be wearing on Friday when the Jazz fire it up here, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
Right on. Thanks, guys.
Alem Harrington. Oh, okay. It's just a fun thing to be a part of. I wanted to sneak in one best before we go here, JJ. And it's brought to you by Doug Smith, of course, in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. All you have to do is just go to Doug, because they know what they're talking about. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Spencer Fano gets the All-American nod, first team. Jack Kelly and John Henry Daly earned second-team honors. I saw that there was also an All-American honor for LJ from the Pro Football Focus or Pro Football Writers of America. He made second team as well. The honors that are going to hit these kids, man, when you get All-American status, you have multiple on a team, and here in this market, it's awesome.
We focus so much on the playoff that I don't think we've given enough time to pause and recognize how great of a season the FBS teams in the state had, and I'm going to include Utah State in that. BYU on just 2 spots out of making the college football playoff, just came up short in a Big 12 championship game. You know, to make that game in their third year in the league is phenomenal. Utah had a 10-2 season. Their only losses were to BYU and Texas Tech. They crushed a lot of the teams they played this year. What a bounce back from 5-7. Right. And for Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies to get bowl eligible, get to 6-6, almost beat Boise State on their field. What a phenomenal start to the Bronco Mendenhall era in Logan. So there's a lot of reason to be really excited and proud of what these teams accomplished in the state. We get caught up on the big picture, the wins and losses and all that stuff, but what a big season for all 3 of those teams. I think all 3 are going to be better next year.
When you look at some of these kids and you know the potential of them going to the next level, and a lot of them who have signed to go to the next level, and then you wonder what that journey is even going to look like because there's a commitment to a school. Yeah. There's maybe the journey at that school that ends after a year or 2 or whatever it might be. It's just it's insane to think about what these kids are running into is more. It's more wild than it's ever been. It's crazy. So. Hey, want to remind you, if you have the time, it's going to be well worth it for you to go down to Nephi and go see on Friday Hanson Scotty live doing their program at the Bar Dub Grill. All you have to do is go down there, 2264 South Main Street in Nephi. We'll take another break here. We've got more to go around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Oh!
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children